Sports News. First of all, it was a great performance and result in Mexico. What kind of shape are you in going into this game tomorrow, and how much of a boost is it to have almost every player training again today?
Yeah, of course, that's the best news. We had everyone available in training, as you said, which we of course like. We have the full choice, except for our suspended player, Charles Kwanzaa. So that's the good news. I think we took a big step in our last match, but it was only a step. We're still hungry, we still have dreams, and we still have a big goal to play for. And the next step is to win the quarterfinal. It's important to look up front. We left this match behind. We take the positive things and the belief with us, but everything that matters is ahead of us. It is tomorrow's match.
Aquí voy a preguntar en español. Javier Rodríguez, Fan Network TV. Entrenador, ¿qué nos puede contar? Entrenador, ¿qué nos puede contar usted de la persona que tiene a su lado izquierdo, el señor Harry Kane? Conocemos sus cualidades extraordinarias, pero nos gustaría saber, usted que tiene la oportunidad de tenerlo más cerca, ¿qué otras cualidades usted destacaría de él? Y no sé si puedo preguntar, señor Kane, ¿cuál destacaría usted como la virtud más importante que tiene Inglaterra de cara al partido de mañana?
Well, we speak every match about him because he decides all the matches for us. So I'm running out of words. I'm running out of different ways to describe him. He's our leader. He's our captain. He leads by example. He's in the shape of his life and on the highest peak of his career, which helps us a lot. He has the mindset of a team player. He's ready to lead by example and to push everybody, like I said, and always ready to take responsibility, always ready to perform and help us. So it's a privilege to have him as captain and a privilege to be his coach.
I didn't quite catch your question there.
The microphone, please, for him.
Mi pregunta, señor Kane, es ¿cuál sería la principal característica que debería tener mañana Inglaterra para superar a Noruega?
Yeah, we're going to need to be at our best for sure. Tough game against a really good team who have proven over recent years how dangerous they can be. They're obviously having a fantastic World Cup themselves and kind of riding this wave of freedom. But from our point of view, we need to be at our very best, both defensively and offensively. Yeah, we come off the back of a really good win, but still room for improvement. And I think, yeah, this is the time to show it in a big quarter-final game on the world stage. We want to show what type of team we can be. And yeah, and that starts tomorrow.
A reminder that it's one question per person and per subject. Thanks.
Olof Lund, TV4 Sweden, will take it in English. Thomas Tuchel, Jude Bellingham and Harry Kane, two English players who've moved abroad. What do you think that has meant for their football and how they've developed?
Maybe it's a question then for Harry. He can explain maybe better. I think to join an environment like Bayern Munich, where it's every day about winning, just shapes your mentality. The club has this mentality of accepting nothing else than the best, nothing else than a win, and just everywhere in the building. And it's just the mentality of these kind of clubs. Same for Real Madrid. And the same for a lot of my players who play in these kind of clubs. It's just what it is. You face every day this kind of mindset, and no excuses. So that brings out the best in Harry, of course, and in all of our players. That's why we are so competitive, and I think that's what happened.
Front row here.
Hi, Coach. Ramon Medina from Venezuela. You win a Champions League with Chelsea, English club, and you have the opportunity to win the World Cup with England. What represents for you the English football? And Harry, you scored here in this stadium last summer, 3 goals with Bayer. Good memories, right, in this field, no?
Yeah, no, yeah, we had 2 really great games here last summer. Both atmospheres were incredible against 2 tough teams. For me personally, obviously had 2 wins and scored a few goals in those games. So good memories, good feeling walking into the stadium. But of course that means nothing unless we have some more good memories tomorrow. So that's where my focus is.
Coach, me?
I forgot your question.
You forget. Okay, you win the Champions League with Chelsea, English club, and you had the opportunity to win the World Cup with England. What represents for you the English football?
I think you see the English football. I think you see the mentality of us and the belief and the togetherness. I loved English football and the English culture towards sports and football in general from my first day. I'm very, very glad to be back in English football and have the opportunity to be part of this team and to be the coach of this team. It's just, I think it's a very unique experience. Once you go there, it's a very unique attitude, very low key, very low maintenance, and on highest level. And I think that's what you see.
Second row here.
For Coach Tuchel. The Brazilian national coach, Carlo Ancelotti, led Brazil team in one of the most failure of World Cup history of Brazil because he tried to change our identity. Do you think England is changing for the better?
Hopefully. Wow. What is the connection to Carlo? What is the connection? What did Carlo do?
Because they change our identity.
The microphone, please.
I'm not sure if I try to change the identity. I try to support the players and to build a platform for them to show their qualities. And I think you see, especially in this World Cup and in our World Cup campaign, that we can play front foot football. We can be aggressive. We like to be active. And of course, I think mentality, togetherness, competitiveness, having the bite and the hunger and the grit is a part of English football, is a part of the Premier League. So this you cannot maybe not count it in passes and not count it in attacks and ball possession, but these things matter in football, and these teams and this player, our team and our players have it to the highest level, and they have it in highest level. So that's basically it, and I think for you, I admire Carlo. He's one of the most successful, maybe one of the very most successful coaches, and a gentleman. And I'm very, very sure that he did his very best. And it's just football. Sometimes you have to suffer from defeats to come back strong, and I think you will.
We close now for photographers. You can stay in the room, but no more pictures, please.
Hello, Harry. Tony Carrasco from Venezuela. What do you think about the race for the World Cup? It's top scored, and it's very important for you, this golden boot and trophy.
Yeah, look, I think it's been an amazing World Cup on that front in terms of all the all the top strikers, all the top goal scorers, scoring goals, affecting games. It's not always the case at these major tournaments. So I think from the fans, the media, I think they're enjoying watching it. Yeah, from my point of view, I think it's great competition. It puts me, in a mindset to be at my very best level as much as possible. My main goal is to win the World Cup with England, not the Golden Boot. But I also know I'm the goal scorer, I'm the number 9, so if I'm scoring goals, it's obviously going to help the team. So, yeah, I'm enjoying being on the pitch. I said at the very start of this tournament, I feel in a great place, and every game that comes, I'm just excited to kind of be out there with my teammates and the opportunity to be successful again.
Harry, Victoria from Brazil, Casé TV. I wanted to ask you, it's your third World Cup. You've been here before, like reaching a quarterfinal at least. What has changed the most from the first one? I mean, you're in the best year of your career, I think. In terms of resilience, confidence, what can you feel that has changed from the first one to this one now?
Yeah, I think 2018, we was a young, inexperienced team going into that Russia World Cup. We didn't have much expectation on us as a squad. We still had belief amongst ourselves that we could do something special. But I think coming off the back of 2 major finals in the last 3 tournaments, semi-final, quarter-final in the World Cup, another quarter-final. I think a lot of these players have played in big games, in big moments. I think we're more prepared for this situation, but as we always know, you still have to go out there and perform at your highest level. We're at the stage of the tournament now where, any small difference, any percent that you're not with it can be the difference between going through and not. So, for me personally, I think just using all the other major tournaments I've played, the experience both international and club level in big quarterfinals, semi-final, finals, just using all that, one, to help the team around me, but also just to feel more relaxed going into tomorrow's game.
Harry, hi. Henry Winter, World Soccer. Congratulations. Tomorrow you move alongside Wayne Rooney as England's most capped outfield player. I'm sure you're aware of that. You're 15 short of a century of goals for England. Do those individual things stir you, or does it run alongside the collective? Thank you.
Obviously extremely proud. To reach the same caps as Wazza, one of England's greatest ever players. I think throughout any career, you have to have little motivations, you have to have targets and goals. I'm probably one who likes to maybe do it in smaller situations. I don't like to look too far ahead into the future. I like to take maybe a month at a time or 6 weeks at a time, see what I can do, see how many goals I can reach, and kind of set myself small targets throughout the season. Obviously, this season has gone very well on that front, but obviously important games to play still. So I think that's what keeps me kind of hungry. It keeps me pushing myself to the highest level. It's just to see kind of how far I can get in that small space of time.
In the middle here.
Simon Lunning, Nettavis, Norway. Question to Harry, maybe a very simple question or a complicated question, but there's a lot of talk about Erling Haaland and Harry Kane before this match. So my question is, who is the better striker, Erling Haaland or Harry Kane, and why?
Yeah, it's an impossible one for me to answer. I think, first of all, I think we're completely different players. Almost, I know we're both senior strikers, but almost 2 different positions, if I'm totally honest. Erling has been incredible. His goal-scoring record, physically, he's a machine, he's a beast. His finishing is at the highest level, and obviously his goal-scoring record speaks for itself. I see myself as a different player, although I score the same goals. I like to maybe touch the ball a little bit more, be involved in play a little bit more, but also can play as maybe the out-and-out 9. But I don't think he's one to compare ourselves. I think, I respect him a lot as a player, as a fellow professional. Obviously hoping he has a quiet day tomorrow, but I think his overall performances over these recent years speaks for themselves. He's a fantastic player.
James.
Hi, James Ollie, ESPN. Good luck tomorrow to you both. Harry, you've talked at past tournaments about working to make sure you peak in the knockout rounds. Do you feel you're in a position to do that this time? And can you just sort of explain a bit about the work you do to try and do that?
Yeah, I said before, obviously, I think everyone wants to start the tournament perfect. That in an ideal situation, you win every game, you win comfortable, you play amazing football, but that's not always the case. And I think in history shows, winners of major tournaments very rarely, just have a smooth run all the way through. I think, we tried to split the tournament up. I think the group stage especially is almost a completely separate tournament to the knockout stage. The main thing in that situation is being together, getting back to know each other, qualifying through the group, and then you kind of come into this knockout stage. And obviously this year a little different with the extra game. The last couple of games, you're at a stage in the tournament where you're expected to win as the England national team. If you lose, it's a disaster. If you win, you're kind of expected, so you're in that kind of no-win situation. I think we're coming into a period now where, quarter-final, we need to show the best version of ourselves. I still feel like there's levels that we can reach as a team. that we haven't quite reached yet this tournament, and now's the time to express that. Yeah, of course, we hope that we've done all the work to now peak as a team. You go into this moment where, you know, the final, the quarterfinal, semi-final, finals, all within kind of a week, 8 days of each other, so it comes really quickly. So you need your squad more than ever to make sure everyone's ready to have an impact.
Hello, Harry. Over here, Jens from VG Norway. When Thomas was appointed, there was, of course, some debate also about his German passport, as he said himself, and it seems to be a recurring thing. You obviously knew him from before he was appointed, and with that in mind, how did you view that debate that was sparked those 18 months ago?
Yeah, I think with any manager, whoever gets appointed to be England manager, there's going to be debates around him as a manager. To be honest, it never crossed my mind that he wasn't English. I think, you know, we've had foreign coaches in the past. We've had English coaches. Ultimately, we're just trying to be successful as a team. We want to win major tournaments, and obviously knowing the boss from Bayern Munich, I knew he was going to give us a great chance of doing that. So I was just excited to work with him again, and yeah, that didn't even cross my mind, to be honest with you.
Hey, Coach Harry, thank you for your time. Nacho Garcia for Cadena COPE in Spain. I know you are full focus now in tomorrow's game, but I'd like to know something about your thoughts about the two teams that already reached the semifinals, France and Spain. Probably you couldn't watch the game of Spain and Belgium because you were in the practice, but your opinion about what you saw of both teams during the World Cup?
Well, I think giving the answer of your colleague before, that Brazil is already out, and big nations like Portugal out already before the quarterfinals, Senegal out before the quarterfinals, Ivory Coast like Croatia, so many top nations, top coaches, top players out. It gets harder and harder because competition gets better and better. We felt it ourselves in our way, which was a very difficult way to arrive here. I saw France very impressive yesterday, very impressive win in the quarterfinal, well-deserved in the semi-final. And of course, they are one of the top favorites. Spain, as always, in a tournament full of confidence, full of belief in their own style. I only saw glimpses today, 5 minutes here and 5 minutes there, because of our preparation for training. But what I saw until now is just what you always see from Spain, full of confidence, ball possession, never panicking, always staying calm, believing in late goals. So that's what you get. There's only 6 teams left now. So it's like Harry said, like you're almost a bit torn because you play also against your own expectations, but you see big teams already out. So kind of part of you wants to be proud and wants to accept that being in the quarterfinals is a step, but of course part of you feels like it's not enough because you want more and more and more. That's what it is. And yeah, we are focused on tomorrow. We know, but they're on the other way of the tree anyway. Hopefully for us, we have to deal with this kind of problem to play against one of these top teams. They are one of the favorites, of course, and we have to make sure to be in the race and win the match tomorrow.
Hi, Harry. Mike McGrath here from the Daily Telegraph. President Trump spoke very complimentary about you early in the week. He said you played golf with him. How did you play? And any mulligans on the day?
I played all right, to be honest. Yeah, we played about 18 months ago. He invited me to play when I was down in Palm Beach. So yeah, when the president invites you somewhere, it was yeah, a pretty surreal experience just to meet him and obviously play golf with him. His golf's pretty good, to be honest with you. I hope I can play golf as good as him when I'm his age, that's for sure. So yeah, unique experience. But yeah, it was just grateful that he invited me down to play for sure.
Hi, Ari. Godspar from Nigeria. A lot of people believe this England team should win a major trophy. What do you think about it? And how does the team use this? Do they use it as a motivation, or do they just decide to ignore it?
Yeah, I think we've obviously got an expectation because of what we've done in recent years as a team, which is yeah, part and parcel of being a big nation. You know, since I've played my first tournament in 2016, obviously it was really disappointing. From that moment, the expectation was low, and we slowly built it up. And now we're in a situation where we're going into this tournament as one of the favourites, and that's a different pressure to deal with. Yeah, ultimately, you know, until we win that trophy, there's always going to be that talk around England as a team. But look, we're in a good position. We're in a place that we wanted to be, you know, 6 weeks ago when we met up for prep camp. So that was important to stay in that moment. We took a lot of good steps in the right direction, overcome a lot of difficult moments, difficult games, and now we're in the final 8 days. We're in the final push. So, like I touched on earlier, we're going to need everyone to be at the highest level to achieve our dreams, and that obviously starts here tomorrow evening.
Front row here.
All right. Hi, Coach. Good evening. Jane Francis from Nigeria. And I'll start with you. So you've already spoken about the importance of playing to the strength of your team over, you know, the team's tradition. And someone already asked that question. So how are you able to use the results that you're getting to convince the public as well as the media, you know, that that's the right way to go? And to you, Harry.
Sorry, just one question. We've got loads of people stacked up, so just take that one. Thank you.
How do we convince the public that we are in the right way? Yeah. I think this team has a lot of things to love about, and I think in the view of the I'm not sure, because I'm kind of living here in the bubble and preparing and analyzing training and preparing matches and whatever, but my feedback is that the public loves the team, and there's a lot of things to love about. They love the spirit, they see the togetherness, they see players who give everything for that shirt. Finding a unique style of play. I think we had this during our qualifying campaign. I think we had it in glimpses in our matches. We can still do better. But the togetherness, the spirit, and the dedication that we show represents also the spirit of English football, represents the spirit of Premier League. I think there are a lot of various styles in the Premier League because of the influence on the highest level of foreign coaches or foreign players. That's just what it is. So we don't get distracted by that. And I believe strongly that a country and children and football fans feel the energy that the team transmits and transcends, be it in the stadium or be it through the TV. And I am absolutely convinced that the public loves this team and sees and feels the energy of this team.
Harry Brown, beIN Sports. Good luck for tomorrow, Harry. As you equal Wayne Rooney's record appearances for an outfield player, how fitting that David Beckham, of course, in the house he built of Inter Miami, was here to wish you well, the player that you aspired to be, both coming from Ridgeway Rovers. And what has he taught you about going against the critics that say you can't dream big? Many believed a football club couldn't be here in Miami, and now many believe you've eclipsed your hero, David Beckham. So what did he tell you today, and how did he tell you to deal with the heat tomorrow?
No, yeah, he just wished us luck. He's obviously, after, to be honest, most games he messages me and we stay in touch. He's obviously a big England fan. We all know how much it meant for him to represent England and be captain and play the way he did every time he wore the shirt. So he was just there to support us. Obviously, we was using his home, the home that he's built. So we appreciate him doing that for us. And ultimately, yeah, it was just good to catch up with him. And you know, for some of the other lads to kind of have a chat with him. You know, he's an English legend. So. Yeah, he was just wishing us well, and yeah, hopefully we can do him proud tomorrow.
Front row here.
Hi, Coach Harry. A question for Harry in English. The world is talking about Norway because of a player, Erling Haaland, but how would you analyze them as a team with Bob, Sorloth, Ostigar, Odegaard? And I would like to know, too, if you're ready to sing Wonderwall this time.
Yeah, really dangerous team. Got some fantastic players, I think, really well coached, both with the ball, without the ball. Obviously, it's our jobs to try and find weaknesses in their structure. Yeah, we want to try and impose our game tomorrow, but we're playing against a team with a lot of great players who, like I touched on earlier, are riding this wave, who are confident, who are free, who are going to be going into this game with you know, a lot of excitement. So it's down to us to try and turn that momentum into our favour. And yeah, overall, we just expect a difficult match. In terms of England won the wall, that only comes with us being successful, obviously, which we know there's going to be a lot of hard work from now until then to make that happen. Those moments are special with the fans, of course, because the fans are what make us, you know, drive and have the desire that we do. We want to make them proud as much as ourselves. So hopefully it can be another special moment with them if we get it right tomorrow.
Hi, both. Good luck tomorrow. Aisha Galati, Haters TV. We've all seen that video of John Stones' shoulder. Thomas, you looked incredibly nervous at that particular moment. But Harry, I just wanted to ask you how important those moments of togetherness, camaraderie, banter have been in keeping those vibes up and ultimately seeing you this far already in the competition.
Yeah, it was. Stones is such a funny guy. He's a great character to have in the team. And yeah, that moment, that's what you know, you go through those hard games, you go through those difficult kind of moments to have that togetherness and to celebrate, rightly so, in the changing room after. We went into a really hostile, difficult place and we come out with a win against the way the game went, against the odds. And yeah, that moment with Stonesy there was just kind of, yeah, all of us just maybe having a big sigh of relief. I'm not sure if the boss was, yeah, 100% convinced whether he's injured or not. I think he had a small moment there where he thought he might have been injured, but yeah, Stonesy's just a top guy on and off the pitch, and yeah, I think that's a special moment. And they're the memories maybe even the younger generations watching back home can relate to even more, and I'm sure everyone's watched that video many times like we have as well.
In the middle towards the back there.
Good evening to you both. Ashna here from Good Morning Britain. Best of luck to you tomorrow. Harry, all of these big players are turning up for their country, Messi, Haaland, Mbappe, and of course yourself. Does that make things more exciting, or does it add more pressure to keep delivering as one of the best strikers in the world?
I think it makes it more exciting for the fans, for the media, for the people watching the World Cup. People watch it to see the biggest and best players perform at the highest level. Like I touched on a bit earlier, it doesn't always happen at the major tournaments, so I think that's why it makes maybe this one a bit more unique. In terms of myself, I don't think it adds any more pressure. I have expectations for myself, from my teammates, from the coach that they expect from me. So that's all I try and do, is to make them happy and lead by example. But obviously, yeah, it's exciting for, I think, all football fans to see us doing well, and obviously, yeah, a lot of us still in the tournament. So yeah, from my point of view, it's just another game to try and show my best abilities, and I hope I can do that tomorrow.
Okay, sorry to disappoint many of you, but we're going to have time for two more, starting there and then at the back.
Hi, Harry. Dom Smith from The Standard here. Following on from the previous question, 3 of those such players are taking part in tomorrow's game, yourself, Jude, and Erling Haaland. How does that feature and figure in terms of tomorrow's game specifically, but also do you expect those top stars to continue to perform as we move through the quarterfinals to the semi-final and the final as well?
Yeah, I think obviously, yeah, there's an expectation on maybe us to be the ones who score or be the match winner, but I spoke after, I think, the Congo game. I feel like in our team especially, we have hero moments all over the pitch. I think that was seen in the Mexico game with the saves, with the blocks, with the headers. It isn't just about the guys who score the goals or create the goals. There's a lot that go into it. We touched on a bit earlier, Norway have a great team other than Erling. Erling is obviously the star player and he scores the goals, but they have a great unit around him. And the same for me and Jude. We have great players around us who make us tick, who work, who make us be able to perform the way we do. If it comes down to hopefully me and Jude being the ones to make the difference tomorrow, then so be it. We'll take that opportunity. But ultimately, I feel like it can be anyone's moment. We have hero moments throughout the whole squad, and whoever it is tomorrow, the most important thing is that we win the game.
Okay, last one right at the back.
Hi, question for Thomas. It's Mike Keegan here from the Daily Mail. Hi. We asked FIFA for an explanation as to why they decided to give Jarell Quansah 2 games instead of 1 game. They refused to give us an explanation. I wonder if you've had an explanation and whether you thought it may have something to do with your comments about the standard of refereeing after the Mexico game.
I don't think so, but we also have no explanation.
Thomas, first of all, Tino Livramento has been very unlucky with injuries. How disappointed was he that he had to pull out, and how disappointed are the rest of the players? And can you talk us through your decision-making process in calling up Trevor Chalobah?
Yeah, Tino was of course very disappointed and very sad. All of us were. It was kind of a little shock in training when he stopped training, and he straight away had the feeling that this can be an injury that costs him the tournament, and he was unfortunately right. After assessment, yeah, we got the information that it's about 4 or 5 weeks, injury of 4 or 5 weeks, which is unfortunately too long to keep on like rebuilding and reintegrating him into the squad. So we took the decision to send him home. He was of course disappointed, and so were we. He was a key player and in good shape and available for both sides for us as a fullback. We called Trevor Chalobah up because then we free up Jarell Quansah as a fullback on both sides, and Chad Spence can both sides fullback. So Trevor comes as a centre-back alternative and gives us full coverage in the back four.
Thank you. And Harry, last time out at the Euros, there was so much debate about your form and your fitness. How do you feel going into this major tournament? And do you think this is the best chance you have of winning a major trophy with England?
Yeah, I'd say from a personal point of view, it's the best, coming off the best season that I've ever had, first and foremost, just from a fact point of view. Obviously scoring a lot more goals than what I have in any other previous season, which is obviously pleasing. But I think also just physically and mentally, the way the season ended for me was obviously in a great way to win the league and in the cup final and to score the 3 goals there, I think just gave me even more momentum coming into the prep camp with the boys. And yeah, just from a physical point of view, just feel in great shape in the training sessions, in the matches that we've played. So, you know, throughout our career, you need a lot of things to go your way and fall into place at the right time, and I feel like it has for this tournament. So for sure, it's one of the best opportunities we will have as a team to win it, and I think everyone is eager to, you know, to first of all just start well tomorrow and you know, prove that we have the capabilities of going far in this tournament.
Harry, aquí Verónica Brunati para Telemundo Deportes. Quería preguntarte, porque llegas a este mundial como líder y como capitán, como goleador de la selección inglesa, si crees que esta es la gran oportunidad de esta generación joven también de la selección inglesa, y qué tratas de transmitirles como líder con tu experiencia. Gracias.
I think the team has a great balance. Obviously, there's a great mix of experience, reaching finals, international finals, also club finals, big matches. So for sure, we can lean on that experience to help us. But of course, we've got some great young players who have coming up, players who are playing in their first World Cup. And ultimately, for me, the message is just to be free in the mind. I think in any tournament you play, if you feel like you go for it and you go for the wins, you go for the pressing, you leave it all out on the pitch, then you can hold your head up high no matter what the outcome is. And yeah, I think from my point of view, it's just making sure that all the players feel free in their mind to express themselves. They're here for a reason. They've had the seasons they've had for their club for a reason. And ultimately, it's a chance to just showcase that, you know, on the biggest stage. So that's for sure what I want to give my message to the team.
This is CMG from China, and a question for Harry.
8 years ago, only a few players are still in squad now who played the game against Croatia 8 years ago, and you are one of them. So what is tomorrow's match means for you, and how will you use your experience to help the team? Thank you.
Yeah, I think obviously a lot of time has passed since that game, and a lot of experience has been gained. I mean, we expect a tough game tomorrow. Croatia are always a well-organised side. They have some really talented players who can be dangerous. So we need to be ready for that. But ultimately, I think from our point of view, we feel like when we're at our very best, we're an extremely tough team to beat, both from a physical point of view and then a technical point of view as well. So we're always going to go into every game respecting the opponent, but ultimately trying to play in our way and in our style. So that will be what we try and do tomorrow. And yeah, all the experiences over all the tournaments, I think you can lean on a little bit. Like I say, it's been a long time. I think the team was in a totally different place back then, hadn't been far in tournaments for a long, long time. We've been able to be in semi-finals, finals since then, and I think that only boosts the confidence amongst the squad.
Bogdan Gheorghe, Antenna 1, Romania. It's a new tournament right now for England, and also you try different approaches every time. How are you going to keep that is bringing home away, and how are you going to get the chances of winning the trophy this tournament?
It's for me? Yeah, ultimately, you know, from our point of view, we can only do what we do on the pitch. I think part of every major tournament is for the fans to be excited, for the fans to enjoy the summer. And I remember being young and singing those songs, watching the games, believing it was our time to win a World Cup, to win a championship. So, you know, I want the fans to have that excitement, whether they're here or back home. From a player's point of view, I don't think we ever get too carried away in that. We know what it's like to be here. We know what it's like to be in camp for 6 to 8 weeks with each other. There's a lot that goes into a tournament like this behind the scenes, and ultimately our focus is on that, is to reach the level we know we can, and show that every time we get on the pitch.
Hi, Simon Peach from the Press Association. Question for Thomas. Firstly, good luck. What is your message to the nation on the eve of the opener? And secondly, now it's business time. How do you feel, and how confident are you in the group?
Well, no message to the nation. I hope they enjoy our match, and they can feel and see tomorrow what I felt and saw the last 16 days. Brilliant effort and brilliant atmosphere, attitude from players and from the whole team, around the team, behind the team. So I hope we can express that and we can show that, and they can be proud of us. That's what we want to achieve. I am personally very excited, very excited. Once you arrive, the 16 days flew by. So now we're here, we're at the starting line. Tomorrow we enter the tournament. Once you arrive at the venue in the city where you play, you instantly feel the tension and the excitement, and yeah, that's how it should be. So I feel that we are ready to go, and let's see tomorrow.
Axel Pilby, Swedish TV4. A question for Harry. If you can't say England, what team in the tournament has got the best strikers, and why is it Sweden?
Why is it what?
Why is it Sweden?
Sweden. I mean, Sweden had a great start, to be fair to them, so they got some great strikers for sure. Yeah, look, I think you look at the two, one playing now in Erling, and obviously Mbappe scoring a couple for France. Earlier, I think you look at those two, they've had fantastic years as goal scorers and strikers, two of the top players, and they've obviously both started the tournament really well today. So yeah, apart from Sweden, I'd probably go with those two as yeah, two of the best in the World Cup for sure.
Hi Thomas, Sammy Mockbell, Daily Mail, BBC. Oh, you've lost me now.
No one heard it. No one heard it.
So, from a personal perspective, you've won the Champions League, you've won league titles. Where will managing in a World Cup rank in your list of personal achievements?
Up there. Definitely. No, easy question. Well, why? It's biggest stage. It's the biggest tournament in the world. It's the biggest competition. The biggest players play in the same tournament. So this is what it is. So, I'm grateful that I had the opportunity. I'm grateful to that I had people who pushed me and supported me and helped me in my coaching career. Grateful to everyone who still helps me because it's clearly not a one-man show. So it's always a team effort, and so I'm just grateful to have the possibility to be head coach of England, to get the experience to coach in a World Cup. I'm grateful. It comes with responsibility. I want to live up to this responsibility and push the team, prepare the team, support the players to the very best. And of course, we dream. I think we have a right to dream, but we don't want to be delusional. We know that it comes with the responsibility, and the responsibility is on the effort. We want to put the effort in and then deserve the outcome. So we do that, and it starts tomorrow.
Hi, Harry. Good luck tomorrow. Henry Winter, World Soccer. You talk about being free in the mind. England have always had talented players going back for the last 60 years that we've been waiting for this extra start. Is it simply psychological?
Yeah, I think there's a mixture of both. I don't think it's just the mentality. I think it plays a part for sure. The pressure of major tournaments, the expectation, the media, everything that surrounds it has not been, I don't think, easy to deal with as a nation. I think this generation has dealt with it as good as any and been extremely close to getting over that line. But I think it comes with the whole package. You need to be technically good enough, physically in good enough shape, and then mentally, obviously, have the right balance of what I touched on a little bit earlier, of experience and youth and all of that coming together. So yeah, we're gonna need that in this tournament for sure. I think when you've been knocking on the door as a squad, as a nation, of the winning a trophy, obviously the next one that comes along, there's more expectation. Definitely in the last Euros, I think we felt that as a squad. But coming into this one, I feel like we're maybe a little bit more balanced in that sense. And from like the boss has just said there, from what I've seen in prep camp, from what I saw in the Costa Rica match especially, was a team at a high level who are ready to put in all the effort, all the hard yards to be a successful team, and that's obviously pleasing to be a part of.
Tencent Sports question for Thomas, please, here. You worked closely with Mateo Kovacic before. From that experience, what specific qualities does the Croatia team have that might not be obvious to supporters, and how have you prepared this England team to deal with them?
Well, I think it's quite obvious. They have still the core. They have still the core midfield with Kova, with Matteo and Luka Modric in the core, in the center of their match, in the center of their game. It shifted maybe a little bit if they play with a back three. It shifts maybe a little bit towards the back. They have then a very strong, very solid back three. And with, like you said, Matteo and Luka Modric, they have still the heartbeat of the team in the middle. They provide always threat with Perisic on the side, with very dangerous crosses with both legs, in swing and out swing. They have experience. They have the experience in tournaments. They have a very experienced coach in tournaments, and they bring this. They're emotional. They have traditionally strong national teams, and that's what we face. So yeah, they play flexible between back four and back five within matches, changes within matches. So We have to adapt. We have to get, of course, our press right. We have to get the initiative right. And we need a complex performance. We need all of it to be able to win, but we're confident. We know what it takes. It's a strong team. We're full of respect, but we're also full of confidence.
Hi, I'm Valentina from Colombia. For Harry Kane, I would like to know, this is the World Cup for Last Dance for a lot of legends, even Luka Modric. What do you think about all of this movement? And tomorrow also it's going to be a game for Lucho Diaz. So if you can say something to him for good luck, or I don't know, a message for him. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. For Lucho, good luck. Great guy, obviously great teammate. Really enjoyed our season together. So yeah, I hope all the teammates do really well with Lucho tomorrow. So and then yeah, with the other players, obviously you're talking about some of the best players in the history of our sport, and without a doubt of our generation. So yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of players, you know, giving everything they have to try and end this tournament in the best way possible and go out with obviously the trophy. From my point of view, I'm hoping that doesn't happen, obviously. But yeah, players like Luka tomorrow, what an outstanding professional he is, what an outstanding player. To play at the level he has for the period of time that he has is just, I think, inspiring to all younger players, and definitely for me to see him doing it at his age now. So credit to him, credit to all the guys who are in that position. You know, they're only going to inspire more players during this tournament for sure.
¿Qué tal? Buenas tardes para ambos. Gilberto Galván para 11 Diario de México. Profesor Tomás, tomando en cuenta que en este nuevo Mundial, en los primeros partidos se ha visto que el equipo dominante, cuando pasa la pausa de hidratación, ha pasado a ser el dominado, entendiendo que usted es un especialista en los planes de partido y en la planificación de los mismos, ¿cómo se ha preparado para que Inglaterra no tenga esas pausas de hidratación y que el nivel no baje en sus jugadores tanto en el primero como en el segundo tiempo?
First of all, it would be a good problem to have if we go into the hydration break and we were leading. I was not aware of that. Thanks for telling me. So I will look into this. But at the very moment, I myself need to adapt to that. We will have, of course, tomorrow the hydration break in terms of fairness, that every match has the same possibility to regroup and come together for 3 minutes. I think it changes the character of each half quite significantly, because it gives you the chance to regroup, it gives you the chance to change and to reset. Of course, we will use them as hydration breaks. We will use them as an opportunity to cool the players down mentally and also physically, which is not needed tomorrow, but when we play outdoors and it's hot. So these are the main targets, and then of course gives the coach the opportunity to have some individual or group messages or team messages, and we will do that. I haven't noticed the effect that you were talking about, but I will look into that, and hopefully we can avoid it. Hopefully we have the problem, and hopefully then we can avoid it.
Hi, Harry, Rob Harris from Sky News. Good luck for the tournament. What are your emotions when you look back to the player who had to fight for his opportunities to even get into the game, and now this is going to be your 6th major tournament, and you can equal David Beckham's appearances at 115 tomorrow, and do you reflect on how you've stayed at the top for so long?
Yeah, first of all, you know, to reach the same level of caps as Beckham is a great thing for me. Beckham was a big idol of mine growing up, watching him as England captain, and obviously hoping and dreaming one day that I'd be in the same England shirt as him. So that will be a great milestone to hit for sure. And yeah, I mean, you know, throughout my whole career, it's been about just being the best I can be, improving every moment, improving every season. And I think that's the only mindset to have at the highest level if you want to be as consistent as what I've been, and like some of the other players I touched on earlier, the Ronaldos, the Messis, the Modric, all these players, being able to do it for 20 plus years is yeah, I think what truly separates the good players from the great players. So I'm extremely proud of being here again, being in my 6th tournament, and I think being in the shape that I'm in as well. And yeah, ultimately, you know, during the career, I don't think I would ever think anything different. Maybe when I'm retired in 10 years or so, I might look back and really take everything in, what I've been able to do. But right now, it's just living in the moment, enjoying the moment, and just kind of taking it head on. And that obviously starts tomorrow now as well.
Hi both. Good luck tomorrow. James Ollie from ESPN. Question for Thomas. Tomorrow's referee. You made some quite critical comments about him when you were at Bayern. I just wondered how you reflect on that now, and do you have any concerns about him refereeing tomorrow?
No, he's a top referee, and he was not happy with my behavior in the match, so he gave me a red card. And I was not happy with his performance in the match, so yeah, well, it's always better to not speak about the referee. As a coach, it's maybe not always possible because it brings out emotion, and it was a very emotional night and very emotional match and very important match in Champions League, I think. But yeah, I like if I get a red card, I don't hold it against any referee. We're fighting for the best outcome, and we're competing in sports, and I think it's the same for him. And I truly believe that he's a top referee, which he proves on highest level, and he will show it tomorrow.
Hi, Thomas and Harry. This is Mishi from Now Sports Hong Kong and View TV. Here's a question for Thomas. There's news that you're looking to play an extra friendly match between the Croatia and Ghana matches to keep the team sharp. Is that true? And what's the rationale behind that decision? Any risks from that decision?
Yeah, it is true that we try to play an in-house match after the match against Croatia, because simply to use the time, we have many days in between the matches, and we can give the players who will not play so many minutes tomorrow just load and actual match load, and not only load from training. So we do this. We did it after the match against Costa Rica, and we do it one last time on the day after the Croatia game.
Hi both. Good luck tomorrow. Aisha Galati from Haters TV. Harry, we've seen so much of success in previous tournaments is down to togetherness of teams. I'm wondering what things you guys have been doing maybe off the pitch to enhance that togetherness, and are you the captain of those as well, or is there a different captain?
Yeah, plenty of golf, as the boss is showing there. But no, just being together, I think that was a big thing we discussed about the prep camp. Obviously, we was there to get the fitness back, get the feeling back, but ultimately just get the connection back together, spending time with each other, whether it's on the golf course or around the pool or out for a meal or shopping, whatever the guys wanted to do. That we're going into a tournament and an environment where we're going to spend pretty much every hour of the day together. So you have to get used to each other. But I think, yeah, the prep camp was great for us just to have the balance of hard work. We know what we're coming into. We know we have to be physically ready, but also mentally just using it as a bit of a recharge. A lot of the players are coming off the back of tough seasons, long seasons. And yeah, I think we've got that balance spot on. And obviously, since we've been to Kansas, there's been a little bit more focus on the serious games coming up, and yeah, and you've seen the shift in the players. So when I look at the squad, I think we've got a great connectivity. When I see the boys around the hotel on the training pitch, I think we're all in a really good place right now.
Thomas, here, Marcela for ESPN Brazil. Yes, it's in English. You've been through a lot of things on the World Cup. There was the stolen of sports equipment. There was a lot of things, the tornado things on the base camp, the heat, now the Livermento's withdrawal. I know everybody feels really sad today. And how are you dealing about everything that you've been through, and how to keep the group calm and concentrate for tomorrow?
You want an honest answer? I was not even aware that our stuff was stolen, so, and there was no danger with a tornado, so I saw the lightning, which was pretty heavy, and I felt, of course, the rain, but it went past us, so the first two things didn't really bother, and people from us took care that we got all our stuff back. So that had no influence, and for sure no negative influence. The heat is the heat. I mean, we came here early to experience the heat and to acclimatize, which we did. So it's, I think, tougher for the players than for the coaches, but it is, even that was not always on a very high level. We had the possibility to train on high level. It did not affect us as much as we thought. We had one delay in a kickoff of a friendly, which can always happen, which was a good test in hindsight. We had one delay in training. So we came into this tournament knowing that there are that there will be adversity, knowing that there will be maybe circumstances that we cannot influence, and we said already we will not lose. The aim is we will not lose our mood, we will not lose our spirit. We will just focus on things that we can influence, and the players did exceptionally. We had one training delayed for 1 hour sitting in the bus because of lightning. We had like one late kickoff against Costa Rica, and the players were ready from minute one. Of course, the Tina one is a sad one, but also like part of reality. And the injury happened 3 days ago, so it's out of the system, and we're ready to go.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi.
Marcelo Coelho from TV Globo Brazil. This tournament has 27 out of 48 coaches that weren't born in the countries that they are coaching. And they never won a World Cup. There's a barrier that has to be broken sometime.
Okay, good.
Well, this is a question for Brazil too. But what sort of sight or foreign look that a foreign coach can bring to a national team that can improve the culture in your point of view, Thomas?
Wow. Not good question, but not sure if I have a quick answer, intelligent answer, deep answer for that. I am still proud that the federation chose me and asked me to lead the team and to coach the team into this World Cup. It's a great honor for me. I felt the connection to the country, to the culture, to the sporting culture in England very, very early. As soon as I started coaching in England and for Chelsea, I felt this connection, and it has never left me. It was there was always a strong bond, and I was very, very impressed and felt always very happy and proud to coach there. So it's a privilege now to be here. I didn't know about I didn't know about this statistic. So, but you're absolutely right. It is time to break this routine and to show that it's possible. We wanna, of course, like being able to win titles. But when you win a title, it is about to make your friends, to make your team, to make your staff happy, to see the fans happy. Once you realize that is what's, for me, I can just speak for me, that what makes me the most proud, that makes me the most happy. I remember the first parade that I had in Dortmund after a cup win. Then you realize, like hundreds of thousands of people on the street, and you realize what it means to them. So doing this for a country, I can only imagine what joy it could bring to be proud of their team, to be proud of their players, and that's the key. I think no one expects us to give a guarantee that we win it. No one expects that we promise to win it, but the way we play, the way we arrive, and the way we try, I think and I hope that they can feel it, and they can be proud of us, and to bring that joy, that's the target, and that's the overlaying or underlaying purpose.
Okay, apologies to disappoint those who raised hands. We've got time for two more. We'll take there and then on the front row here.
Hi, Harry. Travis Brown with KBTX TV here in Texas. In your time visiting and playing in America, how have you seen the appreciation for the sport change, and where do you feel like that appreciation is now during this World Cup?
Yeah, it's obviously grown for sure. The World Cup is only going to help it get bigger and better, and you know there's going to be young boys and girls watching and inspiring to be football players, which is obviously great. I think seeing the likes of Messi come here and do what he's done, and some of the other players, of course, helps as well, showcasing the best players in this league. So I think it's great. It's great for the sport. It's great for America to have another sport which you know the children especially can look into playing. And yeah, for me personally, you know, I'm a big fan of American sports. I know how well they do their sporting system. So yeah, if they can get football right, then for sure it'll be one of the biggest sports in this country.
First of all, thank you for your time. I wish you the best in this tournament. And for Mr. Kane, in Mexico, I'm Manuel Portillo from Televisa Univision. In Mexico, you have plenty of fans, and in Mexico, we consider you one of the top players of the world. We usually make comparisons between our players and top players, thinking about physical capacities and most of all, tactical understanding of the game. Do you think Raúl Jiménez is a similar player to you? Think about he's not only a scorer, but like a playmaker and all this stuff that you perfectly do on the pitch.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for all the fans in Mexico. But no, he's a great striker. Yeah, I can understand some of the similarities that compare us. Obviously, he's had a fantastic career in the Premier League, scored goals, intelligent player, likes to drop and link the play as well, and then arrives maybe in the box a little bit later at times, but also can be seen as just a number 9 who gets in the goal scoring opportunities, and I mean his finishing is a high level. So yeah, he obviously had a good start to the tournament as well, and for sure he'll do well for Mexico. But hopefully not too well if we manage to cross paths later on in the tournament.
Thank you very much. No.
Thank you very much. So now we close the press conference for Team England. Thank you. All the best tomorrow.
Thank you.
In the white top. There's a lot of sides.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, he is. Light blue. Send it when you're ready, Dad. Dickie, you got by. Yeah, you know me, man. Be on TalkSport in about 10 seconds if you need it. Yeah, that was a nice play, mate. Lovely.
Ståle sier litt om Erling har 7 mål nå, men kan du si litt om den målsulten han har, som kanskje man ikke bare ser i kamper, men vi vet jo at selv på treninger så kan det være at han jubler for skåringer der. Kan du si litt om den, hvordan du har opplevd den sulten hans for mål utenom bare det tellende kamper som spilles?
For å være helt ærlig så ikke den sulten like stor på trening. De treningene han på, så den sulten. Men det et par treninger han ikke har vært så sulten nå. Så ærlig må vi være.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Buenas tardes, voy a preguntar en español. Javier Rodríguez, Fan Network TV. Profesor, ¿usted me puede ayudar a entender 2 conceptos de fútbol que hemos visto en este mundial? Intensidad y la responsabilidad que están teniendo los porteros. ¿Qué tanto funcionan estos conceptos en su equipo?
I think obviously intensity is a bigger part of football in terms of where we are going. Players are fitter and fitter, can sprint more and more, and here you have to take into consideration the weather and so on. So that will always be a factor when it's like now. You asked about goalkeeping, and obviously. All the teams need a good goalie, and we have had that in this tournament. So many other teams, you can see that also in the penalty shootouts, which has not been the greatest in this. It can also come down to nerves, but also great goalkeeping.
Hei, Ståle. Det varmt og fuktig her. Kan du si litt om hvordan det sitter i midten her?
Ja,
hvordan det påvirker kampbildet? Hangeland har tidligere sagt at det påvirker pressspillet til Haaland blant annet.
Ja, altså det påvirker pressspillet til alle, at det er varmt og høy luftfuktighet. Men så kan det jo være sånn at det Norge mot England. Det liksom to land som bør ha like gode eller dårlige forutsetninger for å gjøre presspill hvis det en faktor. Så der det jo likt på begge lag, vil jeg si.
To spørsmål I ett. Ståle, dere har nå vært sammen I 40 dager. Hvordan opplever du stemningen og atmosfæren I laget før kvartfinalen? Og så har det vært litt diskusjon rundt Sørloth. Hvordan vurderer du hans VM så langt?
Alle friske og raske, alle trener godt, ingen brakkesyke over hodet. Vi vil være sammen, prøve å være sammen der lenger. Sørloth har gjort en veldig god jobb for laget I forhold til han avlaster Erling da vi må slå langt, så at Erling kan slippe å gå I så mange dueller der har han tatt veldig mye av det. Vi har brukt den på den lange, vi har brukt den I kombinasjonsspillet, og så har han nok hatt noen kamper eller omganger I hvert fall, hvor han har vært litt ujevn med ballen, men hans fysiske presence for laget har vært veldig, veldig bra, og han har vært klart med å mørne motstandere for at andre kan komme inn da det større plass, så Alex har gjort en veldig god jobb for laget, kanskje på en litt annen måte, og så har han helt sikkert tenkt at jeg skal skåre et mål, jeg også. Det ikke for sent.
Ståle, du har jo tidligere vært tydelig på at det laget som avslutter kampen like viktig som det som starter. Kan du ikke si litt om hvilke krav du har til innbytterne dine, og hvordan de skal forberede seg til å få en rolle?
Nå vi jo trent veldig mye sammen, og det blir litt mer som et klubblag, så det vil du jo ha vært gjennom på treningene, ikke sant? Altså, hvilke roller har du, det sannsynlig for at du kommer inn, og hvilke matchspiller kommer du inn I? Hvilken type spiller du? Altså, skal vi ha mål, så spiller ikke Morten Torsby høyre ving, liksom, så han vet jo, Torsby vet jo hvilken kampbilde han antageligvis kommer inn I, så det jo lettere å ha vært sammen over så langt.
Ja, Olof Lund, TV4. Ståle, vad din liksom bild av framgång som ni har fått nu? Det ju många som nyfikna. Vad det Norge gör som har lyckats? Har du hela tiden känt förtroende från förbundet också med tanke på att ni missade EM? Ja, det har jeg. Altså, vi har aldri, både fra ledelse og spilletropp, jeg tror vi har vært enige om hvilken vei vi skal gå. Og så var vi, litt som I det mesterskapet her, har vi kanskje hatt stolpe inn I en kamp. Vi hadde ekstremt stolpe ut I denne EM-kvaliken. Jeg tror alle, både spillere og ledere, så hvilken vei vi var på. At vi kanskje har brutt litt med norske fotballtradisjoner på noen områder. Kanskje det tror jeg at jeg la lista litt for høyt I starten, så vi reiv litt grann. Men må huske på at det laget vant ganske mange kamper I en periode men de tappte de avgjørende kampene. Men de vant ganske mange kamper. Vi hadde ganske høyt poengsnitt selv da mange stilte spørsmål rundt oss. Og så tror jeg det var viktig å stå I det da, I forhold til at fotball nå det veldig komplekst, altså du må kunne mange flere av spillets faser, både defensivt og offensivt, enn det som var den tradisjonelle norske, vi kaller det grunnmuren på 90-tallet. Altså, det en vesensforskjell hvordan fotballen har utviklet seg. Du må ha forskjellige måter å spille på begge veier, og det tror jeg vi har kommet ganske langt.
Mr. Solbakken, ¿qué tal? Buenas tardes. Le voy a preguntar en español. Soy Claudio Fabián Chicha de Radio Caracol de Colombia. Quería consultarle respecto al ataque de su equipo, de su selección, que ha funcionado muy bien, pero en los primeros tiempos usted busca siempre a Alexander Sørloth junto a Erling Haaland. Y en los segundos tiempos ingresa Bob generalmente con un cambio de características muy marcadas. ¿Eso le hace bien al equipo en los segundos tiempos o podría mañana también sorprender jugando con el propio Bob y con Helderup, Andreas por el otro sector, acompañando a Erling Haaland? Gracias, muy amable.
Yeah, that's a big question. We can use several different kind of wingers in our team. We can use a physical one like Sørloth, but and maybe a speedy one, a good one against one like Nusa, and then we may Bob and Sheldrup are more combination players, and then it's a question: how do you see the game? How do you think it develop? What will be the difference between the first and second half, etc.? How will the game look like? First half, what will it look in the second half? Where is the spaces for the opposition team? Where are the weaknesses and the strengths? So I think it's all about that.
Fråga från Filip Gadd, Expressen här borta. Inför VM-stålet så sa Kjetil Rekdal att Norges minimummål i VM borde vara kvartsfinal, vilket du avfärdade då som tullprat. Nu står ni i kvartsfinal. Hur ser du på det nu? Var det tullprat eller hade Rekdal rätt?
Ja, altså det var tullprat i forhold til at hvis du ikke har vært i et VM på 28 år, så vil det være veldig merkelig da du ser hvilke land som er igjen, at det skulle være en selvfølge. Så lett er det ikke å spille fotball på verdensbasis, så det var det da, men vi sa jo at hver kamp lever sitt eget liv, og vi har tatt det game for game, alltid på sist.
Hi coach, it's Neil Johnson from the BBC Sport website. You have a squad packed with players playing in Europe's top 4 leagues. I'm just wondering how did a country with population of 5 million get to produce this golden generation of talent?
Yeah, I think the generation is spread a little bit because we have players who are around 30 or older than 30, and we have players that are around 18, 20, and then we have the middle ones who maybe are peaking at the moment, like Haaland, Ødegaard, and Berge. So I don't know if it's a generation, but it's hard work from the clubs, it's hard work from the federation, and I think that everyone in Norway likes to do sport, and I think that the clubs are working really well on a daily basis, and that's why we are here now.
Your team have not kept a clean sheet so far. So, firstly, are you scared of facing Harry Kane? And secondly, do you think it will be a straight goal-scoring shootout between Erling and Harry Kane?
I think it's Norway versus England, but I don't think it's a secret that Kane is the match winner #1 for England, and Haaland is the match winner #1 for us. About the clean sheets, we were 10 seconds away last time against Brazil, so don't be too sure.
Coach, here, Gustavo Zupac, ESPN Brazil. This match is being considered the most important match in Norwegian football ever. First of all, do you agree? And second, do you think it can work as a fuel or as a pressure for your players? Thank you.
I think every game in this World Cup has been the most important and the greatest for Norwegian football, especially after we went into the knockout round. So this is the third most important game, and I think that the players are in a relaxed but competitive mood. So I think it's a great balance they have. They're looking forward to the games, but of course they should also feel the pressure, because I don't think that you could be at your very best if you don't feel a little bit pressure. So, but I think they have a very good mix of looking forward to it and feeling the pressure a little bit.
Hola, ¿qué tal? En español, Citlali Medina de Grupo Reforma en México. Yo le quería preguntar cómo está viviendo esta histórica participación para Noruega en una Copa del Mundo, sobre todo desde lo emocional y lo sentimental para usted después de lo vivido hace 25 años con ese complejo momento que casi le cuesta la vida. Gracias.
Yes, I had an incident 25 years ago, that's right, but I've been able to live with that. I think the whole nation has lived a good life in the last 3 weeks. You feel that the whole country is behind us, and you feel that the emotions are really there. And tomorrow it's a Saturday game as well, so I think it will not get any better than tomorrow.
Hi, Coach. Fred Caldeira, Casa TV, Brazil. One of the many numbers that still haunts us in Brazil from that match is the 66% of possession that you guys had throughout basically the whole match. Do you expect the same against England?
No, I don't expect the same, but I do expect that there will be a little bit game in the game to have the ball, especially if the weather is like it is now, and maybe it's got even a little bit hotter, because to chase the ball all the time, then it's very, very tiring also when you finally get it. So I think both teams need to be able to keep the ball. Otherwise, it will be a long, long game.
Hello, Coach. Kalista from Nigeria. So what would you say you are most proud of with this Norway team, if this will be your last press conference at the World Cup, bringing this team, making history, Erling Haaland's first World Cup and 7 goals already? What would you be proud of this Norway team and the fans?
For the fans, I think we are very proud that they have dominated and the scenes in different cities, and that they behaved very well and been very enthusiastic. I think for we had a hope that we could be on our best when it came to the World Cup, because I think that has been difficult for Norwegian teams in 94, 98 and 2000 when we were in the championship, that we weren't able to live up to what we did in the qualification. And now we had the perfect qualification, but we still have managed to live up to in longer or shorter periods, played up to our best, and been able to win against opponents that maybe are better than us.
Hi. From Ecuador, Vito Teveo. Mister, what do you think about the pressure? England has the pressure to qualify to the semifinals. What do you think about that? Is it better for you, for Norway?
I think England has more pressure than us, but we also put pressure on our performance. So, and when the game has started, I don't think the players think so much about the pressure. Then it's 11 versus 11. It's much, much more about the talk beforehand.
How specifically have you adjusted your trainings, your hydration and recovery to prepare for the weather? We're in the midst of a heat advisory right now. How are you changing your prep to be ready for tomorrow?
I think we have trained very lightly. We haven't done much hard work. We have obviously have tactical sessions, but in a lower tempo, and not trained for long periods. So it's all about being fresh tomorrow.
Hey, Coach. Nacho Garcia from Spain, Cadena COPE. My question is not about soccer or football, but about emotions, feelings. First of all, I'd like to know about how's your approach to your players when you are this close to make history again, to control that they are focused and they are not extra motivated. And also, if you can go deeper about the fans, about the RU, how do you feel when you see that it's not just people from Norway, but people from all parts of the world?
Yes, as I said, I think our fans has been very good in all the cities we have been, and taken this World Cup with a smile and been very, very enthusiastic, and that give emotions at home. I think the whole of Norway is looking forward to tomorrow, and have had some great nights in this World Cup before, and it brings the country together. And maybe this will never come back to Norway, because I think we will qualify more every time. Now we have a possibility to go to a World Cup or a European Championship, but now it's 26 years since we were there last time. That's why I think it's peaking at this very moment. I think they have been really good at keeping their calm. They like to be together, and I think that they needed one more day after Brazil game to really come back into the right mood for the next game. But we had 5 days, so that was no problem, and we have had 3 good preparation days now, so we should be there.
Hi, Coach. Godspar from Nigeria. Congratulations on making it this far in the tournament. Do you think your team is still being underestimated? And if you knock out England tomorrow, what would you say is the biggest reason for that success?
I think that we are not been underestimated because I think every team has a great analyzing team, and there's no easy games. So I don't think we have been underestimated. What was the second question?
What would be the biggest reason for the success if you don't have England tomorrow?
The biggest?
Reason for the success tomorrow if you don't have England.
I will answer that if we beat them.
All the way in the back there, please.
Hello, Coach. Ibrahim Kerer with Bein Sports. The match against France, have you been over it? Is it done and now we're in a different stage of the competition?
What did you say about the France game?
The defeat with France.
Yeah. What about it?
Have you overcome it?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Right, go ahead there.
Kieran Canning for AFP. Norwegian football has been linked with English football for many years. Your best players tend to play there, Haaland and Odegaard, for example, now, and many more. How does that change the game tomorrow compared to maybe playing France or Brazil? Does it make it easier because your players are so comfortable with the English players and the England team?
No, I don't think so. I think Brazil, England is maybe the two biggest nations we could meet in this World Cup in terms of the history. My biggest regret in the World Cup history is that Kevin Keegan didn't score when he came on against Spain in 1982. He was my big hero. So I hope Kevin is good. I heard that he's a little bit sick. I hope he's good because he was my big hero, and I think that everyone who has followed English football has a team or a favorite player, and that makes it maybe a little bit special tomorrow because we had match of the day from the late 60s, early 70s when it was one game on the telly and everyone had a team they followed very closely. So my team was obviously Liverpool, but Kevin was my man. So I say hello to Kevin. Fight on.
Hola, buenas tardes. Heidi Prieto para ADN. Por acá. Mi pregunta va en español. A estas instancias donde el espíritu competitivo, bueno, le ha demostrado que Noruega tiene características para trascender en este torneo. Se ha visto bien cosas positivas. ¿Qué es lo que de ahora en adelante igual le gustaría ver ante una Inglaterra que es bastante profunda, que tiene bastantes cambios y que además se muestra con bastante aura en cada una de las competencias que ha tenido? ¿Qué le gustaría ver de todo lo que ha visto hasta ahora en el equipo noruego?
Now I would like to see a Norway team that plays up to their strength and that we are ourselves, like we have been the whole tournament. Obviously, when you meet a team like England, who has great players on the wings, Bellingham, Kane, they can score from many positions. Great duo in the middle of the park. We need to compete there. We need to defend properly. But the most important thing for me is that we are ourselves with the ball and that we dare to play the game and not the whole environment, and that we concentrate on the pitch and that we can be ourselves and play our playing style.
Go ahead, sir.
Coach Tim Reynolds with the Associated Press. How would you, when you started this journey, I'm sure there was a great belief within your group, but how would you say that belief has grown over the last few weeks with what you've been able to do to this point?
Yeah, I think you saw a very nervous team the first 20 minutes against Iraq, where we didn't manage to put two passes together, and I think that has to do something with the occasion, that it was 26 years ago, that no one had played in the World Cup before. But when he came through that game, and I think we have gradually grew into it, and we have a lot of confidence now, and beating three strong opponents in a row makes you feel strong and makes you feel ready for the next challenge. Even, of course, we know that this will be a very, very difficult one, but I think the players deep down feel that they can beat England, but obviously we had to be at our very, very best. If we are not at our very, very best, England will go through.
Yes, ma'am. You wanted a question? No? No, not you. Yeah. All right. Go ahead.
Frida Fagerlund, Aftonbladet. Det kan ju vänta straffläggning imorgon. Hur mycket förbereder du dig som tränare på ett sånt scenario? Och hur trygg känner du dig om det skulle bli så?
Vi har forberedt oss ganske godt på straffer, og vi har i hvert fall vi har en god rekkefølge på de som sannsynligvis på banen da en straffekonkurranse kommer. De vet hvilken rekkefølge de skal skyte i. Og så det jo alltid sånn at det skjer et eller annet med noen spillere som gjør at du kanskje må forandre noe underveis. Og så det jo noen som mer vant til å skyte straffer, og hvis du ser på de straffekonkurransene som har vært så langt i VM, så det har ikke akkurat vært imponerende, for å si det pent. Og det har jo litt med trykk og press å gjøre. Altså, vi vet jo heller ikke hvordan vi vil reagere, men det jo ikke usannsynlig at det blir straffer i morgen. Og da har vi i hvert fall gjort det grunnarbeidet vi føler at vi kan. Og så må man se hvordan man føler seg etter 120 minutter i det været her, eller det atmosfæren her, der man skal gå den veien fra midten. Den nok litt lengre da enn han på treningsfeltet.
What is going to happen in the England-Norway game?
A great game of football.
Oh, I hope so.
And both managers will have to decide certain things and how they're going to make their team play. For example, England are very good at pressing high at the moment. You think that's probably how they approach it. But of course, you've got Erling Haaland up top, so you want to make sure he's looked after. And there's a few ways.
Be careful of him.
Well, yeah, there's a few ways to do that, right? But you often hear things talked about as a +1 at the back. So when you've got one striker, you'll make sure you've got one spare. They'll almost certainly want to do that with Erling Haaland. That's one thing. So when Norway build up, they often go like really wide with the centre backs. It's very standard. They push the full backs nice and wide. Then you tend to get two midfielders will drop in. So there's quite a lot of players there. So if you go man to man with them, one player's going to try and lock off one side of it. It's going to make things a little bit more tricky because there's so many of them there. And eventually what's going to happen is that you end up leaving, well, if you want to go full man to man, then obviously what happens if you do that is you've got just one player spare because Haaland's got two on him. So there's going to be one player always free on both sides, which is not what you want. You want to have only one, so you can lock off one side. So maybe you go across or something like that. Maybe Saka goes over here and Kane goes over here and Gordon goes over here, but then you're leaving this one even more free. So there's a difficult conundrum there. The other thing that's quite funny about Norway is when they're doing their build-up, if the team lines up to go man-to-man with them, Norway have a cunning plan because sometimes if a team is pressing them really high, like Brazil are in this example, what the goalkeeper does is simply pick up the ball. And then he can simply kick it very far and very high and wide because they're playing a target man, Alexander Sorloth, on the right-hand side.
Like in the olden days, JJ.
Exactly. You get big lads up front, but he's on the wing, which is not like the olden days. Maybe it was.
Like Mario Mandzukic, JJ.
Yes. Maybe that's him in disguise. He's come back to remind us of all his greatness. But here, it means Nico O'Reilly's got to deal with that there. Of course, then that might create a gap with other centre-backs. You see that Brazil have a lot of trouble dealing with them. But the actual thing I think is interesting about this game is what England can do against Norway. Because there's something that Norway do when you run at them in a certain way, where rather than, like, some players will try and push out and try and stop them early, but Norway always seem to go back into their own box.
I was hoping it was panic.
Because I put it to you, Joe Devine, that the secret to this game might be Bukayo Saka.
Oh.
Maybe Noni Madueke.
Okay.
But mostly Saka, I think. It's been kind of quiet so far. But what I've seen in a few examples is when a player runs with the ball, I can't do the ball and the player at the same time. So let's pretend he has the ball. When you run towards them, no one really goes to them. They kind of stand off a little bit and they try and protect the goal first. This is what Norway seem to do from a few examples that I've seen. And so when they do that, it gives you a little bit of space in the edge of the box, so they don't really go and try and stop them. So they get a few examples where you can run across, and probably the best way of scoring is taking shots from about 25, 30 yards from there. I don't know if it's the same on the left side, but it's mostly the right that I've noticed that they can do that. And Saka or Madueke, if they're able to do that, very, very dangerous. And that's the thing I'll be looking for. I get one example, actually. Because do you remember Amad Diallo for the Ivory Coast?
Yes.
Well, he scored against Norway.
So he did. That was a nice goal.
It was, and look where he starts off, on the right wing.
Yeah.
And he approaches the box. Now, this example is slightly against what I've said, because they do go out this time.
Oh, that's handy.
But it's not very well done. So there's more like it's causing distraction. It's maybe something they've picked up from previous games, because in the previous games this was happening, but now maybe they're reacting to it, going to him. Easy 1-2 and can get through. Again, I think Madueke, Saka, this is going to be the access to get into the box, because Norway defend really well, they can go and press really well, they've got Odegaard and Haaland, they can both do it, but like they are decent in all different phases. This is maybe the one little trick that I found. Conversely, when they're defending, England have right-back issues, as everyone knows, because they didn't take any. It could be that Nusa, who was the left winger for Norway, has a bit of fun against probably Konsa playing on the right side.
I guess maybe Konsa, yeah.
Maybe Konsa. So that's maybe one weakness. I think that should be fine. The bigger actual one thing I can think of from this game to look out for is Saka versus the left back and the left mid.
Okay.
And maybe other people in this little bit of the pitch. That could be the secret.
This is the danger area. This is how you break down the fjords of Norway.
Yes. Or you just shoot from 30 yards.
Yeah. Sounds, JJ, like you're saying England are going to win the World Cup.
No, I didn't say that.
That's the end of the
video.
video.
I didn't say that.
If you like this video, please consider subscribing to the channel. The Athletic is home to some of the world's best sports journalists, including David Ornstein, Amy Lawrence and James Horncastle. With the latest transfer news and insights on every Premier League story that matters, theathletic.com puts you inside football.
Get more build up now with the former England defender, Jamie Carragher. Jamie, good to see you. Thanks for your time. Just before we get to England, let's start with the breaking news this afternoon that Michael Edwards has left his role at FSG and Liverpool. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, disappointed, but not really shocked, to be honest. I think it was well documented when he came back to the club that he was in a slightly different role. He was looking at, I think, Liverpool having a feeder club. That didn't materialise. So I think this was going to happen at some stage. Probably just disappointed it's happened in the middle of the transfer window. I don't know why he couldn't have maybe stayed and added his expertise or his help to try and get some signings over the line and maybe moved out or moved on when, as I said, the transfer window had closed and moved on. But yeah, listen, these roles in football now, we wouldn't have talked about these probably 10, 15, 20 years ago. People wouldn't have known who the chief scout was really. That's what a director of football is. Now there's obviously a lot more to it, and that's why we've got so many numbers and a big team behind them. But for me, as I said, they're a lot more high profile now, but for me, the manager is always the most important person. And when I look back at that era of success, it was about Jurgen Klopp, no doubt about that. And I think, as I said, probably what happened over the last 12 months as well proves that.
How disruptive do you think this could be for Liverpool? You mentioned the manager being the most important man, Andoni Iraola, in his first pre-season, his first summer transfer market, and already a big name's departed the club.
Yeah, as I said, I would have liked him to have stayed to get the transfer window out the way, maybe help the manager and Richie Hughes, who's there as well, to maybe get some deals over the line. It looks like Richard Hughes will be moving on as well shortly, maybe after this transfer window also. So he may be feeling a little bit lonely considering his mate brought him in from Bournemouth, and he's maybe moving on quite quickly as well. So it's going to be a lot of upheaval behind the scenes, and it certainly doesn't help the new manager and the club right now. But this is football, happens with players, managers and now directors of football.
OK, Jamie, let's get on to England. Mark Gay, Reece James and Declan Rice could all miss the game. We'll hopefully see them in training later today. But which player would be the biggest miss tomorrow night?
I would say Declan Rice, because I think he's one of England's best players. I don't think they'd have anyone really to come in and replace him in that position. Yeah, so definitely Declan Rice. I think all three players will be fine. When I saw the reports this morning that all three might be out or stuff like that, I didn't know if it might be mind games, putting something in the press, maybe fool the Norwegians going into the game. But I'm pretty confident all three will be fine.
If Gay was to miss out, it seems that Dan Burn is seriously being considered to start. Would that be a surprise to you, given you do have John Stones there, albeit a John Stones that hasn't played a huge amount of football this season?
I would play John Stones. The idea of the manager was that John Stones was first choice. He picked him in that first game against Croatia. Obviously wasn't happy with it, and he's gone back to Konsa and Gay. And Dan Burns done great when he came on, but I just think the experience and the quality that John Stones possesses, and England, I would imagine as well in this game, will have a lot of the ball, or will look to have a lot of the ball. So for me, as I said, Dan Burn has done brilliant, for so long now, and done brilliant getting into the squad, done brilliant when he came on in the last fixture, but I'll be picking John Stones.
Right back has been such a huge issue so far in this tournament. You feel like if England go out tomorrow, that'll be one of the major talking points. Who starts there tomorrow for you if Reece James is unavailable?
Well, I mean, I think would it not be Jed Spence? I would think there's people talking about maybe Konza going there at right back and you bring John Stones in. Jed Spence did really well when he came on. I was at left wing back. I think in the first game early on he came on as sub, did well at right back. I know he started the game and it didn't go too well for him, but I thought a lot of the criticism he got was a little bit over the top. Not many people played particularly well in that fixture either, so I'd probably go back. I'd stick with Jed Spence.
Now, it's been dubbed as the battle of the world's two best centre-forwards. That has dominated the build-up. Is that a statement you agree with? Harry Kane against Erling Haaland. If you were still playing now, who would you rather have in your team?
I've got to say Kane, haven't I? I love Harry Kane. I think there's a bit more to Harry Kane's game than Erling Haaland. I actually think Erling Haaland, when he finishes his career, I think he'll be remembered as the greatest goal scorer of all time. I think he's probably the greatest goal scorer. Probably right now we've probably seen in English football. I do give me think of the numbers he gets. You know, I think he'll get over. I know Ronaldo's going for 1,000 goals in his career. I think Haaland will do that himself. He's just an absolute goal machine. His record at international level, I think, blows Messi and Ronaldo's apart really after 50 or 60 games. So he's a freak. He's a phenomenon. You know, we should be just delighted that we see him week in, week out in the Premier League as a superstar. But I'll just edge for Kane because there's a little bit more to his game.
And as a defender, how would you go about stopping Haaland? For those English centre-backs, will it be a benefit the fact they've played him so much over the course of the last 4 years?
Yes, that would help. And I think some of those centre-backs I was reading this morning have had decent results against them. I think Dan Burn and Konza, I think. I mean, he's got a few goals against Jordan Pickford. So maybe that doesn't bode well. But it's a difficult one with Haaland because he's not in the game that often, really. It's just he's absolutely devastating in the penalty box. And Gabriel, who's been one of the best centre-backs in the Premier League in these last sort of 3 or 4 seasons, he's just absolutely bullied him, hasn't he, in the game against Brazil, really. And again, not too involved in the game, but he just comes alive and that ball's in the box. And his physicality, his height, even his pace when he's running onto things as well, is breathtaking. I'm not sure you can stop him physically, really. He's just, he's a man mountain. He throws people about on the football pitch. And as I said, I go back to Gabriel, who's been fantastic for Arsenal and physically is superb as well. People can't handle him at set pieces, but when you see what Haaland's done to him in the last few outings as well, it's a scary thought.
In terms of other sides and potentially a scary thought for England further down the line, France already through. Just how impressive you've been by them, led by Kylian Mbappe. His record is just phenomenal at the knockout stages of a tournament. Yeah, I mean, it's getting to the stage where he looks like the best World Cup player maybe we've ever seen. Really, when you think of what he's done in tournaments, a hat-trick in a final, well, he scored in 2 finals, hasn't he? It looks like he's going to get to maybe another one as well. Although I think France, Spain are the 2 best teams in this competition, and I think that'd be an unbelievable semi-final if Spain do the job. I think they're playing tonight. But I don't think we should look too far ahead. I really don't. I think Norway will be a tougher proposition than maybe a lot of people think. I watched them against Brazil. I thought they were fantastic and totally deserved to win that game. Dominated Brazil possession-wise in that second half. So they got some really good players, but it's a game we can win. And then you've got the Argentina factor. So there's a long way to go before we could come up against France. But if we come up against France, we would be big underdogs. I think we'd be favourites against Norway. If we get through that, I think it'd be a 50-50 game against Argentina, but it's certainly a game we can win. But France, I think, would take some stopping in this competition. And also Spain, if they got to the final. Obviously, we know about them from 2 years ago as well. And you're saying that England would be huge underdogs if they were to take on France. Clearly, they've got to take care of business against Norway and then a potential semi-final first. But could you see England being able to stop France if they were to meet in that final? No, I think it'd be tough. I think it'd be really tough to stop France. They've just, I mean, the power they have from the bench. I mean, they've got players coming from the bench who would be start for England, basically. That's the way you would look at it. I mean, 3 or 4 of their subs would get into the England team that they bring off the bench in a regular basis. So that's what makes it tough. It's just an abundance of talent. But the big change of France in this tournament,
And I must give credit to the manager, Deschamps, he's been a lot more on the front foot, a lot more offensive. He's played with 4 attacking players. Normally in these last few competitions, he's gone with 3. He's been a little bit more defensive. He's had the handbrake on. He's always had the best players. I've always felt France have had the best players for the last 10 years or so, maybe longer. As I said, a real abundance of talent. Doesn't seem to stop, that conveyor belt from Paris especially. But no, seeing that from 4 fly in this tournament has been a joy to watch. And I think for me, Elise hasn't got a goal so far, but I could make a little argument that he's maybe been the player of the tournament alongside Messi and Mbappe. They've got the goals, but in terms of watching someone and someone giving you joy watching a game of football, Elise has been fantastic.
What have you enjoyed so much about watching Michael Elise play? It's been a remarkable story. He's been at Reading, he's been at Crystal Palace, but now arguably one of the best midfielders in the world.
Because he just seems to do what he wants to do on the ball, and it's very difficult to stop him. I think a great change that happened after the first game was Elise going into the number 10 position, Dembele going to the right, and he's just absolutely flourished. He's been one of the best right-sided attacker players in world football these last couple of years. But watching him in that number 10 role now, getting the ball on the half-time, watching him last night, there was a move he did in the second half where he got the ball and he played a ball into Mbappe with a double touch, if you like. And it's just a real joy to watch him. Sadly, he's not in the Premier League.
And finally, in terms of those other quarter-finals, do you see Spain getting past Belgium this evening and then Argentina setting up a potential semi-final against England or Norway?
Yeah, I think the semi-finals will be France, Spain, and England and Argentina, and that's. I mean, they're absolutely fantastic, aren't they? Those teams, the players on there, and they're probably the only player we're waiting for to really explode is Yamal. It just feels like every superstar player has been brilliant, and that for me is what's made this one of the best World Cups I've ever seen, maybe the best. But if we could get Yamal to just come to the party as well, I think it'd probably be the icing on the cake, because for me, World Cups in international football are about players, not managers. Managers can't put as big an imprint on a team as they can at club level. They can't buy players, they can't sell players, they have what they have limited time with them. So the name of the game for a manager is getting the best out of your star players, and that's what these managers have done. But for me, this has been about the players, this World Cup, as it always should be, and the best players in the world have shown why they are the best players in the world.
And Jamie, very last one, England, Norway, 10 p.m. tomorrow night. What happens? What's your score prediction?
I'll go England 2-1.
Let's welcome in, shall we? Adrian Healy is here, but I want to start with Archie. Archie, where are you and why are you there?
Got lost.
I'm in Oslo, which is, of course, the capital of Norway, Dan, but you knew that, and I'm here to experience it as an Englishman in Norway. Tomorrow, I will be in a stadium full of 22,000 Norwegians. That's sold out in 30 seconds on Thursday. People here are very sceptical of how the tickets were sold. But yeah, the people are very pumped. They are very polite about it, though. I've had people coming up to me and going, "Hello, where are you from?" "I'm from England." "Oh, okay, we think we will beat you. Goodbye." So it's been quite an experience so far. But ultimately, let's see what happens. I would call them polite assassins. Yeah. And yeah, I asked one guy, Tor, not Torre, as in Torre Andre Flo, Tor, like Hammer of Thor. I was speaking to him earlier and he was telling me how much he likes the team because they're so humble and how this team has got everyone on side. And then I asked him the magic question, of course, Dan. What do you think of Jan Åge Fjørtoft? Yeah. And there was a beat. I thought, oh, go on, say the magic word. Say who. And instead he said legend, and I was like...
Oh, don't tell Jan that. Would the Scots have responded the same if an Englishman was there?
What?
Amongst the Scots fans?
If Archie would already been in pieces. I don't know where... he'd have been just limbs lying around.
It'd be very much like train spotting.
And we would walk on him.
Aid, where are you and why are you there?
I'm right in the heart of Miami Beach, Dan, a place you know well. I know Ocean Drive, which has been kind of the central hub for both sets of fans. But we're down at the Norwegian end, just to keep that theme going, because I tell you what, they seem to have they seem to become everyone's second favourite team in this tournament. All the papers here were talking about how they've gone from charming underdogs to everyone's second favourite. Now the US are out. I think there's a lot of Americans that are getting behind the Norwegian fans and team too. And right here on Ocean Drive, just a couple of hours ago, yep. And they're going to do it again later, by the way. The Viking row. I'm not sure the Vikings ever rowed anywhere this hot, as far as I'm aware. I thought they always, I thought they always patrolled some.
Adrian, are you in front of the Betsy Hotel?
Which hotel, Frank?
Betsy Hotel on Ocean Drive.
Betsy. Oh no, the Betsy. No, the Betsy is just down there, not far from it. Frank.
Have
you stayed there? I'm sure you like it.
You picked the wrong place, though. Then
what's this a holiday program?
No, that's sort of very nice place where you can have a nice lemonade because it seems to be very hot. So
you know when you whisper, everyone can still hear you.
It wasn't whispering.
Adrian, I know. Shut up, Frank. Adrian, I know England had to contend with the altitude in Mexico, but at 5 p.m. tomorrow. Put your meteorologist's hat on. How hot is it going to be at 5 p.m. tomorrow?
Yeah, we need a forecast, yeah.
Well, if it's like today, it's going to be melting temperatures. I mean, this is it. This time tomorrow, it's going to be. I think it's going to be a very, very different game than the one England enjoyed against Mexico. They have to be playing slow. I mean, put a bunch of Northern Europeans together in South Florida in July. There's no way it's going to be fast. It's just going to be. It's going to be slow. It's going to have to be slow. It's going to have to be deliberate. I wouldn't be surprised if it's tight and cagey and the exact opposite from what we saw in Mexico City.
That's true. That's the wrong place for a game like that.
It's there now. We can't change it. Who has the advantage with this weather?
No one. We're going to see all red faces all around the field. That's going to be a nightmare for any teams. We could have said that when England played against Mexico, that was for the advantage of the Mexicans. But right now, everybody plays in Europe, and playing in Miami during the summer. It's just terrible because on top of the heat, you have the humidity, so it's really hard.
It has to be England. It has the advantage in terms of they have across the squad a better quality of player.
Right.
You know, they have Norway that is have good players and a superstar up front. Certainly in Mexico, England had 2 or 3 superstars. Kane being one, Bellingham was certainly another, and then you've got Rice, and they have a better quality of player. Not to say that they're playing better at this tournament than Norway, you could argue that, but they have a better individual quality. Now, whether that shines through or not remains to be seen, or whether Norway can get enough service up to Erling Haaland like they did against Brazil. Would you think about it? Norway have never been out of past the last 16. They've made history being in a quarter-final. They could be in a semi-final of a World Cup, but they've already knocked Brazil out. I know it's not a great Brazil side, but they have already knocked Brazil out in Boston with Erling Haaland taking the headlines. I'm going to say 3 or 4 years ago, this really wasn't a difficult game to call because Norway's team was not very. It was Erling Haaland and a bunch of other guys. That's not the case now.
No.
It's a really close game to call now between these two countries.
Archie, is it patronising to say Norway have already won, given the fact that they beat Brazil and made it into the quarterfinals?
Not necessarily, because to some of the people I was speaking to earlier were saying, look, we will celebrate tomorrow night no matter what happens because of how much of an achievement it is that we've got this far. But the thing is that the question they're not asking why can they win this game, it's why not? Because they have Erling Haaland, and he gives them that extra piece of quality, which means that he can win a game on his own, except, as Craig's been saying there is more to this Norwegian team. I question whether Ørjan Nyland can have 2 successive games in a row which are as good as the one that he played against Brazil. There are question marks behind this Norwegian defence still, but on the other hand, this England team has not convinced in every game. There have been chances given up in every game against their opponents as well. So it is a very difficult one to call, but here everyone is very much confident to believe why can't they overcome England given how well they've done in this tournament.
I'm sorry. So I think it would be, for me, a a disappointment if they don't go through. I mean,
Norway?
Norway, yeah, they've been exceptional during the qualification. So far, they didn't have anything to complain about. They've done the job, and really, they should unity and how they work together and how they end up their games. It's so far perfect. So why you cannot be ambitious and think that you can even win the World Cup? Because with that team and England, as we all agreed, has been united, I would say, against Mexico, but otherwise didn't prove anything. They weren't as efficient as the Norwegians. So for me, that's why I think.
But they had 10 men. They were down to 10 men, England, and I think that's one of the questions going into this game as well. In the heat in Miami, is what condition are these England players in after that monumental effort in the Azteca, and it was at altitude with a man down for almost 45 minutes.
Okay.
You could easily say that Norway had pretty much an easier game. They definitely had an easier game, and an easy-ish game, knocking Brazil out. Whereas England had a hell of a time to get over that line. So there has to be less in their legs than there is in the Norwegian legs, who are already a very athletic side as it is.
Archie, are you making friends? What's going on?
Yeah, we're talking when I'm talking.
What's happening?
Oh boy.
This is Elias, who's just come and given me a Norwegian scarf. So out of politeness, I've put it on. Elias, I heard you say that you think Norway will not just win tomorrow, you think that they will
win the World Cup. Yeah.
Okay, why?
Erling Braut Haaland and Ørjan Nyland.
Oh wow. You're not even mentioning Martin Odegaard anymore.
I'm Arsenal fan, so Odegaard is my favorite player. But in Norway, Nyland and Haaland is the biggest player here.
Archie.
And
Archie,
yes.
Ask him if there's any small Norwegians.
We have a question from the studio for you. Are there any small Norwegians?
Yeah, there are a lot, but I'm not one of them.
We can see it. Elias, thank you very much for your time.
Of course.
Thank you so much.
Cheers. Take care.
One of the big Norwegians is Erling Haaland, who's been very much the superstar of this tournament so far. He's grabbed all the headlines, no matter where you are in the world, given what he did, especially against Brazil. It's hammer time. Here's the man himself.
I think there's some clear favourites out there. England's one of them, so I think all of you should put every single pressure on the English lads.
Put all the pressure on the English, Aid.
Yeah, you know, the thing about him is not only how fantastically he's been playing with a smile on his face, almost the most relaxed I've ever seen Erling Haaland play. Just like this is all house money, this is all gravy, and he's become a sensation here. I mean, almost in the days leading up to this game, it's been like the paparazzi following him around Miami and Fort Lauderdale, whatever restaurant he's been eating in. Norway have been here all week. The two teams took different approaches. Norway had been here the whole week. England just flew in last night, but Haaland is turned into an absolute sensation and a superstar, and it's obviously, goes without saying, the key to England's success tomorrow. Can they cut down those challenges? You're not going to deny him complete chances during the game, are you? But if you can at least restrict that, you give yourself a good chance.
He's very likeable.
He is.
You know what I mean? From on the pitch, the way he celebrated that second goal was so cool. From what he's been doing on social media during this tournament, there's almost like a kid element to it.
Yeah, and it's incredible to witness from somebody that good. And we, of course, know Erling Haaland from playing for Manchester City and everything that comes with that. This is almost a different side to him. Putting on the national team shirt, representing Norway at the World Cup for the first time in what was it, 28 years, and how he's managed his stardom, how he's managed his presence with the Norwegian team, it really has been a joy to witness. Also, as somebody mentioned, Norway has, well, since Scotland left the tournament, Norway has become everybody else's second team, and there's just this good feeling around Norway, who they are, who they've shown themselves.
Who was supporting Scotland?
Everybody in Boston, for starters.
Yeah, they were supporting the fans.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I didn't want to watch the
No,
team
so
play.
I'm just saying everybody is willing Norway on in the way that, well, they were hoping for the Scots. Maybe they didn't get it, but they're willing Norway on. And so the thing for me is, even if Norway loses this game and goes out of the tournament at this stage of competition, I think they come away winners. I think they'll be well received back home. I'm not sure you can say the same about the English. There's a different kind of pressure that comes with being England and having to get to a semi-final, especially when you see the team. So there's an added pressure to England. But while the Mexico game was difficult, I think England learned a lot about themselves during that game. If you'd offered me playing the heat of Miami or the altitude of Mexico, I would have taken the heat of Miami.
Right.
Yet you go to Mexico, you deal with that altitude in the way that you do, I think you come away better for it.
And we'll be getting predictions from everyone in the studio a little later on, but let's go to Aid, who really looks like he's enjoying the sun.
Yes, you know I love the sun. I'm that classic. I'm that classic Englishman, Dan, that used to dream of living in the sun, and now I get to live my dream. Yes. Tomorrow it's going to be tight. It's going to be tight. I'm going to go. I'm going to go. England have found a way to overcome lots of obstacles, lots of hurdles, lots of games where it could have gone in another direction. They've found their way to this point. And I think they're going to find a way past Norway. It won't be without its challenges. I'm going to say 2-1 England after extra time, 1-1 at 90 minutes, and they find a way to win it. Jude Bellingham probably does something heroic at extra time, and England scrape through.
Thank you very much, Jake. Go and find some AC somewhere. Archie, you don't have that problem, but I still would like to hear your prediction before you leave.
Dan, for my own safety, it will be Norway 2, England 1.
Thank you very much.
Obviously, that
Don't blink.
obviously that big lad still stood next to him.
I think that's fair play.
Growling over him.
Thank you very much, guys. What a match it should be. So many subplots going into that tie.
There's only one place we're starting. It is the big one. It's the game that everyone in the nation is excited for, England against Norway. And let's dive straight into the back pages. Brilliant piece by Hamza Khalik Lunat about Erling Haaland. Titled, Best Way to Stop Haaland? Easy, just keep the ball away from him. But is it going to be as simple as that? It's Thomas Tuchel's biggest headache going into tonight's game. The Man City man on 7 World Cup goals already. Really interesting piece from Hamza, just talking a little bit about how the ways that we're going to try and cope with Erling Haaland. He talked a lot about denying the wingers the ability to sort of get down into the byline and do the delivery. Like when we look back at some of Haaland's goals, let's take that Brazil goal. That was from Sheldrake whipping in a fantastic ball. His movement to beat Gabriel and leave him on his backside was brilliant. But Norway got dangerous wingers. Antonio Nusa, obviously Oscar Bob,
he looks
Sheldrake.
Brilliant, by the way. You mentioned him to me, Cass, earlier on in the tournament, Nusa.
Yeah.
And ever since then I've had an eye on him. He looks fantastic. He's a really tricky winger, and I think he'll get a big move in the summer. You know,
I think there's been talk of that already. He's a live wire. He's good. He's a very left-footed. Yeah, but I just want to give a mention. Right, a lot of people have had a go at Gabriel about his position. I think that goal's really hard to defend because once you get half a yard and the ball gets whipped in, Haaland's done brilliant movement to get that goal. You know, he's dragged slightly, just got half. Now, Gabriel's got a decision. Does he stay in his position or does he backpedal? Even if he backpedals, Haaland can nip in front of him. And it's a really hard... And I felt a bit for him. Look, I get that people argue and say he's in a poor position. Gabriel's defended that like that all season. And there's very few people who have got that header across him. So I'd give a lot of credit to Haaland there.
Absolutely, and we know just how good his movement has been, especially in the 6-yard area. Well, one thing as well that Hamza mentioned as well is Martin Odegaard and the influence that he has dropping deep from the midfield. He's like the linchpin of this Norwegian side because he's making them tick, and by him dropping deeper, it allows a few of the wingers, especially in Norway's build-up play, to get to that byline, and it gives Haaland a little bit more breathing space when Norway are in transition. So the biggest question I just want to ask you boys, obviously Haaland is in red-hot form. He will be raring tonight. He was born in Leeds. You know, he's got such a strong connection to this country. He will be out to get at England. He's going to be so fired up. Obviously, most of the Norway team will be, but how on earth are we going to keep him quiet?
I'm not sure that Haaland gets that fired up. He always seems quite laid back to me, a bit of a smile on his... I tell you who does do a great job for Norway, Sandra Bird, your boy at Fulham. He sits in front of the 2 centre-halves when they split, and he does that really, really well.
In fact, Hamza actually mentioned that is going to be an issue because Norway love Berg dropping in deep, and England with their pressing style, there's been a bit of they're going to have a bit of an issue with the three and Kane and Bellingham having to go and press those three. So if Norway just beat that press, they're going to be at them, and then that's when the problems are going to start. That's when the wingers are going to have the freedom, the likes of the Oscar Bobbs, which England cannot afford to do. Another brilliant piece that we've seen this morning is Tall Order in the Sun by Tom Barkley. Now, Norway, surprise, surprise, are physically the biggest team left in this tournament, 6'1" on average. But of course, lads, we've got big Dan Burn, 6'7", and this is the question:
to burn or not to burn?
To burn or I mean, very good, Max, very good. Haaland, he's only got 1 goal against Dan Burn in 8 games, but this is the real question. Obviously, we now know the news. Faye's confirmed that she's been at the training at Inter Miami. Mark Gahey was back training. Reece James was back training. Declan Rice, obviously, separately. Great news. Bit of a huge injury boost. But it is the question of which starting centre-backs are we going to pick. Now, Ezri Konsa, I think, is probably first name on the team sheet. He's actually shut out Haaland in his last 3 games when City have come up against Villa. Obviously, Gahey and John Stones know him very well from his time at Man City. But it's that case of, well, Haaland will know their game as well. So they're going to be cancelling out each other's weaknesses. But is it the case now? Jeff Stelling called for Dan Burn to be brought in. Do we get Dan Burn in? He was heroic against Mexico. In his 26-minute cameo, joint high 6 clearances. And he's become, have you seen all the videos on social media, holding out for a hero, rest in peace to the great Bonnie Tyler, in all of these montages. Do you think Dan Burn has to get the nod tonight? Cass?
No, not necessarily, no. Dan done an amazing job. It's a bit like a forward coming on as a sub and suddenly changes the game. If you need Dan Burn, if you think he's really... I think England, if Konsa's done well, Mark Gahey or John Stones, is that your back line? I just think you go with that.
I'm kind of with you, Cass. I know it was a heroic cameo from Dan Burn and nothing can be taken away from him. And he might still yet have a really important role to play off the bench. But I kind of think if you start in Dan Burn, you're making a decision based on fear of the opposition rather than of what you can achieve yourself against the opposition. We've got to remember that, Norway are a great side, but so are we. And we've got better players than them.
England would have taken Norway in the quarterfinals of a World Cup all day long.
Every day of the week, twice on a Sunday.
So you've got, I would say, quite comfortably a better level of player with England. Over the, if you've done a composite of the 2 teams, I'll guarantee you 8 of them would be England players.
That's my concern, is if you start Dan Burn, you're giving them a little bit too much respect because you
might need him.
I mean, right, but you might need him later in the game. I think we're jumping the gun a little bit, and that's not to take away anything from Dan Burn. Oscar, mate, thank you so much for bringing us the stories from the back pages. Keep your calls and texts coming in. Harry, Anthony, Mark, Chris, David, Andy, Louisa, we're going to get to you in just a moment. You can text us as well, 81089. If you want to speak to us, it's 03717 223344. Before I head to Harry on the phone lines, I want to read a text from Shaddy in Cambridge. You can call us up, tell us what you think of this. He says, England may have better individuals than Norway, but Norway are a better team. England keep changing individuals and think that it will that will be seamless. That's why there's inconsistencies in the performance. There's no blueprint or identity of how England play. The punditry on England's game borders on arrogance. England won't win the World Cup with the defence and Pickford, in my opinion. France-Argentina final with France winning. Got off the...
That's it then.
Yeah, so can we change the vibe from the callers? Harry is a Chelsea fan. Harry, talk to me. Are you as negative as Shaddy from Cambridge, or are you feeling confident ahead of tonight?
No, mate. Morning, lads. How are you?
Yeah, we're good, Harry. We're good.
No, I'm the complete opposite, mate. Firstly, just to give a positive message out to anyone who doesn't believe, just quickly, if you want sausage rolls, Greg's are selling them. If you want rumours, the gossips are telling them. But if you want goals, mate, call Jude Bellingham. He's leading us. He's going to take us all the way. But what I wanted to say was I think Tuchel's got a question about Dan Burn now after he performed. I think the thing is about Dan Burn is he's Dan Burn, do you know what I mean? But let me just say this. I don't know if I'm talking crazy now, but if his name was... I know it's a cliche, but if his name was Danny Bernino, or just Danny, Brazilian Danny, mate, and he had blonde highlights and a neck tattoo of a clock or something, it'd be worth 100 mil, lads. It'd be worth 100 mil.
Well, I just got someone tweeted me. Kev just tweeted me saying, "And what do you think of this, Harry? If Dan Burn versus Haaland stat that he's only conceded 1 in 7 or 1 in 8 is an absolute myth. He played most of those games at left back."
I think statistics can be misleading. I'm not sure whether it's right or wrong, but just logically, you saw the cross. Norway are going to be swinging crosses in left, right, and centre, especially with Musa playing on the wide positions and Haaland in the middle, obviously. I think you've got to have Dan Burn in there to defend those. You saw what he did against Mexico. Everyone, he got his noggin on. Bosh, they're out.
Do you know
he's a brute.
Do you know what's so funny and so strange on this one, Max? Is it wasn't that long ago that Dan Burn was being questioned about being in the squad, and Harry Maguire should have been there.
You make a great point, Cass. Yeah,
and yet it's how it's changed during the course of what? How long did he come on?
25 minutes.
25 minutes.
Yeah, fair play. Thomas Tuchel maybe being vindicated a little bit there. Harry, great call, mate. Love the positivity. Anthony's a Newcastle fan. Anthony, do you share Harry's positive vibes before the game tonight?
I do and I don't. Morning, fellas. Great show as usual.
Cheers,
what I've got to say is, I think if you look at them stats where Dan Burns only conceded 1 goal or whatever, if you look at them as a Newcastle fan, I'll know. I think we lost 5, drew 1, and won 1, or drew 1. Yeah, it's a great stat that he's only conceded 1 to Erling Haaland, but we lost them games.
Fair
so
enough.
Where's the merit in it? And I think we need to stop focusing on what Haaland can do
Yeah.
and start thinking about what the likes of Kane,
I agree.
Bellingham,
Yes.
Rice, Anderson, all them, brilliant players that we got can, they change your game. Change your game.
Totally agree.
One of the conversations we've been having, Anthony, is, look, you're right to mention Bellingham and Kane. They've been absolute golden balls. If there's one player tonight that you believe is really going to join them in the ranks of England players that are scoring goals and changing games, who do you think it's going to be tonight?
I would say you're looking at Anthony Gordon or Marcus Rashford.
Yeah. No, I'd agree with you. I thought Anthony Gordon, for me, Cass, was the player of the match at Mexico. I thought he was just an unsung hero, did everything right. His energy was incredible. And you really saw why Barcelona would want to sign him.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's been a mixed bag for some players. They haven't quite got to the tournament as quick as others. Bellingham and Kane have done it really from the start of the tournament. No, Kane, from the first game off, he was off and running.
Yeah.
There'll be someone else along the line will step in, whether it's Saka, whether it's Elliot Anderson, whether it's Declan Rice. There's always, because they're all capable of doing that.
Yeah, no, I'm confident that that's going to happen tonight against Norway because we're going to need it because they're a top side. Chris is a Liverpool fan. Chris, what do you want to say, mate? Good morning.
Morning, all in the studio, and morning to everybody listening. Anticipation. What am I going to say? Yes, reflecting the Chelsea lads, we definitely need to play Dan Burn from the start. He will be our Terry Butcher of this tournament. He will make Haaland feel his presence. He'll take out those long crosses that are going to come in. And I think, I think he's got to be in there and he's got to feel the pressure from the start. And on Andy Gordon, going back, I'm 70 now. I watched the World Cup as a little lad, 9 years old, black and white TV in Luton. Andy Gordon will be our Alan Ball. He never stopped running. He was everywhere. He covered the pitch. That boy, he will now come up. I reckon he'll get a goal.
Yeah. Good shout, Chris.
Yeah. Score prediction, Chris, before you go.
Oh, mate, I've got 30 people around the house tonight. They're probably listening now. I'm going to say 2-1 to England.
Yeah, I'll have that.
It's got to be tough. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, they're good. Look at their qualifying campaign. Norway flew by, and obviously we're in the group with Italy. That's, they had an unbelievable scoring record.
Yeah.
So they're a dangerous team, Norway. I do think the biggest issue for England is just going to be play your own game and also just try and deny with a possession, try and get a bit more of it.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. Great call from Chris. Enjoy your evening. 30 friends coming round. This is what the World Cup's about. Absolutely love it. Mark's a West Ham fan. Mark, talk to me. Are you continuing the positivity ahead of tonight?
Definitely. Not unlike TalkSport and the rest of the media, yeah. All we keep
what are you
banging
about, mate?
on
I'm
about
loving it. We're positive this
all
morning.
We keep banging on about. You listen to TalkSport over the last 4 days. All you got, Haaland this, Haaland that. And before Haaland in the previous game, the atmosphere, we're playing at height. It's this is going to cripple us, that's going to cripple us. Where the hell is the positivity? We've got Kane up front. He's the biggest goal scorer in Europe this year, isn't he? 70-odd goals.
Yeah.
Come on, we should be looking at their knees shaking before kick-off.
Absolutely,
Not ours.
Jack, Mark, can I just say to you, look, there's a lot of big countries still left in, and I guarantee you, and all the radio stations in them country, they'll be concerned about the opposition. It's just giving them a respect. I think England will win. I've never said anything different. I feel they've got enough.
I feel we've got enough, but when you sit here and listen, I'm privileged enough to be able to listen to the radio for about 6-8 hours a day, and you hear Haaland's name mentioned for the last 4 days.
Well, he's not a bad striker, though, is he, Mark? Come on, he's not too shabby.
He's all right. Cut off his supply.
Hey, coming from a West Ham fan, mate, saying Haaland's all right. He's world class. Come on.
Look, he's not as good as McAvenny, is he, Cass?
No, McAvenny was some striker. Oh, no, off the field.
Mark, give us a score prediction, mate. I'm loving the positivity. Give us a score prediction and goal scorers. Put your money where your mouth is.
We're not even going to drop a goal. 3-0.
Who's scoring?
I reckon Bellingham and Kane too.
All right, fair play. Mark, love the positivity. Brilliant
and
stuff.
And Kane's going to get that golden boot as well.
Yeah, of course he is. He absolutely is. Brilliant stuff. Mark, the West Ham fan.
I'm delighted to say we can talk to former Tottenham West Ham manager Harry Redknapp now. Harry, great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. I know you are busy at the moment. Tell us a little bit about where you are and what you've been up to today.
Well, I've had a quiet day, Bella, really, but James Beattie and Tubes have gone off and played 18 holes of golf around all clubs around this part of England, you know, starting, I think, probably about 5 o'clock this morning. And it's for the Heartbeat Foundation, which is a great charity, and Lee Peck as well joined them there this afternoon. So we had a little 4-ball there, and I'm at Parkstone Golf Course, which is a beautiful golf course. I think they're now going to Remedy Oak, which is another stunning golf course, to play another hole. So they're playing 18 holes and they're raising money for the Heartbeat Foundation, which is, as I say, is a fantastic charity.
Oh, brilliant cause indeed. We'd love to get your thoughts on the World Cup as well, Harry. Look, the breaking news this evening, that England defender Jarell Quansah is going to be banned for 2 games after that red card against Mexico. Just how big a blow is that for Thomas Tuchel?
Well, that is harsh, you know. It's I don't know. I mean, what have we done? Have they turned it into a red card?
Well,
into a 2-game ban.
What they've said is that he has found to have breached Article 14, which states that a player would get a 2-game ban. It's for serious foul play. So that's what we understand. So it's going to be a 2-match ban. So he will miss the quarter-final against Norway for sure, and then potentially a semi-final as well. So if England did reach the final, that would be the next time that he would be able to play.
Maybe we can get our Prime Minister to ring up FIFA and get it overturned. But if Donald Trump can do it, why can't we do it? I mean, that is scandalous, really, isn't it? You know, it really is disappointing to hear that news. What a blow for the boy, you know?
Yeah, big blow for him and for Thomas Tuchel as well. Harry, who would you play at right back? We've been talking about this right back crisis. What would you do in this situation?
It is a difficult one, you know. I don't know. We've juggled around with all sorts of people like Declan, and you know, I don't know. I don't know who's going to be fit enough to play. That is the problem. We have, you know, John Stones could come in the middle, and we can shuffle one across to right back. It's a possibility, but I don't know. Maybe Jed Spence will play. You know, he came on the other night and did okay. So we haven't got a lot of options. It's not as if there's too many. You know, obviously we didn't. We took a gamble when we went with that squad. You know, Reece James is an outstanding player, but has had injuries, hamstring injuries in the last, you know, couple of years really. So that was always could be a problem, and it has been a problem, unfortunately. So it's a difficult one to know what he'll do. But I'm sure whoever we play, they'll be up for the game, because you know, the performance the other night, the attitude of the players, the togetherness, it was great to see, and I think that we'll be very fired up for this game now, and with a real opportunity. Not an easy game, you know. Haaland's an amazing player, obviously, and one of my favourite players is Odegaard. You know, I think he's a top-class technical footballer. So they've got some good players, Norway. They'll make it tough. They've got a great team ethic and team spirit as well. So it's not going to be easy. It won't be a walkover, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, he's not going to be your favourite player on Saturday, is he, Harry? How do you see that game going?
No, he's not one of my. No, listen, I'm not an Arsenal fan, but he is a fantastic footballer.
Yeah, of
Odegaard.
course.
He's the type of player I've always enjoyed watching. You know.
Of course. Look, if you were in that England dressing room, what would you be saying to the players ahead of this match?
I'd be saying, listen, we've got better players than Norway. You know, that we hold all the aces. We've got a fantastic squad here. We proved it the other day, going to beat Mexico in their own backyard. You know, the performance was amazing. We've got great support. We've got fantastic fans out there. You know, let's go and perform. This is a great opportunity for us to go all the way and play with the same enthusiasm, the same skill, and you know, as we showed the other night. And we've got at the moment. We've probably got two of the best players in the world. Certainly, Harry Kane and Bellingham. They've got to be two of the outstanding players in the tournament. So we've got lots of ammunition in this dressing room. Let's go out. You know, we're a team of top-class Premier League players. Let's go out and make sure we do the business, and if we do that, we'll win the game.
And do you think if England do beat Norway, they could go all the way and get that second star on the shirt?
Oh, great chance. If we beat Norway, we don't know who we'll play. I think probably Argentina. But they won't be easy either. They've got a togetherness. They've got a fighting spirit like they showed the other night. 2 goals down with about 10 minutes to go to come back and win 3-2. And they've got Lionel Messi, who surprised everybody, including me. I honestly thought he'd be past at this World Cup, playing in America. I thought his good days are behind him, but he's shown why he is one of the all-time great footballers. Just an amazing footballer, and technical and skillful, and every time he gets the ball, something could happen. So they won't be easy. They've got a lot of tough Premier League players as well, you know, experienced Premier League players that will want to certainly, Argentina, they're going to want to hang on to the trophy. They'll be hard to beat for sure.
OK, speaking of the Premier League, let's get you on some business that's been happening back here, because Tottenham have been the big spenders in the transfer market so far.
Yeah.
Do you think Sandro Tonali is the type of player they need to get to the next level?
I think Tottenham have made some great signings. I think Tottenham next year, I'll be surprised if they weren't in the top 5. I think with that squad, that manager, I think they're very, very capable of top 4, top 5 next year. They'll be up there pushing them teams for a Champions League place. I've got no doubt about that with that group. And Robertson, the left back from Liverpool, what a professional. You know, just the type you want in your dressing room, just the type you want on the pitch. He's been there, done it all. And I love him as a player, professional person. I think he's a great signing as well. He's a bit understated. Senesi, the boy from centre-half from Bournemouth, who I saw a lot of last year and the year before, is a top player as well. He's a great acquisition to him. Took the centre-half from Brighton, Van Heck, the 2 midfield players. No, they're going. Tottenham are going to really go and push to be a Champions League Champions League team next year. I think they've got every chance of doing that.
Well, across North London, Harry, Arsenal could be set to sign Newcastle midfielder Bruno Guimaraes. We understand that he has asked Newcastle that he wants to leave to join Arsenal. Is that the kind of player that Arsenal need to defend the Premier League title, would you say?
Yeah, it is for sure. I mean, he's a top player, and Arsenal got a great squad. You know, I feel sorry for Newcastle, really. I mean, I'm looking at Newcastle a couple of years ago, and I'm thinking Eddie's done a great job there. Fantastic fan base, great club. And then suddenly people want it to leave. People want it to leave. You know, they're all kissing the badge, and then as soon as they get a chance, they're all shooting off. I just find it's a real shame. I feel sorry for Eddie Howe. He's done a magnificent job there. But at the moment, there's too many players seem to be wanting to get out of there for some reason.
Last one, Harry, before we let you go. Is it coming home?
I'm going home now, yeah, for my dinner. No, is it coming home? We've got a real chance. We won't get a better chance. We've got a great chance. I really do believe that. This could be the year, and there's every chance, I think, with that squad and, you know, the players that we've got there. So, yeah, we're all hopeful, looking forward to Saturday night, and it should be, let's hope it's a great night. We need a bit of uplift in this country, and there's certainly, if they can go all the way to the final and win it, that would give everybody in this country a fantastic lift.
Oh, it certainly would. Harry, you've given us a great lift in the studio this evening. Thank you so much for joining us. We hope to speak to you soon.
Altitude, I never want to hear this word again in the rest of my life.
Thomas, one step closer. Yes, we're here again. But that's a good thing that we're back here because it means we're one step closer to the ultimate goal. How do you view the latest step taken in Mexico? Because I imagine there was a lot to reflect on.
Yeah, it was a lot. It was a draining match. It was physically draining. It was emotionally draining. It was a roller coaster within the match, how the match played out. Then the occasion in itself to play Mexico in the Azteca with all the history and the importance to that match. And we had the injury of Jordan Henderson afterwards. Like, there was a lot of things involved. So it was draining emotionally, physically. But we had enough time, we had enough days to get it out of the system. It was a big step. I'm convinced of that, but it was only a step. And we're not done. We're not in the end of we haven't achieved what we want to achieve. So it's very important to forget. It's very important to move on, to draw a line, step up, and continue to regroup, to refocus, and to be ready again.
Is that focus the reason we never see you getting involved in those post-match celebrations? Because I'm always intrigued. The players go in and you stand back and watch, don't you?
I'm so close to go in there and be the first one to lead the celebrations. But I truly believe it's the moment for the players. Yeah. And it's also sometimes nice to stay a bit back and take the whole picture in and be not in the picture. And it's actually how I want it to be.
What have the last few days been like then? Because you mentioned then it was important for the players to take it in, but also maybe step back and really refocus.
Yeah, not easy. Like I said, we lost a full night of sleep. We had a lot of travels to go to Mexico. Altitude, I never want to hear this word again in the rest of my life. So then of course the challenge in itself, but the traveling. Everything was super well organized. Still, we were a bit late at the airport. Everything took its time, so we lost almost a full night of sleep, sleeping in the plane, landing at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, it's just draining, and it feels so surreal because you land 6 o'clock in the morning in Kansas, and you were we just in the Azteca? What was this us like? So the good thing is we had 2 free days, 2 days off, which was for me absolutely crucial. And then yesterday we had a day to refocus, and even a bridge day in getting the energy right, because we just had to admit that some of the players were involved, some of them played 90, 100 minutes, so much time with 10 men. Some of them wanted to be involved, were not involved, but they were fully celebrating. But still the players have, maybe some of them have the feeling, but I did not contribute. And you know, some see their family then in the 2 days, some miss their family because the family is not here. So many different layers. Some couldn't sleep, some got a bit better sleep. So I thought it is very important that we had yesterday as a bridge day to accept that and to find together again, find our team spirit again, regroup, and get the mentality right for today, because today everything was about Norway. We agreed yesterday to not speak about Mexico anymore, and here we are speaking about Mexico, but within the group we had to draw a line, we had to leave it behind, forget about it, and refocus and prepare for a strong Norway.
2 small minor questions more about Mexico. Okay. Jordan Henderson.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's had surgery, he's back with the group now. I just wondered what role he's going to play for you going forward.
Well, according to him, he will be available more or less for the match.
Is that realistic?
He still tries to convince me that he will be involved in this tournament. He has just a different mindset than me. So I
imagine you want him here anyway.
I still need some convincing that this is possible. But he is without a doubt saying that he will play his role here. He will stay for sure. That is clear. But he had a long surgery. Everything went well. And the way we had to leave him there in Mexico, he had a night full of pain in the hospital. He had another night in the airport because he couldn't fly out because of weather conditions. So it was just torture for him. 2 days and nights of pain. And I cannot praise him enough for how he handled it and how he is now.
Jarell Quansah will now be suspended for the next 2 games. I wonder what your thoughts are on that.
Harsh, very harsh decision. Why? I think the still looks horrible. The still looks not good. If you look at it, if you look at the foul on the still, the leg is too high. The challenge is, the leg is too high, and the foot is open. That's the still. If you look at the scene in itself, he's unlucky because the foot is only high because the ball gets under his calf, and that's the reason why the leg is high. Yeah, I think personally you cannot judge on stills because the still of the Balogun foul looks even more horrible. It looks just disastrous. It looks like he breaks his leg, and I still think it was by pure coincidence and it was not a red card. So now we were informed today that it's a two game suspension. We were not informed about the reasons why. I think there's and that's basically it. I cannot change it. Nothing that I say now will change it. We have to. I don't like it, but that's just it. We need to. We learned to live with these decisions. It's our job to find solutions, and from there we go.
Norway then.
Yeah, very difficult. Of course, they play this role without expectations, and they, I think, like internally, they're very well aware how good they are. Internally, they're very well aware I think they rate their chances in all these matches that they won, and they were clearly aware of it. But from the outside, they play this wonderful role as an underdog. So now they are clearly overachieving already, and they come, of course, in full flow, in full belief. They have a very strong front line led by Erling Haaland, who can decide any match in the world.
How do you stop him, Thomas?
As a collective, of course, and stop the support to him and never stop fighting with him in a fair way, but never stop fighting. They have Ødegaard, who mixes up the structure all the time. It's a very fluid team, full belief, strong coach, so full package.
Do you think Reece James will be fit to start?
To start, I'm not sure, but he's available. Let's see if that's a bit the same like with Jordan Henderson. If you ask the player, he says, yeah. I think a 90, he can start, but then it's very likely that after 60 minutes, depends a bit on the game, but around 60 minutes, maybe second water break, we need to take him off. That's basically a situation. If we want to have that, then he can start, or he can come into the match after 60 minutes and be then available for potential overtime. These are basically the thoughts, and 60 minutes, I think he's good to go.
Finally, one thing I wanted to ask you, and I've heard you say a lot in interviews, is even after Mexico, you talked about there still being a disconnect between what you're seeing in training and what you're seeing on the pitch. Yeah. What do you mean by that, and how confident are you that you'll start to see that connection?
I think we went now to a tense period in the tournament with these 2 knockout matches. Then the last knockout match in Mexico feels so emotional, feels so good, but still it's only round of 16. So I feel like almost at this round of 32, round of 16, you need to just get over it. It requires mentality. It requires just the grit and the commitment, and to find a way to win. And now I feel and I believe that these matches now in quarterfinals and then hopefully from the quarterfinal brings a lot of excitement in itself, And I feel still a disconnect from purely my football analysis on the ball and off the ball. We just don't spend enough time in the opponent's half. We struggle in our deep build-up. We struggle in the high press. We struggle with ball wins. And we need to play with more freedom, still with more freedom. I feel we're fully committed. We cannot be more committed. But still, I think we lack a little bit of freedom. We lack a little bit of lightness. We lack a little bit that I see in training. And there's the disconnect for me as a pure football coach. We have the most important ingredient, like the spirit and the commitment we have, but we need to improve in the tactical matters, in the pure football matters.
Well, hopefully we see that.
Yeah, hopefully
this time, and hopefully we're back here again talking
yes,
next
hopefully.
time. Thomas, good luck.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
We're here at the Inter Miami training ground where England are training ahead of their quarter-final tomorrow, where they face Norway here in Miami. David Beckham is watching the training session from that corner over there. It is very hot, if you can't tell, from my neck fan, the sweat, the cap, everything. We're all struggling, but we're getting through it. The heat is going to be quite something if this stays for the match tomorrow. Yes, England are into their quarter-final for a third tournament in a row. Norway are in a quarter-final for the first ever time. Will it be the Vikings or the Three Lions? It's going to be a huge clash. It's going to be a great game. You don't want to miss it tomorrow here in Miami.
Beckham is here.
Where?
In the corner.
I'm going to go to Tone. He's Arsenal fan. Tone.
All right, Tone.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I just rang up because you were talking about the bleep test, and when Philip Clement was in charge, because he took over from Liam Manning, and his first training session was the bleep test because he found out a lot of the players weren't fit enough.
Why does every manager do that though? It winds me up. Every new manager that comes in, right? Yeah, and they go, not fit enough.
I know, because
not fit enough.
Because I tell you what that does. It puts blame on the coach, and it gives them a little bit of an excuse for the games going forward. That's why they do it.
Come and go. Yeah, he's not fit enough. Got to run him. Got to run him.
They love it. They love the use of
hold
that
on,
excuse. They do. Not fit enough. So if the games don't go well going into it, and his reign, he can then go, well, they're not fit enough. I'm now trying to get them fit. And the last mid-season, you do not want to be doing bleep tests.
If you're doing a bleep test mid-season,
then
you're having a stinker.
Yeah, you're not.
Yeah, you're going down. Yeah, at that moment, you're like, Gaffer's been sacked, and new
one comes in.
New one's coming. Bleep test.
Yeah, we were right near the bottom.
Who's we?
Near the
who's we?
Norwich. Yeah,
Right,
we were
okay.
close we were near the bottom of the table, and
Says you're an Arsenal fan though, Tone.
Yeah, this is what it is because I've supported Arsenal since Terry Henry days.
Right, but you said we and talking about Norwich.
Yeah. I was born in Norwich. Yeah,
Right.
I was born in Norwich.
Who'd you support?
I've supported Norwich since I was 5. But I've liked.
So you're a
Arsenal
Norwich
since-
fan?
Yeah, the local fan. Yes.
Change it. Tony, the Norwich fan, not Arsenal. Get rid of
No,
that.
but he's Arsenal as well.
No, he's not. It can't be two teams.
You can be two teams.
It can't be two teams.
You can have your local club.
No, you can't. You can't.
Guys, I'm sick of this argument.
No, you can't have. You cannot. It's one team.
You have your team that you're really passionate about, right? But you can have your local team.
No, he said
you can have your local team. His local team is
Hold on.
Norwich.
He said we.
Yeah, Norwich.
Right. So when
but he said he supports Arsenal as well.
Yeah, I'm with you, Jamie. Thank you.
What do you mean, thank you?
Yeah, I think
You can't have two teams, Tony.
Why can't you?
You can't.
No, you can have.
You're not a proper football fan.
No,
Tony's
no.
not. Tony's.
You can't have Arsenal and you can't have Arsenal and Man United.
Can't have Arsenal and Norwich.
Yeah, but Norwich are in the Championship.
They weren't a couple of seasons ago.
Yeah, I know, but it's your local club, Norwich.
I don't care. It's your local club. You support one team. That's it. One team only.
Yeah, but you can follow you can follow your local club.
Hold on. No. Hold on. No.
Do you follow? Mate, you go and watch Wimbledon play.
No. I don't care about Wimbledon.
You go and watch them.
That doesn't mean I support. I didn't say we.
You want them to do well.
I couldn't care less. Couldn't care less.
That's out of order, mate. They give you tickets.
I couldn't care less.
They give you tickets.
Right, Tony.
Yeah.
When you say we, right? You said we about Norwich.
Yep.
Do you say we about Arsenal as well?
No.
What do you say about Arsenal then? Them?
No, I just at the end of the day, right? I just like follow them to see how they get on.
Who? Which one? I can't work out which one you're talking about.
You can follow, you can support, and you can follow.
Okay. Who do you support?
That Norwich, my local team. I like following Arsenal.
Right.
So I'm not having it,
my
mate.
main team
Not
is
having it.
Norwich.
Not having it. No, you've been changed to Norwich, Tony. You can't have two teams. It's impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible, mate.
No. I support Tottenham, but I follow Millwall.
Did you care how they get on?
Millwall? Yeah, I do care. Yeah.
So do you support them?
Well, I wouldn't say I support them. I follow them. I want them to do well. That's my family club because we're from Bermondsey. My family's from Bermondsey.
Why don't you drop Spurs?
No, I'm not going to drop Spurs, because I support Spurs.
Right. So
Spurs are back.
I don't get that. Do you care what Millwall do? I mean, do you genuinely care?
Yeah.
To put you in a bad mood if they lose.
I wouldn't say a bad mood. I'm not going to come in here and be, oh my God. I'm not going to do, get you up with you and that if you, put
So
on.
Millwall and Spurs?
Millwall's my family club. I'm a Tottenham fan, right? But my family, they're from Bermondsey. So they're all Millwall fans.
Do you know what?
So I care about what they do, but I'm not going to lose sleep over it like I do with Tottenham.
No, you've gone right down in my space, mate.
What do you mean?
No, I'm not having this. You are one of those fans. You're one of them.
I'm not
are
one
you?
of them fans.
You're one of them.
I like to see
one of
Wimbledon
them?
do well. You like to see Wimbledon do well.
Joe, I couldn't care less.
Really?
Couldn't care less, mate.
If
Wimbledon get relegated,
Did you go to the final? Didn't they go to the playoff final or something? Where'd you go? You went to
I can go and watch teams. I go and watch them. I couldn't care less.
You're not going to go and watch Sheffield United, are you?
No, because my brother has got a season ticket from Wimbledon, right?
Right.
I don't care.
You're pinching tickets off other proper fans.
My brother got me a ticket. I couldn't care less whether they won or lost. It was a great day. They got promoted.
Yeah.
Right?
Did you celebrate?
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
So then you care about Wimbledon?
I don't care. If they'd lost,
you celebrated when they went up.
If they'd lost,
yeah.
If they'd lost,
yeah.
Couldn't care less, mate. Couldn't care less if they lost.
But you care about.
I jumped on the bandwagon.
You jumped on the bandwagon.
I jumped on the bandwagon.
So you can't have a go at me about being, one of them fans when you're one of them fans.
But you said you care about Millwall.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I couldn't care less about Wimbledon. Couldn't care less. If they got relegated to League whatever, what is it? I don't even know what leagues that.
What do you mean? It's the National League.
Is it? What's the glue that used to sponsor? Was it
the glue?
Was it? It was. What was the stick? Bostik, the Bostik League, right? If they went down to Bostik. Was it Bostik?
Bostik, that's far down, mate. Bostik.
They got to Bostik, Wimbledon. Right?
Bostik, you can't be going.
Is that
Bostik?
Is it a glue?
Yeah.
It's a glue, isn't it?
Wimbledon can't go down to the Bostik League. Bostik League's far, mate. That's like step 8.
Is it a glue?
I don't know what it is.
Is that what I'm talking about?
I don't know what Bostik is, but I've heard of Bostik. The Bostik League is bad.
Right.
You don't want to be in the Bostik League. National League, it's a Vanarama, wasn't it? I think it was Vanarama.
Right.
You got the Vanarama National League, and you got National Leagues North and South.
Is there duct tape?
You got if you go down to Isthmian,
is that
you're having a bit of a problem.
Okay.
If you go down to the Bostik League,
bit Bostik,
mate, you're in big trouble. Yeah,
right,
you're
okay.
in big trouble.
So here's the thing: if they Unibond, that's the glue. That's the glue I was after.
Unibond.
Bit of Unibond action, right?
If the Unibond League. No, it's a Bostik League.
Is it Bostik or Unibond? They're both glues. That's a glue.
Harry Howe should know. He goes to all the games.
He's feeding him on the info.
Yeah, I know because I've been there.
Hold on, right.
I'm nearly in the Bostik League.
Hold on. Well, how come glue can sponsor a league?
What?
What's happened there? Is glue big business?
What do you mean? It's glue big business?
Is it?
It's a vital thing, right?
Oh, we all need glue, but I mean,
okay.
Have you got any Bostik in your house?
Yeah, probably.
Gorilla tape?
I've got Gorilla Tape. Yeah.
Gorilla Tape's good, mate.
Yeah, it's good.
Knock a bit.
Gorilla Tape's good, mate.
That's the Gorilla Tape League. Why do glue sponsor leagues? Unibond and Bostik.
Well, it's just why did Carlin?
Because they're a beer. Glue. They can't make that much money.
What's Isthmian? What's Isthmian?
No idea. What is it? Don't tell me it's a glue. Isthmian.
It's a glue.
Shut up.
It is, mate. It is. Yeah.
Shut up. I'm not having Isthmian as a glue. I've never heard of this. What is Isthmian?
I don't know what the Isthmian is. Is the Isthmian
I think isn't that just? It's not.
It's the name of the league.
It's not a sponsor, is
No,
it?
it's not a sponsor. It's called the Isthmian South.
Who's it sponsored by?
I don't know.
Say Bostik.
I don't know. I know one of them's Vanarama. Vanarama's National League.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. And then after that, you got the Isthmian Premier Leagues.
Okay, but is that sponsored?
What's it called? Pitching in.
What's that?
Pitching in. The Pitching in Isthmian League.
What's pitching in? What is that?
I don't know what pitching is. Don't know, mate.
You said it was
I don't know.
such
I'd left
authority.
Billericay by then, all right? We was in the Vanarama South. You know?
You're going down to Bostik.
Yeah, I'm not going down.
Is that where you left?
That's when I got out of there, mate. Bostik was gone.
Looking at Bostik League.
Can't be
How can glue sponsor a league? That bit I don't get.
Pitching in is a grassroots investments program. See, good league.
Right. Okay.
Isthmian, good league.
Anyway,
Good
going
players in that.
back to the point, I couldn't care less where Wimbledon. I couldn't.
I think you're out of order.
I don't feel I am.
I think you can support.
No, you can't. You
can
cannot
follow and you can support. You can follow and support.
You cannot support two teams.
Spain leave it late once again, and once again, Miguel Merino is the hero for the Spanish as they book a place in the semi-finals against France, defeating Belgium by 2-1. Welcome to New York as we continue our coverage of the 2026 World Cup here in the States. Look at this. Craig Burley is with us, Shaka Hislop and Frank Leboeuf. We now know the lineup then for one of the semi-finals. It will be France against Spain. I tell you what, you watched the first exchanges of this game, you thought Spain are going to run away with this match. They absolutely dominated things. They deservedly took the lead, but then out of nowhere, Belgium get the equaliser. And then it was pretty much a fair contest. Difficult to call. Spain had their chances. Belgium were organised defensively, frustrated Spain. But in the end, it's a goalkeeping error that gives Marino the winner as Spain beat Belgium by 2-1. Alex is with us as well, who was bragging before that she told us that Marino would score the winner, but she said it in extra time, so it's null and void. You lose your bet. Well done. Well,
surely it counts. No,
no,
Dan, it counts.
You can't walk into a bookies and go, please.
No. Come on, let's score the winner.
You've only got
there, and he did. We believe in Mikel Marino.
You've only got to be, you don't even have to be in the same building, but you only have to be in the same show as Frank Leboeuf, and you get this bragging just comes naturally.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm so humble, you know.
It just comes off everyone.
And saying that, are you going to start bragging? Because you've been going on about Spain haven't let the tournament up, and I suppose today, again, they were not great.
But they were the better team.
They were the better
about
team.
The Spanish side that, that seemed to have belief in themselves.
They were the better team, but that wasn't a surprise. What was a surprise was how compact Belgium were defensively. And it took a mistake from the goalkeeping change, unfortunately for Lamens, who had a great season at Man United. Courtois looked very emotional when he went off. That was a telling sign that even if Belgium had got through, he looked as if he knew his tournament was over. And yeah, I mean, they didn't. In truth, Belgium didn't create a lot of chances, and that was shown up in the graphic there. But the fact that they held Spain for as long, I think, is a testament to their organisation. They are a little limited going forward, but once again, we're left wanting a bit more from this Spanish side, wanting a bit more from Lamine Yamal. Yeah, he's got some great substitutes, he's got some great choices. He played Fabian Ruiz today, he could play Pedri, he could play Dani Olmo, which he did. He could play Mikel Marino from the start, who's been effective again. So De La Fuente's got a lot of choices. But once again, I would call it a little bit of a labouring Spanish display. Now, if it is the French, when they meet the French, in the semi-final, they're going to have to up their game big time. They can have all the ball they want.
Sure.
They can have all the ball they want. But if they don't do enough with it in the final third to punish this French team, they will get punished at the other end. That was the first goal they lost in the tournament, by the way. So defensively, they've been good, but they're going to have to be better when they play France.
We'll look ahead to France a little bit later on, Shaq. What surprised me is how good they looked.
Yeah.
And that goal just seemed to completely take them by surprise. They were blindsided and didn't recover from it, really, until we see the winner.
Well, I thought a couple of things with Belgium in particular. I still feel that France is a little bit right-side heavy with Lamine Yamal and Pedro Porro. Spain, excuse me, with Lamine Yamal and Pedro Porro. And early on in the game, what happened, Jeremy Doku was having to drop in with De Kuyper to cope with that side of Spain. But as the game went on, Doku started to play higher and higher up, and that kind of pinned Porro back. I said to De Kuyper, you go one-on-one with Yamal, we'll take our chances. And Belgium grew into the game. As I think we all predicted Spain to go through. They're the better side, certainly have the better individuals. But I, for one, I know some people will brag about the results and they picked it. I thought it would have been a lot more thorough from a Spanish point of view.
Talk to me about the goalkeeper, sure.
It's a goalkeeper mistake. It's as simple as that. It was there to be caught. It was not a ball to be parried, but just hit him in bad part of his hand, come down, hit him in his stomach or his leg, and popped out.
Can I diminish a little bit his guilt on that manner, because nobody came out to block Kubasi when he shot, and they allowed him to take his time and to shoot, which I think is the first error. Of course, after you're more than an expert than I am to say if a goalkeeper made a mistake or not. But I really think that Kubasi had all the time to be precise, and the rebound before he went into Lamens made the shot hard to stop as well.
There's making a mistake. And he's had a great season. Yeah. And he's replacing arguably the world's best goalkeeper in Thibaut Courtois. Mm-hmm. But there's making a mistake at your club, which you can put that right 3 or 4 days later. And there's making a howler like that in a quarter-final of a World Cup against a huge local rival with a few minutes to go, where there's really little time that your teammates can make amends. That's going to take a lot of soul searching, because when it happens, goalkeepers always make mistakes, like outfield players. And usually when they do, there's something catastrophic in a football parlance comes from it. But as I said, you can always put that right. He cannot put that right for 4 years if he gets that opportunity. So he is going to be absolutely gutted this evening.
And at the same time, credit Kubasi in kind of recognising that moment. Courtois goes off, Lemons comes in, and as good as he's been, as we all recognise, that's a difficult situation coming in for the world #1 goalkeeper, certainly in my opinion, in a game, in a World Cup quarter-final. Kubasi given way too much room, as everybody alludes to, but he recognises that Lemons can't be settled. And it's a difficult circumstance for him, and just tries a shot that he would not have tried on Thibaut Courtois. And it paid dividends.
Alex, we talk about the depth in the squad for the French side. Spain, when you can bring on the likes of Pedri and Ferran Torres, it is an example of how deep they are.
Yeah, the squad is unbelievable if you look at it, isn't it? And I know we're saying that Lamine Yamal maybe hasn't reached the heights that is expected of him, but I just wanted to give you some insight into what happens when Lamine Yamal is on the ball. There was a guy in our row that went to get a drink or wherever he went. He comes back and he said, "What happened? What happened? What did I miss?" And it turns out Lamine Yamal just got the ball, and there's that much excitement, everyone off their feet. What's he going to do? What's he going to do? And it's incredible, a player that can generate that much excitement. But there's so much quality all over the pitch. They don't really make mistakes, but I still think they're going to need to play better if they want to beat France.
Yeah, how would you rate Lamine Yamal today?
Well, I just wanted to go to the point, you know. He's a young player and he's really talented, but I didn't see him today. I barely saw him. He was good.
The first half, he had some good.
On the first pass,
he had some really good
the pass that they gave to Pedro Porro on the Spanish goal was great, but it's not enough. Well, and he has all the excuses he needs because he was injured and he tries to get back into the best shape. But really, that's not the Lamine Yamal that I have known, and I'm still expecting much more. And I want to talk about Olmo. I want to talk about Oyarzabal. We have to talk about Merino. That scoring goals like that would put him on the bench for every games. That's terrible. But the guy has no chance to start a game because the coach knows so well that when he comes in, he's a threat for the opponent. So that will put him on the bench. But yes, we want to see more. Yes, he's a young, fantastic kid who has all the tools to become one of the greatest in the world. But we didn't see that right now. So.
Do you know what I've noticed with Lamine Yamal since he's came back from this 2 months off from the hamstring, which is difficult for any player, is that he's doing some really good stuff at times, but the end product that we've seen in his fledgling career, the first touch he had in the first half when he came inside from a long ball was a magnificent touch, took the defender out of play with the first touch. The second touch he got it on his left foot, and then his shot was weak. He had a couple of weak shots, he had a couple of weak crosses that really floated into the goalkeeper. And I think it's that part of his game at the moment where he's not quite sharp. He can still beat the guy and he can drop the shoulder. But where we've watched him whip the ball in the top corner almost, you know, at will, these are kind of getting scuttled wide at the moment, or he's dragging them, or his cross is a little bit overhit. So he's just lacking that little sharpness. And maybe in his mind as well, somebody has to say to him, listen, do the simple thing now and again. Don't always try and be the match winner. Don't always try and be the star. If they're doubling up on you, then pop it off to somebody else. And it just feels a little bit like at the moment he's trying too hard to get on that front foot to being the player that he was before the injury.
Agreed. Listen, Lamine Yamal, we know his talents. We feel that he's going to have to carry the Spanish team if they are to go certainly any further in the tournament, given that they come up against France. He said himself that he grows into the tournament, that he gets better as it goes on. But we're still waiting to see that. But at the same time, if you want to draw some comparisons between this Spain and the Spain that won the Euros and the support that he had from Williams and Olmo, that also isn't there. And while we could be critical of Lamine Yamal, certainly given his very high bar, who stood out for Spain?
I don't think we're being critical of him. I think we're just looking at how he's progressing from his injury at the end of the season.
I think it's fair, given where his standards is, where he set his bar.
His average performances are kind of somebody's good performance.
Yeah. Where he set his bar, we're judging him against his own self. And he hasn't been that yet this tournament. But then, in this game, with maybe the exceptions of Mika Merino coming off the bench, I'm not sure who else you can say was.
Yeah. Alex, meanwhile, for the opposition, it is officially the end of the golden generation, isn't it, for Belgium? Kevin De Bruyne and Lukaku, you wouldn't expect them to be back maybe for the next World Cup.
No, you definitely wouldn't. I think it was actually a really sad image for Thibaut Courtois as well when you saw him. He was in tears, wasn't he, at the end of the match? And they've been such a brilliant team. I think we were talking about Roberto Martinez as well when Portugal went out. He managed that incredible Portugal team at this World Cup, an incredible Belgium team, and only really won one trophy with both of them. And it feels like this Belgium side should and could have won more. But I do feel for them because they're top players, aren't they? And they just haven't really reached their potential on an international level, have they?
De Bruyne are gone.
Yep.
We saw Axel Witsel come on. He's got many caps. He'll be done. Thibaut Courtois, you may argue, but he's a goalie. They get it easy.
That's the statement.
Right, well, I don't know how we reach here.
You think how many years we've talked about Belgium and that generation from Company to Hazard to De Bruyne?
2014, I think.
Dries Mertens.
It's incredible, and this is the end of it. But they've probably exceeded expectations getting this far.
I think so, yeah. And actually, the big performance for them, really, and they can take a lot of heart as it, is how they destroyed the US. Bearing in mind the scandal, and it was a scandal that was really going on around the Balogun being allowed to play. They harnessed that and put in their best performance of the World Cup by a stretch, because they had been pretty poor. And they had been a dull watch up into that US game, and they flexed a few muscles in that game. But this was just a little bridge too far, even against the Spain side that aren't playing brilliant at the moment. They may do against France. They probably will have to do against France in the semi-final. But this was... They really hit the buffers here, Belgium, in terms of how far they could go and the quality of this group. And yeah, they're just one of these countries that bring through a lot of players and then they disappear and you're searching for the next superstars. I mean, Norway, we're going to, they're playing tomorrow. Norway were at a World Cup in '98 and then were never at a World Cup again. I think this might be the first World Cup. They had a terrible team for years and years. They brought nobody through, literally. And all of a sudden they've got this plethora of quality players and a big star name up front and Erling Haaland. Sometimes it can be years to replace these icons, the companies and the
Hazard. York, Shaka Hislop, that sort of generation.
Yeah, it takes a long time to replace those kinds of icons.
When Scotland got knocked out of the World Cup in '98, just look what happened.
Exactly. You know what? 82, 86, France had a great generation and ended up losing twice in a semi-final against Germany. And then after, there was a good generation with Papin, Cantona, Ginola, and some others, but didn't achieve anything on top of it, not going to the World Cup 90 and 94, so it took a little time.
Where's this story going, I wonder?
Well, before I arrived.
Somebody went...
And then Frank arrived.
Only Zlatan Ibrahimovic can say stuff like that. I can say stuff like that.
So, Frank, it's Spain next in Dallas.
That's gonna be another game. I mean, I don't want to take this game representing what Spain can do against France. That's going to be another game. And Lamine Yamal maybe going to be better, and he's going to face Digne, who we know is a good player, but hasn't been for Aston Villa the best player or the best left back in the world. But I'm thinking about having, again, Doué, Dembélé, Mbappé and Olise together against Cucurella, Pedro Porro, Laporte and Koubarsi. That's going to be difficult for them.
Do you know what was interesting today, even against this Belgium side that had De Ketelaere up front, up front, and Doku with his pace trying to get up, was this, and I don't know if they'll do this against France or whether they will change their whole mentality. But when Spain were possessing the ball and attacking and prodding, they were pretty much leaving themselves man for man at the back.
Well,
now that's, I mean, against Mbappe and Dembele, those boys, that could be a disaster for them.
It could be a disaster. But on the right side, they try, playing like they always do nowadays, where two guys come for the best player on the left side or the best player on the right side. So they try to cover each other, but it's not going to be enough. And if, of course, Rodri and whether it's going to be Fabian Ruiz or Pedri, will have to help the four at the back. Otherwise, they're going to suffer.
If I'm Mbappe, I'm pulling on to Laporte.
Right.
I'm working off Laporte. Because he can, if he can give him a yard, and you can flip that ball in behind.
So who are you going to play? instead of Laporte.
No.
Oh, you mean if you're Mbappe, you're going to play on Laporte?
I'm
Okay,
Mbappe. I'm
sorry.
drifting towards Laporte because I can slide that ball down the channel, and he's going to beat him in a foot race almost every time.
He's going to
And Spain are going to, yeah, but some defenders are quicker than others. He certainly is not in that category. Spain do leave a lot of space behind. Yeah. They do, and that's, in my mind, not a good strategy against this French team.
Cool. Alex, how do you see this game going?
Spain-France.
Yes.
I think Spain needs to play a lot better, but I think Spain will get to the final. I'm pretty sure. I said at the beginning of the tournament that Spain will win this tournament, and I still believe that. I still believe that.
Another one.
Sorry,
I'm going to change your mind.
I would love England to win it, of course.
Another one of the crew that lived in Spain.
Mikel Merino.
Lived in Spain.
That's what it is.
There's no bias here at all.
You're not being frank. It's just because you have some interest that you put Spain favourites. That's like.
What do you mean you're not being frank?
Oh, frank, honest.
Oh, yeah, I thought you were turning this into you again.
No.
Let's welcome in, shall we? Adrian Healy is here, but I want to start with Archie. Archie, where are you and why are you there?
Got lost.
I'm in Oslo, which is, of course, the capital of Norway, Dan, but you knew that, and I'm here to experience it as an Englishman in Norway. Tomorrow, I will be in a stadium full of 22,000 Norwegians. That's sold out in 30 seconds on Thursday. People here are very sceptical of how the tickets were sold. But yeah, the people are very pumped. They are very polite about it, though. I've had people coming up to me and going, "Hello, where are you from?" "I'm from England." "Oh, okay, we think we will beat you. Goodbye." So it's been quite an experience so far. But ultimately, let's see what happens. I would call them polite assassins. Yeah. And yeah, I asked one guy, Tor, not Torre, as in Torre Andre Flo, Tor, like Hammer of Thor. I was speaking to him earlier and he was telling me how much he likes the team because they're so humble and how this team has got everyone on side. And then I asked him the magic question, of course, Dan. What do you think of Jan Åge Fjørtoft?
Yeah.
And there was a beat. I thought, oh, go on, say the magic word. Say who. And instead he said legend. And I was like,
Don't tell Jan that. Would the Scots have responded the same if an Englishman was there?
What?
Amongst the Scots fans?
If Archie would already been in pieces. I don't know where. He'd have been just limbs lying around.
It'd be very much like train spotting.
And we walk on him.
Age, where are you and why are you there?
I'm right in the heart of Miami Beach, Dan, a place you know well. I know Ocean Drive, which has been kind of the central hub for both sets of fans. But we're down at the Norwegian end, just to keep that theme going, because I tell you what, they seem to have become everyone's second favourite team in this tournament. All the papers here were talking about how they've gone from charming underdogs to everyone's second favourite. Now the US are out. I think there's a lot of Americans that are getting behind the Norwegian fans and team too. And right here on Ocean Drive, just a couple of hours ago, and they're going to do it again later, by the way, the Viking row. I'm not sure the Vikings ever rowed anywhere this hot, as far as I'm aware. I thought they always patrolled some.
Adrian, are you in front of the Betsy Hotel?
Which hotel, Frank?
Betsy Hotel on Ocean Drive.
Betsy. Oh no, the Betsy is just down there, not far from it, Frank.
Have
you stayed there? I'm sure you like it.
You picked the wrong place, though. Then
what's this a holiday program?
No, that's sort of very nice place where you can have a nice lemonade because it seems to be very hot. So
you know when you whisper, everyone can still hear you.
It wasn't whispering.
Adrian, I know. Shut up, Frank. Adrian, I know England had to contend with the altitude in Mexico, but at 5 p.m. tomorrow. Put your meteorologist's hat on. How hot is it going to be at 5 p.m. tomorrow?
Yeah, we need a forecast,
Well, if it's like today, it's going to be melting temperatures. I mean, this is it. This time tomorrow, I think it's going to be a very, very different game than the one England enjoyed against Mexico. They have to be playing slow. I mean, put a bunch of Northern Europeans together in South Florida in July. There's no way it's going to be fast. It's just going to be. It's going to be slow. It's going to have to be slow. It's going to have to be deliberate. I wouldn't be surprised if it's tight and cagey and the exact opposite from what we saw in Mexico City.
That's true. That's the wrong place for a game like
Well, it's
that.
there now. We can't change it. Who has the advantage with this weather?
No one. We're going to see all red faces all around the field. That's going to be a nightmare for any teams. We could have said that when England played against Mexico, that was for the advantage of the Mexicans. But right now, everybody plays in Europe, and playing in Miami during the summer, it's just terrible because on top of the heat, you have the humidity, so it's really hard.
It has to be England. It has the advantage in terms of they have across the squad a better quality of player.
Right.
You know, they have Norway, that is, have good players and a superstar up front. Certainly in Mexico, England had 2 or 3 superstars. Kane being one, Bellingham was certainly another, and then you've got Rice, and they have a better quality of player. Not to say that they're playing better at this tournament than Norway, you could argue that, but they have a better individual quality. Now, whether that shines through or not remains to be seen, or whether Norway can get enough service up to Erling Haaland like they did against Brazil. Would you think about it? Norway have never been out of past the last 16. They've made history being in a quarter-final. They could be in a semi-final of a World Cup, but they've already knocked Brazil out. I know it's not a great Brazil side, but they have already knocked Brazil out in Boston with Erling Haaland taking the headlines. I'm going to say 3 or 4 years ago, this really wasn't a difficult game to call because Norway's team was not very... It was Erling Haaland and a bunch of other guys. That's not the case now.
No.
It's a really close game to call now between these two countries.
Archie, is it patronising to say Norway have already won, given the fact that they beat Brazil and made it into the quarterfinals?
Not necessarily, because to some of the people I was speaking to earlier were saying, look, we will celebrate tomorrow night no matter what happens because of how much of an achievement it is that we've got this far. But the thing is that the question they're not asking why can they win this game, it's why not? Because they have Erling Haaland, and he gives them that extra piece of quality, which means that he can win a game on his own, except, as Craig's been saying there is more to this Norwegian team. I question whether Ørjan Nyland can have 2 successive games in a row which are as good as the one that he played against Brazil. There are question marks behind this Norwegian defence still, but on the other hand, this England team has not convinced in every game. There have been chances given up in every game against their opponents as well. So it is a very difficult one to call, but here everyone is very much confident to believe why can't they overcome England given how well they've done in this tournament.
I'm sorry. So I think it will be, for me, a disappointment if they don't go through. I mean,
Norway?
Norway, yeah, they've been exceptional during the qualification. So far, they didn't have anything to complain about. They've done the job, and really, they showed unity and how they work together and how they end up their games. It's so far perfect. So why you cannot be ambitious and think that you can even win the World Cup? Because with that team and England, as we all agreed, has been united, I would say, against Mexico, but otherwise didn't prove anything. They weren't as efficient as the Norwegians. So for me, that's why I think.
But they had 10 men. They were down to 10 men, England, and I think that's one of the questions going into this game as well. In the heat in Miami, is what condition are these England players in after that monumental effort in the Azteca, and it was at altitude with a man down for almost 45 minutes.
Okay.
You could easily say that Norway had pretty much an easier game. They definitely had an easier game, and an easy-ish game, knocking Brazil out. Whereas England had a hell of a time to get over that line. So there has to be less in their legs than there is in the Norwegian legs, who are already a very athletic side as it is.
Archie, are you making friends? What's going on?
Yeah, we're talking when I'm talking.
What's happening?
Oh boy.
This is Elias, who's just come and given me a Norwegian scarf. So out of politeness, I've put it on. Elias, I heard you say that you think Norway will not just win tomorrow, you think that they will
win the World Cup. Yeah.
Okay, why?
Erling Braut Haaland and Ørjan Nyland.
Oh wow. You're not even mentioning Martin Odegaard anymore.
I'm Arsenal fan, so Odegaard is my favorite player. But in Norway, Nyland and Haaland is the biggest player.
Archie,
and Yes,
Archie,
yes.
Ask him if there's any small Norwegians.
We have a question from the studio for you. Are there any small Norwegians?
Yeah, there are a lot, but I'm not one of them.
We can see it. Elias, thank you very much for your time.
Of course.
Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Take care.
One of the big
Thank
Norwegians is Erling
Back to
Haaland,
you.
who's been very much the superstar of this tournament so far. He's grabbed all the headlines, no matter where you are in the world, given what he did, especially against Brazil. It's hammer time. Here's the man himself.
I think there's some clear favourites out there. England's one of them, so I think all of you should put every single pressure on the English lads.
Put all the pressure on the English, Aid.
Yeah, you know, the thing about him is not only how fantastically he's been playing with a smile on his face, almost the most relaxed I've ever seen Erling Haaland play. Just like this is all house money, this is all gravy, and he's become a sensation here. I mean, almost in the days leading up to this game, it's been like the paparazzi following him around Miami and Fort Lauderdale, whatever restaurant he's been eating in. Norway have been here all week. The two teams took different approaches. Norway had been here the whole week. England just flew in last night, but Haaland is turned into an absolute sensation and a superstar, and it's obviously, goes without saying, the key to England's success tomorrow. Can they cut down those challenges? You're not going to deny him complete chances during the game, are you? But if you can at least restrict that, you give yourself a good chance.
He's very likeable.
He is.
You know what I mean? From on the pitch, the way you celebrate that second goal was so cool. From what he's been doing on social media during this tournament, there's almost like a kid element to it.
Yeah. And it's incredible to witness from somebody that good. And we, of course, know Erling Haaland from playing for Manchester City and everything that comes with that. This is almost a different side to him. Putting on the national team shirt, representing Norway at the World Cup for the first time in what was it, 28 years, and how he's managed his stardom, how he's managed his presence with the Norwegian team. It really has been a joy to witness. Also, as somebody mentioned, Norway has, well, since Scotland left the tournament, Norway has become everybody else's second team. And there's just this good feeling around Norway, who they are, who they've shown themselves.
Who was supporting Scotland?
Everybody in Boston, for starters.
Yeah, they were supporting the fans.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I didn't want to watch the
team.
So
I'm just saying everybody is willing Norway on in the way that, well, they were hoping for the Scots. Maybe they didn't get it, but they're willing Norway on. And so the thing for me is, even if Norway loses this game and goes out of the tournament at this stage of competition, I think they come away winners. I think they'll be well received back home. I'm not sure you can say the same about the English. There's a different kind of pressure that comes with being England and having to get to a semi-final, especially as one of the seeded teams. So there's an added pressure to England. But while the Mexico game was difficult, I think England learned a lot about themselves during that game. If you'd offered me playing the heat of Miami or the altitude of Mexico, I would have taken the heat of Miami. Right. Yet you go to Mexico, you deal with that altitude in the way that you do, I think you come away better for it.
And we'll be getting predictions from everyone in the studio a little later on, but let's go to Aid, who really looks like he's enjoying the sun.
Yes, you know I love the sun. I'm that classic Englishman, Dan, that used to dream of living in the sun, and now I get to live my dream. Yes, tomorrow it's going to be tight. It's going to be tight. I'm going to go, England have found a way to overcome lots of obstacles, lots of hurdles, lots of games where it could have gone in another direction. They've found their way to this point, and I think they're going to find a way past Norway. It won't be without its challenges. I'm going to say 2-1 England after extra time, 1-1 at 90 minutes, and they find a way to win it. Jude Bellingham probably does something heroic at extra time, and England scrape through.
Thank you very much, Jake. Go and find some AC somewhere. Archie, you don't have that problem, but I still would like to hear your prediction before you leave.
Dan, for my own safety, it will be Norway 2, England 1.
Thank you very much.
Obviously, that
boy. Don't blink.
Obviously, that big lad still stood next to him.
I think that's fair play.
Growling over him.
Thank you very much, guys. What a match it should be. So many subplots going into that tie. The final quarter-final on Saturday sees Argentina take on Switzerland. For Switzerland, of course, they came here after that penalty shootout victory against Colombia. For Argentina, it's been far from an easy road. They've made hard work of it. That incredible 3-2 win over Cape Verde. 79 minutes to go against Egypt. They were 2-0 down, came from behind to win 3-2. A lot of talking points going into this, and what's interesting, as we were saying before, is that at the start of the tournament, if you said you had Switzerland in the quarterfinals and Argentina, you'd be so delighted. We would be like, what's the even point discussing this? Argentina are going to win it. But what we've seen from Argentina has kind of opened up questions about them going into this. What
we've seen against Cape Verde and Egypt was a chaotic Argentina. An Argentina that can't keep clean sheets. Lost, I think, 5 goals at least in this tournament thus far. But it relies on Messi and others and great finishes and great goals, and has made games, particularly in the second half, has made games open and end to end, and they've got away with it. And I think that's, you can use that term. They have scored some great goals to dig themselves out a hole, and let's be honest about it, they've had favourable decisions from the officials thus far in this tournament.
I hope there's none this time. Wouldn't it be nice if we're just not talking about the officials after an Argentina game?
Well, I mean, I don't want to go back to match day 1, but Messi should have been red carded. And you could debate the Egypt, not that goal that was chopped off, it went all the way up the field, was as soft as hell. So they've had favourable decisions. The chance of that happening all the way to a final and through a final are slim. As more eyes get on you and the better referees get the end games, they're going to have to play better. They're probably going to have to play better to beat Switzerland because they're super organised. They're not a huge threat going forward, but they're super organised. And they'll be looking at this Argentina side and they'll be looking to pick those little holes. When Argentina get as open as they have been, let's see if Switzerland can hit them in the counter-attack. But it's made Argentina fun to watch. Really fun to watch, but it doesn't bode well for them playing against a better side, probably in the semi-finals.
You will have Granit Xhaka, who's going to take care of Messi. I want to see that because that's going to be interesting. How Argentinian players can do with maybe without Messi, because Granit Xhaka or some others are going to take care of him because they know that without Messi, they're not the same team.
But he'll just drag Xhaka. If they try and man-mark Messi, he'll just drag them into areas they don't want to go.
Maybe it doesn't bother them because they know that that's taking an equation out of the system, and that will be easier for them. And I'm sorry, they've been winning just by a margin every games, and at some point you will have to fail.
But they have been winning. That's
yeah, they've been winning, and good for them. And because of that fantastic player that Lionel Messi is, but at a certain time that's going to stop. And if you have a well-organized Swiss team, that can be another story.
I don't think you need to put a man marker on Messi. Neither Cape Verde nor Egypt did. You have to be aware of him whenever the ball is anywhere in that half of the park, of course. Cape Verde were very organised, I will say, and played on the front foot. And maybe it's because Argentina took the lead and that kind of forced Cape Verde to play on the front foot. But Argentina didn't have a response to that. Different game against Egypt because Egypt took the lead and then they just dropped all the way off and tried to soak up pressure and tried to ride the game out. And then when it came time for them to try to get something back in the game, it just wouldn't work for them. I see Switzerland approaching this game more in the manner that Cape Verde did, but with better players. And that makes this a very difficult game for Argentina. But to your point, Dan, before the start of this tournament, if you looked at Argentina's run to this point, not really played anybody, but you get Switzerland in a quarterfinal, you're quite happy with that if you're Argentina.
We'll be getting everybody's predictions later on in the show. What a tease.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
people will be able to
surprises.
Wait. Portugal have a new coach. Jorge Jesus is in charge. Inevitably, he was asked in his press conference about the future of Cristiano Ronaldo. He will never be a problem for the national team or for me. As for the controversy, everyone is entitled to their own opinion. Chris is a symbol of Portugal. He will go down in history. It has been a great pleasure working with him. He is incredibly easy to work with. If he is in a position to be called up, I will do so.
Well, he managed them in Saudi Arabia.
Yep. It's
good to see Belgium have got Portugal on for a young up-and-coming coach, a 71-year-old. But anyway, I'm not no ageism on here. Look, Christian, look, Portugal have to move on from this. And Roberto Martinez should have knocked it on the head at the first press conference when he got the job. He did not. And it just hung over him, and he didn't have the stomach to make the big decision, and they went out. At some point, you know, I think Ronaldo has to take himself. I also think Ronaldo should take himself out.
Well, he did say, didn't he, afterwards, and then that's it. But
that's the problem, because if he says I carry on, nobody's going to say no.
Well, somebody has to say no.
Well, it doesn't seem to be the case with that new coach.
As a country, you have to move forward, and you know, we all said coming into this World Cup for months that Portugal, who have a very talented squad, were never going to compete properly to win this World Cup with a 41-year-old up front. And you only had to look at history, the recent history of major tournaments, to tell you that he'd struggled in the last 2 or 3. And you have to be an absolute clown to think that if you've struggled in the last 2 or 3, that 6, 7 years later, in your early 40s, you're going to be better against younger, fitter, quicker defenders in the heat here in the United States. I mean, it's just bonkers, really. So it's been amazing. And he's an amazing player, an amazing athlete. I've loved watching him play, him and Messi. I don't think it'll ever be repeated. 2 players like that, of that generation, with that talent. But it's over at this level, and let's be honest, it's over at club level, apart from being in Saudi Arabia, banging in a few goals where nobody cares.
I think what between Portugal and Cristiano Ronaldo are looking for is a good way to say goodbye, a good send-off. I'm not sure what that is or what that looks like, but given what he's represented for Portuguese football, you almost, if you're a Portugal fan, you don't want to see him leave in this circumstance.
You could argue for having a showcase
game
against
in Portugal,
Brazil or somebody.
On Portuguese soil, something of the sort.
Yeah.
But I think they're just looking for that moment that the country can say goodbye and he can do the same. But again, a lot of that comes down to Cristiano Ronaldo, what he wants to do, and more to the point, when he wants to do it.
Portugal, obviously out of the World Cup. We're down to 7 teams? 6 teams? No, 7 teams. Spain have thrown in. Yeah. 5 teams. Good.
6.
Okay, so this is bracket. We've got just 4 bits left to fill until we decide who the champion will be.
Easy.
France to play Spain. Now let's take it to the other side. We've promised you Norway against England predictions. Let's do exactly that. Starting with Shaka.
I go for...
Oh, I got to do this, look.
Oh, yeah. No, you're right. I go for England to beat Norway. I'm going to go for a score of 2-1.
2-1.
Oh, do we have to give the score too?
Yes, please. A little description. We've got 3 minutes. Need to fill a little bit.
Okay.
Can you straighten that up a bit?
No, there we are. All right.
Yeah, don't put on the flag. Respect the flag. Come on.
Right. Craig.
It's a Scotsman.
England to go through so that when they get to the semi-finals and get knocked out, it's a little bit more painful.
Okay.
I don't want them going out in the quarters. I want them to be able to feel that World Cup.
I knew you wouldn't be that nice.
Okay.
Only for it to be dragged away.
Yeah.
Frank Leboeuf.
No, I'm going straight for Norway. And there will be 1-0.
1-0?
1-0.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go for Norway on penalties.
Oh, you're going to...
he played that wrong.
Okay.
Always play the wrong.
Right.
Oh, we're going to lose.
I'm not playing that wrong, so it's split there. Let's do the other one, Argentina against Switzerland. Craig, do it first because you've got to go to Sports Centre. Let's get your prediction for this.
You have to press the little arrow, no? Down there.
What little arrow?
Long.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
We're still on Norway, England.
Oh, there we go. No one told me about any arrows.
Nobody told me that, but somehow.
He knows.
There you are.
The only one who went found studies.
They've made a bit of a bad choice with the Argentina flag. It just looks like a white line.
Yeah.
Can I go, boys?
All right, sorry.
A slightly less...
So then...
a slightly less chaotic Argentinian performance against a well-organised Switzerland side.
Right.
But the wee man to go through, Lionel Messi.
Go to Sports Centre then, Burley. Shaka.
I will join Craig in saying Argentina go through. This will be the toughest test, but I think they'll be equal to it.
Frank.
I'm going to go for Switzerland on extra time.
Yes.
And I'm going to go for a 2-1.
I'm going to have Switzerland as well. I don't think it'll be extra time. I think they get it done in 90 minutes. And I think it'll be a surprise. Switzerland-Norway in the semi-finals.
Ah, it's going to be nice.
It will be
according to you two.
Yes?
Yeah.
All right, I thought it was a prediction.
No. Oh, we have to. We predicted more. I thought we were saving those.
Shaka looks over there.
Yeah.
Just towering
He's
over.
tired.
Just meet all my friends.
We always do a
Craig left me here all by myself.
Look at that. Oh, speaking of tall towers, there's one. It's ESPN FC back tomorrow. Enjoy tonight.
We're going back to your desk or we staying up?
I don't know. What are we doing for extra time?
Oh, stay here.
Stay here.
All right, my questions are here.
Oh,
Right, welcome
come
to
on.
Extra Time.
Come on. Oh,
Here we are. I don't know. No one.
Bring it. Where's the iPad? Looking like you're buying groceries.
Shaka, in the World Cup, Yasin Bono has faced 9 penalties.
Yeah.
And only conceded 2.
Wow.
How crazy is that record?
Very crazy.
I think you've got to step back in your light, Shaka.
Yeah,
I have
please.
to go back.
Get back into position, please.
I'm lonely over here. I'm lonely over here. Nobody's no friends.
You're missing Craig a little bit?
Yeah.
How crazy is that?
That's a pretty ridiculous stat.
Yes.
In all honesty, I mean.
I think it goes.
The question's not for you.
No, because
it's not your question. It's Shaka, the goalkeeper.
No, but I
don't know if you know this, Frank. I mean, Dan. Frank was a very good penalty taker back in his day.
It's why I want to go. I want to go to that point. That Bono is a great goalkeeper,
right.
But the penalty shooter nowadays are absolutely dreadful. So
but what? 7 out of 9 is some goal. You got to be pretty bad.
Conversion rate is so low considering VAR and goalkeepers having to stay on their line, considering what you used to face. You think Champions League final 2005? When it was Dudek in goal, he was halfway up.
Shaka, even Shaka was cheating. He was going like that. What did you think that?
But you could get away with it. But now you think
you
think it would be tougher. But it seems to be that
it should be tougher for the goalkeeper.
Yeah.
Nowadays it was easier, but because they were cutting the angle.
Yeah.
But no, because again players penalty shooters they tease goalkeeper. They don't respect the goalkeeper and the human being behind that, and they just try to wait for the goalkeeper to move.
Right.
So if you don't move and you are a very patient goalkeeper, the player is in danger.
Is Marino just Olivier Giroud in disguise?
What?
It's because Giroud obviously scoring those late winners for France back in the day.
Oh, yeah. But you know what? I have sympathy for Marino because at the same time that he scores and he's the hero of every day, he's going to remain on the bench.
He's a super sub.
It's super sub, and that's not an ideal role.
It's not bad, is it? If you can come on and score the winning goal.
Yeah. After every game you say good, but you know that you're going to be disappointed when the coach is going to put the first 11. You would never be in it.
Then you know what you're going to do.
Yeah.
Come on.
You've only got 2 games left. It's not the end of the world.
Because you're lazy people, you don't want to run 90 minutes. That's why
over to you. I need to go back on the spot.
Position.
I keep coming over here like this.
Come on.
Shaka's lonely. Does this Belgian performance make the US men's national team loss look any better?
No.
Frank, how good has Manu Kone been in the World Cup? He has been the main reason why France's midfield has actually been a strength.
Well, you have to add Rabiot and Tchouaméni when he played, but it's true that Manu Kone has been absolutely fantastic. Because I think Thierry Henry was Manu Kone's coach in Monaco, and I saw a little video of Thierry in the dressing room saying, wow, you are back to your best. And that was very nice coming from Thierry Henry, and I think it's absolutely true. Manu Kone is an excellent player. I think he plays in Roma, correct? I think I would say that. You don't know? Okay, nobody knows. Okay, I know. I think he plays. He's a great midfield player.
Ask your friends over there.
Okay.
How much has Rudy Garcia's coaching stock risen, and how much has Martinez's fallen, Shaq?
I'm always surprised to see. I was surprised to see Martinez get the Belgian job as he did. I'm not sure what he did with Portugal.
You know, he's been linked to the Scotland job. That would be amazing.
Scotland?
Just to wind Craig.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God!
Let's start the petition. Outside it, just to wind Craig up. It certainly hasn't helped at all. I think Rudy Garcia over these last 2 games in particular.
Yeah.
His stock has risen, and let's keep in mind they were 5 minutes away from getting knocked out against Senegal. But then all of a sudden, these last 2 games, I think have been Belgium's best in the tournament.
Is the keeper the most important player on the pitch?
Yes.
Okay.
I did not know that was up for debate.
Well,
I didn't know it was up for debate.
Because Courtois would have saved that?
Probably,
Could he have
yeah.
done better with the first?
The first?
Yeah, he just kind of parries it, obviously.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, no.
On the first shot, on the almost shot. That's what it is? That's what you mean?
Yeah, the first goal.
Because he saved on Olmo, but he
kind of parries.
Would
have been able to keep it. No.
Stop trying to blame the goalie, Dan.
Is the goalkeeper the most important?
Yes.
Of course not.
Yes.
No,
Everybody knows that.
Player.
Everybody knows that. It is.
It's because they don't know how to kick a ball. They end up being in the net.
Oh boy.
I'm kidding you.
No, it's stay over there with your friends. Stay over there with your
friends.
friends.
Are we going for dinner tonight?
No, because you go for. I think you go for curry.
Yeah, we're going
Indian
for curry
food.
this evening. Yeah.
No, I'm intolerant on that kind of food.
Fantastic, because we're intolerant of you, so everything works
The world is perfect.
Everyone's happy. ESPN FC returns tomorrow. We'll be counting down.
Come on over here, Frankie.
I'm going with
Come on,
Frank.
Oh
boy.
Be sure to join us.
You're on your own.
They did face France in the semi-finals of the 2022 World Cup we were just talking about in Qatar. France winning that game 2-0. So it was a good win for France that day. But both teams have played pretty well here in North America so far in this World Cup. Obviously, rivals. You can draw the historical parallels between the two teams. There are French players who have Moroccan heritage. There are Moroccan players with French heritage as well. How much will that game in the last World Cup have an impact on this one? Because a lot of the players are the same, aren't they, Ian?
Yeah, they're the same. Listen, this is a cracking matchup. This is such a tasty affair. Obviously, a lot off the field can create the drama on the field. France are favourites for this World Cup. Morocco, I think 6 of their players that were in the roster were born in born in France. So there's a personal element to this as well. I think Morocco are so well set up that this might be the biggest test that we will see for France throughout this World Cup. If they get past this Morocco side, they could potentially win that World Cup easily. But if Morocco win this tie and go through, they could be the first African side that goes to a final and potentially wins it. So both teams are set up perfectly. France have the better squad at the end of the day. They have the better talent. They should be able to win. But there's something about this Morocco heart. Talent, absolutely there. Quality up top as well. If Saibari plays, great. Hopefully he does, because he's been banging in the goals. He's a loss when he's not there. But they have an immense amount of ability. There's a lot of tales with Hakimi, obviously playing in France for Paris Saint-Germain. His ratio of consistency going forward is insane. He's not a fullback. Guy plays his own position. They're deadly, Morocco. I'm so high on this team. I love the coach. He's undefeated since he's been at the helm. Obviously controversial what happened at AFCON. I wouldn't put it past an upset in this game. But if France are on their day, France should win it.
I agree with Ian there, Jen. I think this is going to be a really difficult game for France. I almost think, and I hate to say this, I almost think just the way that Morocco play, they're almost like the kryptonite for France. I almost fancy Morocco to trouble France more than I would England. England have a better team and a better squad, but I just think the way that Morocco play, I think they'll believe they can get this done.
I definitely do think it will be, listen, epic game. Both teams have really high quality, but France for me are probably the one team that I struggle to find a vulnerability. And when you're looking at, is it 14 goals for, 2 against, I think that graphic showed, it's the way that they score goals. And I was at their France-Sweden game, yeah, it was 14 for, 2 against. But it's the way that they score those 14 goals. And it's such a variety of different goals. They have no clear pattern because they are so creative. They read each other's play so incredibly well. Their movement is exceptional. They can score off a counter. They can break down a low block. Defensively, they haven't given much away at all. I think if Morocco win this game, absolutely, that will be one of the biggest upsets because France, for me, are the favourites. They're my favourites by a mile. I can't find a vulnerability for France. They look so good all over the pitch and have the squad depth, the players to come off the bench. Olise, Mbappe, Dembele have just been phenomenal this entire tournament. And the only thing that will stumble them is if they're overconfident, which I don't think they will be. I don't think you can come up against Morocco and not have the utmost respect for them for what they've done as well.
Or if you get rattled, right? Paraguay tested France in this game. Obviously, you needed a penalty kick to get through. I think that what we witnessed in that game was France took their concentration slightly away because they were more focused on the battle that Paraguay were throwing at them. It became a competitive, aggressive affair that basically knocked them off their game. They were hitting the post, they were missing chances because they weren't on their game. So if not at their best, France, Morocco can beat them. Absolutely. They have the talent. I do think Saibari needs to play for that to happen. I don't know if they've got enough if he's not there, because he is a bit of a killer inside that penalty. I mean, he scored in every single game in the group stage, and obviously massive miss in that last game, picking up the early injury. But watch out for Brahim Diaz. He had a bit of an impact in the AFCON, then missed the penalty kick, and I think he's going to have something to say about this game as well, as is Kikimi. So Africa has been a problem for France. Don't forget that as well. They've lost 6 games this century, and 3 of them have come against African sides. So I wouldn't put it past, okay? There's a bit of pressure there. If France are not on their game, they can lose this game. But they have to be at their best to beat this Morocco. They really do.
Jen, I think we all agree with what you said there, that this France team, compared to the other squads at the World Cup, do seem to have that extra gear that nobody else has. If you're preparing to face a team like that is clearly the best squad, the best team, that is so difficult to beat, how do you go about these couple of days leading into the game to engineer an upset? What have you got to focus on?
I think for Morocco, that's a good question. I think for Morocco, it's about sticking to your own game plan first and foremost. I think they've been so good on the ball going forward and tried to dictate bits of possession. But I think when they have seemed rattled against Paraguay, when the game has become very physical, that's really important. I think there are so many elements to this game that can still go Morocco's way. It's about being clinical. If you don't have many chances, taking them when they come. Sitting in your compact positions and in your block, whatever way they choose to do that, I'll be really intrigued to see how they press them, because if you press them high off the pitch, watching Sweden do that a couple of times when they were chasing the game and allowing Mbappe half the pitch to go and run and use half the pitch to bring other people into play was just, you can't stop that. Tactically, they have to get it spot on. So I think for me, they'll sit in a bit of a mid-block, lower block potentially, and try and get them on the counter. I feel like that's what any team would do. Try and protect the space in behind, knowing that they have so much firepower in the front line from a French perspective. You can't, I don't think you can go and press this French. They're too good building out.
Yeah.
They play through you, you're done.
A lot of people were quite critical, Ian, of the way that Paraguay went about that game. I know they lost it ultimately. They made a hell of a fight of it. Is there something in that Morocco can maybe draw something from, trying to make it into a bit of a fight?
Yeah, they tried to intimidate, the French team, and I think they managed to be successful at that. They knocked them off their game slightly. But still, France have enough weapons to be able to rotate. I mean, they're bringing players like Doué and Cherki off the bench to have an impact at any given time.
Crazy, isn't it?
I mean, you can go down the names, and if they need to play a different style, you've got Mateta that can come up and be a bit more direct and aggressive as well. Bounou has to have a very good game for Morocco in between the sticks. This could come down to penalty kicks, so he does have to have a top-class affair, and Morocco need to take their chances. But to your point, Jen, how do you stop this France side when they are almost at their very best? If you look at the statistics from Mbappe in particular, 7 goals from 26 shots. His XG was only 4.8, right? He's scored more than expected from him. He's taken opportunities that probably he shouldn't be taking and scoring. And if you look at the creator, Michael Olise, albeit he hasn't scored a goal yet, he's got 5 assists in this competition. And yet, when those two are not playing well, it's then down to the other players. Oh, by the way, they're all world class.
Well, Dembele's got 4 goals.
Dembele's still not been at his best. So there is more to come. There's another level from France. And I think they've got to get there to beat this Morocco side. Let's not forget, Morocco played incredibly well in one of the best games we saw in the previous round against the Netherlands. That was a great game. And they did enjoy possession of the ball. And they did try to attack. But they also left themselves a little bit open and exposed. Against this France side, you can't do that. So to Jen's point, they've got to be a little bit more compact, maybe a little bit lower, sit back and protect your goal a lot more. Otherwise, it's going to be a very busy night for Bounou.
Good morning and welcome back to Cheat Sheet at the World Cup, your daily bite-sized breakdown of the biggest stories from the tournament. I am Matt Kabir-Floyd. This is what you need to know this Saturday morning. It is a huge day for England. They take on Norway in Miami this evening for a place in the semi-finals. Thomas Tuchel has injury worries in defence though. Could Dan Burn be in line for his first World Cup start? Norway, meanwhile, will be hoping Erling Haaland can lead them to a famous win. We'll find out how the Norwegians are shaping up for the game. And Spain will play France in the last 4 after they beat Belgium 2-1 in Los Angeles, thanks to another late goal from super sub Mikel Merino. But of course, there's only one place to start today, and that's by looking ahead to England's quarter-final clash against Norway in Miami. It's a 10 o'clock kickoff this evening, UK time, much better than that Mexico game, but it's not been the smoothest of build-ups for England. Jarell Quansah is suspended, and there are concerns over the fitness of Mark Gay, Reece James and Declan Rice. So what 11 will Thomas Tuchel go with? Rob Dorsett's been watching the squad train. He can give us an idea.
The draw has opened up for England a little bit, hasn't it? We've talked about it a lot, and if they'd said before the tournament that you could have a quarter-final against Norway in Miami with a chance to get to the semi-finals, I think all England supporters and Thomas Tuchel would have snapped your hand off. But Thomas Tuchel has some huge decisions to make when he chooses his team later on today, and remember, he does pick his team late. He likes to sleep on it. He won't tell the players until a few hours before kick-off out here in Miami, and I think there are some key decisions for him to consider. Good news, Declan Rice, Reece James and Mark Gay all took a full part in training here in the heat yesterday. But will Thomas Tuchel tweak that back four to try and get Dan Burn in there, his physicality against Erling Haaland, his ability in the air to deal with the long diagonal balls that Norway like to hit up to the front too? That we wait to see. Thomas Tuchel may have not made his mind up entirely himself yet. And then the other question is, where can England hurt Norway? I think it's fully open about who's he's going to pick on the wings, whether it's Anthony Gordon or Marcus Rashford on the left, or Bukayo Saka or Noni Madueke on the right. Probably Saka. He told us this week that he's fully fit and raring to go, having not been in that sort of frame of mind and stage of fitness earlier on in the tournament. So a huge occasion for England, a huge occasion for Thomas Tuchel, his most defining moment as England head coach so far, but that's why he was given the job. That's why he was given the big bucks. That's why the FA employed him, exactly for occasions like this, with a chance to take England to the last 4 of the World Cup.
Well, a couple of hours after that training session, Tuchel and Harry Kane spoke to the media in their pre-match news conference. Kaveh Solokul was there for us.
This press conference felt distinctly like the Harry Kane show. There were so many questions for the England captain and not too many for the England manager Thomas Tuchel. Well, what did we learn about the England captain that we already didn't know? I think the first thing is that he is so close to David Beckham that the two of them message each other after every game. That is what Harry Kane said. That's a WhatsApp group I would love to be in. Kane was also asked lots of questions about the race for the World Cup Golden Boot, and he basically said, it's not about my goals. I'm here to win the World Cup, not to win the Golden Boot. A lot of questions as well about the rivalry between Harry Kane and Erling Haaland. Kane said, look, we're two totally different players. I know we both score a lot of goals. He's a goal-scoring machine. He is a beast physically. But I feel that I get involved more in the build-up play. So that was Kane. What about Tuchel? Well, here's the thing. He didn't have much to say, but that was only because he wasn't asked that many questions. And I think now it's the time for his players to do their talking on the pitch.
As for Norway, this is the furthest they've ever gone in a major tournament. And Gary Cottrell's been with them to find out how they're feeling ahead of the big game.
No problems for the Norwegians. Their hotel issues all sorted and settled. Their health issues, which never really were big issues in the first place, but all sorted and settled. No one's ill. There's a full bill of health. All of the players trained yesterday ahead of this match. It's been billed, isn't it, as Harry Kane versus Erling Haaland. But the Norwegian camp don't like that. They're saying that they believe they've got a number of quality players in the side who are good enough to take on England and beat England. Inevitably, the two strikers are under the spotlight because they're both in great form. They're both in the running for the Golden Boot. They both scored last time out. Erling Haaland with that late brace to see off Brazil. And it's that victory over Brazil which gives the Norwegians this sense that they are actually a team that can go all the way in this competition, breaking records, of course, just by getting to the quarter-finals. My understanding is it'll be the same starting 11 that started against Brazil. That's players from the top leagues across Europe. A couple will play in Norway, Spain, Italy, a couple from Germany, and 4 from the Premier League. Of course, Martin Odegaard, the captain. Of course, Erling Haaland. Of course, Sander Berg and Christopher Ayer also in those starting positions. They, a bit like Arsenal, the Norwegians, have had this system of having starters and finishers. Another Premier League player, Oscar Bob, has been very much a finisher, playing against Brazil most of the second half, and that's been the role for him throughout most of this World Cup. And I'll bet you a bob or two, speaking about Oscar Bob, that it's going to be very, very hot. There's already weather warnings being issued. It's going to be 33, 34 degrees Celsius come kick-off time, which of course is 5 o'clock here locally. But because of all the other factors, when you look at the weather apps over here, they say that it will feel like 40 degrees. The humidity will make it feel a lot hotter than it actually is, where the stadium is as well, with all the concrete around, making the heat reflect upwards. So it's going to be very, very tiring for the players. Thank goodness for those hydration breaks. The heat is on, not only temperature-wise, because both of these teams desperate to win, desperate to get through to the semi-finals of the World Cup. It's the toughest ask yet, isn't it, for England? They haven't faced this kind of opposition to get to where they are at the moment. But of course, Norway, with Brazil, the scalp of Brazil, already claimed.
So thanks to Rob, Carve and Gary for those updates. Dave Reed is with me in the Sky Sports News studio. Those guys have got the glamorous jobs, haven't they? They're out there. We're here at the coalface in the UK, although it's pretty nice, isn't it, this time of year? So I want to concentrate first on what the atmosphere is going to be like here, because it's a Saturday night, this game. Perfect time, really, isn't it? 10 o'clock. Mexico was brilliant, but it was in the early hours of Monday morning. A lot of people couldn't stay up for it. Is this going to be an even better atmosphere tonight, an even bigger event here in the UK?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. As you say, the game against Mexico was a late night or an early morning start, and of course we had the hour delay because of the thunderstorms as well. Now, there have been a few weather warnings out in Miami for this game, not expecting really there to be a delay for kickoff unless some surprise thunderstorms come into the area, but it has been super hot over there. But expecting this to be on-time kickoff, 10 p.m. UK time, and it should be an amazing atmosphere. As you say, Saturday night, people will be just getting going, I think, by the time kickoff gets underway.
Yeah, exactly. The pubs don't have to worry about staying open too late. Let's talk about Spain against Belgium then. Spain won 2-1. It was a tight game. Mikel Merino, the super sub, with another late goal. We've seen him do it for Arsenal as well. A lot of focus on France.
Yes.
Rightly so, because they are playing the best in this tournament. They are the favourites. But what about Spain? How do they look right now? Are they just starting to peak at the right time?
Yeah, as you say, all the focus is on France. I wonder whether Spain are just going under the radar a little bit, or maybe that's kind of impossible now they've got to the semi-finals. It's set up a blockbuster, hasn't it, for the semis, Spain against France now. But late goal, Mikel Merino comes up clutch once again, did it in the last round against Portugal, comes on the pitch in the 88th minute with 2 minutes of normal time to go. There was a strike from the edge of the box, parried by Senna Lomans, which I'll come to why he was in goal in a moment. And there was Mikel Merino to put in the rebound. Just his second touch. He'd been on the pitch 117 seconds and he scores the winning goal to put Spain through. And he's done it twice in the space of a few days. It's absolutely remarkable.
And he's a midfielder.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's a midfielder turned kind of this auxiliary striker because he's got a bit of physicality, he's got a bit of height.
And he can finish.
And he can finish, absolutely. And it's, Spain play this lovely style of football that they're synonymous with for many years now. But sometimes they just need a big old-fashioned guy to come on and put the ball in the net late in a game, and that man's Mikel Merino at the moment. If you rewind to the first half, Fabian Ruiz put Spain in front. Shot from Dani Olmo saved by Thibaut Courtois, and there was Ruiz to put in the rebound. Belgium did equalise before half-time. Timothy Castagne's cross headed in by Charles de Ketelaere. Managed to get in front of Pau Kubasi and headed it in. Bit of an old-fashioned striker's goal there, getting across his man at the front post. That was the first goal that Spain have conceded in this tournament. Astonishing. The first goal they've conceded in a World Cup match since the group stage against Japan in 2022. It's such a long time ago. So 1-1 at half-time, but as the game progressed in the second half, Belgium was sinking deeper and deeper and deeper. Spain were becoming much more dominant within the game. And then let's come to the two big substitutions which changed the game. First of all, Thibaut Courtois, Belgium's number one, suffered a bit of a muscle injury. He was emotional as he was substituted, came off. On comes Manchester United goalkeeper Senna Lomans off the bench. And then the big substitution for Spain with Merino coming onto the field with a couple of minutes to go. And those two situations have proved costly for Belgium but wonderful for Spain, because Lomans spilled the shot and there was Merino to put the ball into the net. Spain on this remarkable run now, 36 games unbeaten.
Which again has gone kind of under the radar, hasn't it? That is an unbelievable run, that. And yet, do you get the feeling that they haven't really got anywhere near top gear yet? You know, Lamine Yamal, we saw flashes again last night, but without the end product. If he gets going, they're going to look even more dangerous.
Absolutely. He's the one that everyone pre-tournament was like, this guy is amazing, and he is obviously, but he's still a teenager. It's really hard to kind of to pin performances on him because he's still so young. For me, the game against Austria was probably his most consistent game. He was really good in that one. Last night again, flashes, went close with a free kick, had a couple of shots, dragged one wide, I think, in the first half, where you almost expect him Messi-like to bend it in the top corner, but he went for the near post and ended up dragging it a little bit. So flashes for Yamal, but he's not hit top gear. He's probably going to be coming up against Luca Digne, the French left-back, in the semi-finals. That should be a really exciting 1v1 battle. And really, if Spain are to get past France, they need their top-tier players like Yamal to show up.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Dave. That is it from us today. Don't forget, you can get all the build-up to the England game on Sky Sports News all the way up to the kickoff at 10 p.m. tonight. We will give you the team news as soon as we get it. If you can't watch the game for any reason, don't worry. You can keep up with our live blog on the Sky Sports app or skysports.com. Thank you very much for listening to Cheat Sheet at the World Cup. Make sure you give us a follow wherever you listen to your podcast. If you're watching us on YouTube, hit that subscribe button to make sure you don't miss any episodes. Enjoy the game. We'll see you tomorrow.
Let's talk about Spurs. They've completed the signing of Newcastle midfielder Sandro Tonali. Club record fee, it could reach £100 million. That's a lot of money.
It's a huge amount of money, but I guess the Elliot Anderson transfer to Manchester City sent the benchmark. He's a good player, Tonali. I'm not sure he's a £100 million player, but what I think we're seeing, Brad, from your old club this summer, is Roberto De Zerbi being backed. And they said when Daniel Levy left hours after the last summer transfer window, the new owners would prioritise sporting success. He's getting everything he wants, Roberto De Zerbi, and I actually think Tottenham could be in for a really good season.
I think they are going to be in for a good season, but I still don't think they need to overpay for players. I don't think you need to pay $100 million for a player like that. I think your recruitment policies can go and get not bargains, but you're still spending a lot of money. You could pay more wages to get someone that's going to be a little bit less in transfer fee. That's
270 grand a week, the wages as well.
That is a lot of money.
Can I ask you both? You both said a really good season. What is a really good season for Tottenham when you spend that money? Cookie, I'll start with you.
Well, they've got to at least be challenging for a European place, and they might just feel the benefit of the fact they're not in Europe this season, much like Manchester United did under Michael Carrick, and maybe feel they can challenge for, well, top 5 is probably going to be Champions League again, isn't it?
Realistically, Brad, is that it?
Top 6 for me after back-to-back 17th.
Oh, boot into your old side there. What's good for Tottenham?
Well, did they not finish in seventh?
They did, yeah. They did.
Yeah, I think top 7, aiming for Europe, some form of Europe, I think would be a fantastic season for Spurs. But 270 a week, that is not Spurs-like. So that tells you they're going to because that was the problem with a lot of
That's right.
the
wage
payment. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's talk about the Watford of the Premier League. Nottingham Forest have confirmed the appointment of Oliver Glasner, their 5th manager in just a year. I mean, that's quite incredible. He did such a ridiculous job, Cookie, at Palace. No disrespect, as Benny would say, but should he not have been maybe attracting bigger clubs without sounding rude?
I think when he decided not to renew at Palace, he thought he was destined for a bigger job, maybe a Chelsea or a United. We know he spoke to Milan, but I think he wanted to stay in the Premier League. I think he killed his chances with those couple of rants he had against Steve Parish. I think if you're an owner of a big football club or a chairman or chief exec, you're going to look at that and think, do I really want this guy in my building?
Do you know what? I hate this decision. And the reason why I hate it, Nottingham Forest Marinakis went out of his way to make sure Palace didn't play in that competition when Glasner was the manager of Crystal Palace. It almost feels like a kick in the teeth to the Palace supporters. Now he's almost gone, well, do you know what? I'm not going to sign for you lot. I'm going to go and sign for them. When there's that little, it's not a rivalry, but there is now a little bit of animosity between the two teams. Yeah. I don't like that at all.
I don't mind the decision at all. Like for Pereira, there was a clause in the contract, and he knew. You saw from his comments going out. So I don't think there was an issue with that. With Glasner, he's known virtually the entire season that he's going to be out of contract. I would agree with Alex that his comments didn't help him with potentially a larger club. I think Glasner's a really good coach. My question would be, Nottingham Forest is going to have a little bit of a wobble at some stage during the season. So does Marinakis pull the trigger, even though he's a really good coach? So you're going into a situation where at Crystal Palace, you could go through the wobble and you could still you could still be the manager. Maybe you weren't backed as much as you wanted, and I know you'd be upset when Gahey went and Olise went and Eze and etc. But going in with Marinakis, I don't know if you get the time. And he listens to a lot of players.
Think you do get. And we saw that at Postecoglou, right?
And he listens to a lot of players, and there's straight away 2 or 3 players, if they're not happy, they're going to go knocking on Marinakis' door, and then it could all start again.
He's on massive wages, though, so I think the pay packet will make up for it if he's not there for very long.
What about the Crystal Palace fans? Now, obviously, they turned full circle on him, then they came back after what he did in Europe. How do you think they're going to view him now after making this move?
I think it'll be really interesting to see what reception he gets back at Selhurst Park, because he is the most successful manager in Palace's history. He's delivered back-to-back cup silverware. But there is a lot of animosity.
Yeah.
You know, every time they played in Europe, they were shouting anti-Marinakis songs. I think he might get jeered when he goes back to Selhurst Park.
I agree. Just a quick word about Man United. Quite a few clubs doing business at the moment.
It's been slow so far, hasn't it? Edison is done. There was a rumour yesterday that maybe that move from Atalanta wouldn't happen, but I spoke to sources at United. The plan is that he'll have a medical now that Brazil are out of the World Cup. All the financial packages are agreed, both with club to club and in terms of his wages.
Can I ask, have you seen him? I've only seen him on YouTube.
I've not seen a lot of him, to be honest.
Have you, Brad?
Not a lot. No bits
YouTube,
of him.
Right? Yeah, I don't know.
It feels risky, because if you look back to last summer, United's success in the transfer market was recruiting players who were proven in the Premier League. Your Cunhas, your Mbumos. You look at the Agate signing, never to me looked like he was suited to the Premier League. Yeah, that's been a good signing as well.
Very good.
Yeah. So I hope it works out, but they need more. There's talk of Andre Santos.
Yeah, I saw that.
Doesn't excite me particularly.
Doesn't excite me
You know,
either.
why would you want... If Chelsea don't want him, why is he going to improve United?
Yeah, sometimes it works, though. You do leave a big
club. Madueke now is a Premier League champion. Yeah, I hear that. Kai Havertz. Chelsea didn't want him, Premier League champion. But I just don't want him there as well.
That transfer video that Andy was talking about, by the way, was focusing on Ezri Konsa and potentially a move to Arsenal. Would you welcome that?
Do you know what? I would. I mean, he's not going to play because obviously the relationship between Gabriel and Saliba. But
yeah, I agree with that.
This is no disrespect to Aston Villa, who are a big club. Why not someone like United or someone? Because I think he's that good, Konsa. I think he's
or
top,
Chelsea.
top level.
Chelsea.
Chelsea are desperate.
I think he's
top.
Konsa.
Yeah.
Just on Chelsea, by the way, the stories come out again. We did this a few weeks ago. Alejandro Garnacho up for sale this summer. That's been a disastrous move.
How much? They paid 40 for him, right?
I think they feel like they can get that money back because apparently his data is okay.
What does that mean?
His numbers are good in terms of, chances.
When you go in the data analytics, his numbers will hit a sweet spot for a lot of clubs.
Yeah.
So basically what that means is no doubt he'll be able to get a loan to a very good club.
Well, they're saying they won't loan him. They're saying they won't loan him.
Unless it comes down to the last couple of days of the window.
Yeah.
And that just means that he's going to get, the likelihood is he's going to get a very good move.
Yeah.
Okay. Any others we should be aware of, Cookie?
I think that's about it for now.
What? Sorry, I'll go one quickly off because I know you're close. Alex Scott, any
Bournemouth are determined to keep him. They've offered him a new contract. I think it'll have a release clause in it. Interesting to see if that kicks in mid-season or next summer. I don't think he's the type of player to agitate for a move. I know that Arsenal have made some inquiries. He's on United's list. But again, they'll look at the market, Bournemouth, and they'll think if Elliot Anderson is £116 million, Tonali's £100 million, they'll want at least 80 to 100 for
and they're right with that, because he is top.
I think he's a great
by the way.
player.
Really good
Great player.
Quickly, let me ask you, it's 7:15 back home, it's 2:45 here in New York. A big game of football, really exciting game of football coming up this afternoon. And we're only in New York for a sort of, 3-4 days.
We're here for a good time, not a long time.
Yeah, but my point was going to be, you need to make it work, right?
Yeah.
You're going to stay in the bar, I'm going to stay in bed.
Of course.
What do you make of producer Joe going back for, and I quote, a nap this afternoon? What do you make of that decision?
I mean, I think that's a red card offence. This is Portugal, Spain. This could be an all-time cracker, and you're going to go and sleep.
He's going back for a nap to catch up.
You know why, though? He got a bit too excited at the 4th of July celebrations. And I think he's still recovering from that. And he was quite excitable last night, wasn't he? I don't think he could have recorded a transfer video after that game last night.
No.
I heard he nearly fell asleep in the stadium yesterday. I think that's a true story.
Did you...
I think he may have actually nodded off during the match yesterday.
Which is ironic, because when he talks to us, that's how we feel.
Dan Burn.
Yes.
Will he play a part in this weekend's game against Norway? We shall see. Well, he's been talking to TalkSport's Faye Carruthers. He was asked if his World Cup debut coming at the Azteca was something he ever dreamed of.
No, I think it's hard. Like, people say, oh, like, was that everything you dreamed of? And it's like, well, you didn't really, like, I couldn't even have that dream. Do you know what I mean? Like, when you were a kid, so it was, yeah, it was special. Like, I knew the history behind it and stuff, but even listening to, like, the Mexican national anthem, like, you could hear, like, 80,000 Mexicans sing that, so it was, yeah, special. And then, obviously, the way the game went with the penalties and the sending off and all that, it was, yeah, great.
Jeff Stelling has also said he thinks you should start against Norway because of what you've done against Erling Haaland in the past. I think he's only scored 1 goal past you, is that right?
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it, but yeah, 1 goal. I do enjoy playing against Erling purely just from a physical point of view. Like, I quite like that sort of physical battle, and I get on well with him on the pitch. Like, we do get on quite well, although you'd have to ask him if he thinks the same thing. But yeah, like, if I'm asked to do that, I'd be more than ready and more than happy to do that. But obviously I also know that we've got sort of 4 other centre-halves here who are also top quality players and have played this whole tournament because of that too. So
I've seen a picture of you both grappling and it didn't look like you were friends. I'm not going to...
Yeah, I was going to say it might be different between England and Norway, but between Newcastle and City it wasn't maybe as fierce as this could be.
Well, what a World Cup it's been for him already, and he's only been involved in one of the games. I think a lot of people were surprised he was in the squad in the first place, Gabby. Not many people expected him to play. When he was called on, and boy, he delivered.
Yeah, I think most people thought Harry Maguire should have been in it, maybe other defenders, and what part was he going to play. But I think when you've got 26 players, Thomas Tuchel thought to himself, I'm going to need a big centre-half that's got to come on in games and see it out, or if you need a goal in the last 5 minutes, maybe bring on a Dan Burn, like Harry Maguire's done in the past. And he's proved his selection, right, hasn't he, already? Even if he doesn't kick another ball this World Cup, what he's done in that 20 minutes he was on the pitch was fantastic. And I agree with you, there's every chance that he does have some part to play. Does he start? Maybe. But if not, maybe it's similar to Mexico where he comes on late on, really to stop Haaland, save Haaland's getting joy through the game, maybe to change that Thomas Tuchel looks at in the second half.
We talk about inspirational sporting figures, you know, and look at Arthur Ferry, and maybe he can be an example to motivate others. Dan Burns, rejected basically as a kid, as a footballer, working as a shelf stacker in Asda, took a drop in salary to join Darlington as his first sort of professional club.
But Jeff, I speak to so many parents sometimes that like they'll ask me, can you speak to my son? You know, he's been let go at 10 and he's disappointed, or he's been let go at 12. And my same advice is like, give an example of players that have been let go by the big clubs. They've gone down maybe to the lower leagues and they've built themselves back up and they've been signed by the big clubs. There's always disappointment in life. There's always rejection. Someone doesn't fancy you. Look at Elise, look at Eze. There's so many examples you can give. But if you just keep faith in your ability, then look what you can do. Look at Dan Burn.
Yeah.
In 15 years' time, 20 years' time, played at the Azteca at the World Cup.
Incredible, isn't it? I mean, I'd love to hear from you who your inspirational figures in the world of sport have been, who they are at the moment. Dan Burn, of course, he'll be back at St James's Park after the World Cup. Bruno Guimaraes, he might not be. Goodness me, what is going on at Newcastle?
I feel for Newcastle, mate. I feel for the fans, Jeff, as well, because they'll have similar frustrations as Villa fans do, and we're not going to go into detail on that again. People are bored of talking about it, probably, but Tonali leaving after Isak left, and now Guimaraes wanting to leave as well. Your captain, your probably best player, you'd say. But can you blame him after everyone's starting to leave? He's probably looking at next season thinking, no European football, we're losing our best players every season. What's happening with this football club? Can the owners come out and explain what's going on? Do they want to sell up? Are they going to keep investing in this football club? But if Arsenal do get him, wow. Rice and Guimaraes, wow. Wow. What a midfield.
Rice and Guimaraes is great. So whose place did he take then? Is he taking Odegaard's place? Is he?
Oh, there's whispers Odegaard might be leaving. I don't know if they're true, but I think he 100% starters in that midfield. But then you got so many options. You got two midfielders and Odegaard or Eze can play there.
Yeah.
But maybe some Villa fans are looking at this and saying maybe they've moved away from Rodgers and they're moving on to other targets, which would be nice.
Well,
but
that's possible. But just from a Newcastle, look, you lose Isak, get that. Hard to swallow, but understand. You lose Anthony Gordon, you lose Sandro Tonali, can take all of those things. But losing Bruno Guimaraes, he is the heartbeat of the football club. He's the talisman. He's a man who gives 100% every single game. It's when things are going wrong in a match, he is the man every Newcastle fan looks to. It's a sort of dagger in the heart.
It's the worst possible news. Even for Eddie Howe, Jeff, he must be thinking like, okay, this isn't what I signed up for. And Newcastle fans have been teased, really, Jeff. They've been teased with this investment. They probably thought it was going to be similar to when Chelsea and Abramovich come in, and they're after Glenn Johnson, they've got Damien Duff, they've got, remember, getting Crespo, Kesman, all these players. And now they're probably thinking, okay, we can't do that because of the rules. We can't invest like we thought we could do. And if Newcastle finish top 10 next season, probably a great season.
Yeah.
That's having not kicked on after winning that Carabao Cup. That might even be tough for them. But
well, we're 12th this season, and then losing key players are not really adding too much to the squad.
No, European football will help a little bit, won't it? But I agree. You can't lose two of your best midfielders.
Yeah.
You can't, Jeff.
I think Dan Burn's going to have a big season next season. He's got plenty of work to do, I would imagine.
And also, Jeff, we know what the fans are like in Newcastle. They won't be happy.
No.
If they start off poorly, they will vent their frustrations at that ownership.
Yeah, I mean, and I know all the big stories are that Guimaraes is going to Arsenal. Arsenal are yet to make a sort of formal approach. I've heard a little whisper, Gabby, that Tottenham could be interested.
Yeah, why not? It's one concert, isn't it? I'd be interested now if we could do it again. When I was in Newcastle at the stadium, we had one of the chief executives of Newcastle who was on the show, and I'm sure his quote was, after we find it, so in the next 3, 4, 5 years, winning the Premier League. Be interesting to get him back on and see if he still thinks that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, England fans, who would you pick in defence to stop Haaland on Saturday? We heard from Dan Burn. We heard a great deal more from during the course of the show. Has he got a chance to start? And bearing in mind his record against Haaland, 8 appearances for Newcastle, only 1 goal conceded. That was in his first clash against the big Norwegian. 7 times since then he's played and stopped Haaland. Would you choose him? We're taking your calls this morning. 03717223344. Come and have your say. A reminder that England against Norway live on TalkSport this Saturday with a spot in the semi-finals up for grabs. I'd love to hear your sporting inspirations as well. Who are the figures who over the years have inspired you to better things, whether in life or in sport?
if you search Erling Haaland on Google, the Norway row and the drum comes up on the bottom of the screen. You can actually hit the drum. I was doing it this morning. It's pretty fun, and then you get to do the row. Everyone is getting involved in this, and not just the fans and the Americans. Everyone is loving Haaland, and it is mutual because Haaland also loves us as Americans. Take a listen.
I think it's a good thing because I like the Americans. I think they are kind of hilarious as well, and they are funny. So I like the way they are. So I think it's just good.
So he thinks we're pretty funny, but clearly this is entertaining for us and for him. It goes both ways.
What I take away from this is his balance in life. Like, I think he takes what he does very seriously, but doesn't take himself very seriously. And I have a lot of time for that. And it's been awesome to see him lean into that side of things and to respond to people. And it's just growing, this kind of reputation and aura around him.
Is he one of the biggest stars off the pitch of this World Cup?
Oh, yeah. I think the social numbers indicate I think he's got more social following now than every club in the Premier League, apart from Manchester United, which kind of tells you they're a global superstar. So what I've actually enjoyed about him is I feel like for the first time I've seen him kind of take the pressure off of his shoulders. Like, he has a lot of pressure, whether that's especially with his club team and obviously Manchester City, the standards that they set for themselves there. And then every summer, he's linked with probably a move to Real Madrid, Barcelona, everybody else in between. For the first time, I've heard him talk a lot like he's an underdog. But his ability is obviously one of the best number 9s in world football. And that's a very dangerous space for anybody to be in, where they kind of take the pressure off of their shoulders, but you know that they have the individual ability to go and win a game and even probably go even further than Norway even predicted for themselves, because he is that outstanding.
Yeah, it has been very fun to watch.
I like when they ask him about, well, who's the best player?
Yeah.
It always point at somebody else.
Yeah, it's always somebody else. Who's going to win? Some other team's going to win.
He'll be like, yeah, they're going to beat wipe the floor of us.
That level of self-deprecation, I think, is really admirable, especially for a player of his stature.
You can tell he's having fun, especially on social media. I have so many friends that don't follow this sport at all, and they know about Erling Haaland, and they know about his social media posts, and they are now following him. So it's really getting everyone involved, and we're going to get more people involved in this. We are so pleased to welcome in our very own Jeff Streaves back to Morning Footy. Hey, Jeff, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, all good, all good. I agree with Erling Haaland as well. Some of you Americans are hilarious. He's definitely right about that.
Oh, Jeff.
Not necessarily intentionally, Lisa.
Yeah, not all the time. It's so good to have you with us. Before we talk about this England-Norway quarterfinal matchup, I want to ask you about Haaland and the effect that he has had on casuals. Have you ever seen this before, where so many casual fans, not City fans, not Norway fans, have taken to a player?
I think he's only rivaled by the Mexican coach, to be honest with you, Lisa, for the standout social media moments of this World Cup so far. I think it's fantastic. I agree with JD as well. It's so genuine as well. He's just having fun. It's as simple as that. Now, it's a lot easier to have fun when you're scoring goals for fun as well, of course, but he's also quite clever. Don't be too fooled by this. When he said in the press conference yesterday, yeah, of course, England are the favourites. All the pressure should be on them, with a big smile on his face. He knows what he's doing. He's a sharp guy, isn't he? So they're very clever with it as well. But it's great to see the whole Norway team, you know, they're embracing it. They've been fantastic. They've been great value as a team. He is the spearhead of the team for obvious reasons. He is the social media face of the team as well. But there is more than him. They are a very, very good side. And, you know, they've done fantastically, and they deserve to do so.
Yeah, Erling Haaland, 7 goals in only 4 games so far this tournament. Messi has, 8 and 5, and Mbappe 8 and 6. So if they can continue on in the tournament, Haaland does have a good chance of winning the Golden Boot. So you saw England in Azteca. How was that experience, and what did you learn about the 3 Lions that you think make them have a good chance of beating Norway?
Look, I think the game against Norway is very, very winnable for both teams, Jimmy. It's as simple as that. You know, this stage of the tournament, you have to respect each team. You know, this is far from a walkover, and I don't think you'll find anybody in the England camp that feels it is either, because, you know, they are a good side, as I just said. What have we learned about England? They seem to solve problems. They create some of their own problems. There was a lot of questions about selection beforehand, but I think Thomas Tuchel is proving that he is what we thought he is, why he was hired by the FA. He is a knockout specialist. He is a tournament manager, and his skills will be tested and tested the deeper that England go into this. So we're all waiting on what happens injury-wise today. They train at 4:30 local time here. Will Mark Gay train? Will Declan Rice train? You know, there's some big question marks there, and that could well shape, quite literally, the team that plays tomorrow.
Jeff, I'm so happy we're talking about the selection because the biggest question mark has been about the right back. I feel like that's been a situation before we even selected our full squad. Jarell Quansah obviously now has a 2-game ban. Who steps into that position for you and who do you expect to start?
Oh, thanks, JD. Nice curveball there. Well, I think, JD, it's down to who's fit, isn't it? Because, quite simply, is Reece James fit? We'll see whether or not he trains today. No Quansah is available. Jed Spence has played there, but wasn't necessarily ideal. You could see, and if you think about the height of Erling Haaland as well, JD, I can see a scenario where John Stones comes in, knows him, obviously has played with him at club level, and they push Ezri Konsa, who's been absolutely outstanding, out to right back. But then you're falling into the trap that most coaches try and avoid, which is disturbing more than one position. If you've got a problem in one position, don't change 2 positions. So he's, depending on fitness, he's got a dilemma there today, Thomas Tuchel.
Well, looking at that fitness of the back line is going to be a factor in this game against Norway because they're going up against Erling Haaland. How does England stop Haaland?
Well, you probably need to ask many other teams that have tried and failed, Lisa. We've seen what he's like. He's an incredible predator. We know that. The most common answer you get is stop the supply. You're not going to be able to stop him. He has such incredible skill and also physicality as well. You can't stop that. He is going to have his moments in games, even though they are few and far between. You know, he is, as I said, he is like a predator. Very, very quiet. He's kind of lying in the shallows, and all of a sudden, bam, he'll strike, and he's got you, and you're done. So can they cut the supply? Now, that's not just Odegaard, but also you've got to try and press them to stop the supply to him. But that in itself brings danger because you're talking about a team who knows how to pass around you. Honestly, I think it's a fascinating game, and I don't see it as any more than 50-50.
Ooh, 50-50.
Okay.
Yeah. Would you see it any other way?
You heard what I said yesterday about Norway. I'm very nervous. I'm very, very nervous for England because this is the type of team that England probably on paper struggle with. They're the team that they should go out and beat, and when the expectation's on England, that's sometimes where we quiver and we don't show up the most. And then you have the quality, they have the quality to hurt you in the final third. And what you don't want to be doing is chasing a Norway team that can hurt you in transition. And Erling Haaland is one of the most effective strikers in that position.
JD, I do agree with me, though. I think it's changed a little bit. I don't think this set of players, this squad, I don't think there is a mentality in this squad now that is, we should beat this type of team. I don't think they think like that anymore. I think they respect all teams. I think they will be confident in their own ability, but they won't be arrogant and they won't expect a walkover by any stretch of the imagination. Now, they should be favourites, but you look at where they were and where Norway were when this tournament first started. That's all changed. Norway have played themselves magnificently into this. And also that they've got a coach I think is particularly astute as well. So I agree with you as an England fan, not as a journalist. Yes, I am slightly nervous, but equally, I think that England can beat them.
Yeah, I think that too.
You're setting yourself up for success tomorrow. Let's talk about this again. I don't know. I think England gets a little bit of a confidence boost after beating Mexico at the Azteca. It's not easy to do, and in front of that crowd and that hostile environment, it has to give you a little bit more confidence. It has to give you two, English fans, a little bit more of confidence.
I've been here and seen it and done it before, so I'm just going to wait and see. We're just going to wait and see.
Well, Jeff, thanks so much. It is always good to hear from you and get your analysis. So we heard from Jeff. Now we're going to get our best bets from our CBS Sports betting analyst, Mackenzie Brooks. She's into the mix for this one. We've got England-Norway tomorrow in this quarterfinal. What do you have for us?
We have to start off with the power of friendship, right? We talk about Jude, we talk about Haaland. You have to think to yourself, how can I root for the friendship in total. So the power of friendship parlay, plus 166 payout. Bellingham, 1 shot on target at least, and Haaland 2 shots on target. Now, apart from this just being fun for everybody, Bellingham has had at least 1 shot on target every game but 1 so far in the World Cup, and he's coming off games where he had 3 shots on target in the previous 2, so he's clearly finding his momentum as this England offense does. Haaland, we can assume the same, right? This is a guy who just continues to shoot his shot up to the 90th minute. You can count on him to be looking for the back of the goal here. So again, a number he's cleared in essentially every World Cup game thus far. You're really just asking 2 guys to continue the momentum they've shown us the previous 2 games for plus 166, power of friendship. Then we move on. England team total over 1.5, another bet that is cash in every single game but 1 so far in this World Cup. If you don't feel comfortable taking England to advance or just taking the England money line, another way to support this team, because I know even on the set specifically, not everybody feels 100% confident in that, but we should feel confident in the momentum of this England team leaving the Azteca for sure.
I like that bet a lot. I like both of those bets. I know those 2 are friends, played together at Borussia Dortmund. This one in particular I like because Norway's given up 9 goals so far in this tournament. So they have a bit of a leaky defense, which I think England can take advantage of.
Absolutely.
Mackenzie, well played.
Yeah, well done, Mackenzie.
I hope
like
everyone
the
gets
power
in
of
on the power of friendship. I pull
friendship's
that,
adorable.
right? I pull in the NFL sometimes when you know a wide receiver and a quarterback are good buddies. Maybe you bet on that wide receiver, but the power of friendship, you know, it comes into the betting world.
LKF, aka Laura Kirk Francis, with us in the studio. Lots of initials there.
Laura and Kirk Francis.
Oh, yeah. LAKF.
Yeah. I remember.
LAKF.
Yeah,
good
and
work.
with an E.
And with an E, yeah. Most people spell it with an A, but yeah, and with an E. How are you, Laura?
Good. I'm very good.
You've got a bit of Tinderage for us.
I do, yes. This is the part.
You were going to say something. I interrupted you. What were you
No,
gonna
I don't think I was. I was sort of forming a thought in my mind and then it disappeared, so it can't have been important.
Okay.
It can't be very important. All good.
Very good.
Yes, this is the part of the show where we do some matchmaking. First one then. Manchester United are looking for a spicy summer romance, aggressively swiping right on a sensational double deal for Mateus Fernandes and Crescencio Somerville for a combined £130 million. If United can successfully sweep both talents off their feet, it will be a blockbuster affair that leaves West Ham fans completely heartbroken. Are we swiping yes or no?
100% swiping right.
Where's Somerville playing?
Somerville on the left-hand side.
Instead of...
You don't need more than 1 player per position.
If you're paying £120 million for a squad player,
you're not playing
or 2.
2 players, and you need to improve that squad. Look at Manchester City's options.
Why do you say options like that?
No, I'm saying like you've got Foden that doesn't start. You need 2 players for each position.
Okay, fair enough.
When you're in the Champions League as well, what couldn't you got injured? You know who you're going to play on the left-hand side.
I'm just waiting for that juicy signing. 120 million. I'm like, that means we've got less to spend.
What do you think, Laura Kirk Francis?
The 2 of them together, I don't think that's bad. Yeah. I would prefer Mateus Fernandes at Arsenal.
Would you?
Yeah.
Does he start?
No, but as Gabby said, you need more than...
Okay. Have you not got a big enough squad already?
We'll see. I think we do a bit of a clear out this summer, so he could fit in. He could fit in.
To win the Champions League, doesn't he? So
why would he go to Arsenal?
United,
Yeah, maybe
Villa,
PSG or something.
Forest,
Villa.
Celtic or
Villa. We're both swiping. I'm swiping right for one and left for the other.
I'm swiping right on both.
Both of them. Okay. Well, speaking of Arsenal, Mikel Arteta has officially fallen head over heels for Bournemouth's midfield maestro, making Alex Scott, the Guernsey Grealish,
Great player.
The Gunners' top transfer obsession. Bournemouth want to protect their prize catch, but the champions are circling for a bite of the cherry. Are we swiping?
I bet it's a brilliant player. Have you got a price in there?
Yeah.
No, but I was speculating what this might be.
100 million.
I was going to say 85 plus.
I know, it's a lot of money, isn't it? Then Arsenal have been linked with Tonali as well. I like Alex Scott, but is he 85
No, he's
million?
not. But I think it's a brilliant player.
Yeah, 60 million I'd say is about right for him.
Yeah.
That
would be the cherry on top.
But if you get it from 60, I think like no-brainer once again.
Yeah, 60.
Get numbers in that.
It's a bargain, isn't it? £60 million, and we use the word bargain.
Exactly.
I think
no-brainer.
more than that, really. Right, last one then. This is Jared Bowen. To stay at West Ham.
I thought you were going to say Stoke. To Stoke. I was like, wow. Stay at West Ham.
Yeah, to stay at West Ham. Despite a long line of wealthy suitors trying to win his affection, Jared Bowen is choosing long-term loyalty over a flashy new fling. The Hammers are preparing a lavish new package to show Bowen that true love is right here in East London. Does he stay or does he go?
Do you know his age? Is he 27 or 29?
29, I think.
29, okay.
Yeah, nearly 30.
What? Is that how numbers work?
I think.
Hold on. Whoa. 29, and then what's next?
30.
30. Wow.
32.
Okay, I didn't know that.
I think Bowen. Listen, if he stays, you love it as a football fan, don't you? The loyalty. He was part of the reason they got relegated. He can say, I was part of that squad. I can get them back to the Premier League. He'd be even more of a legend there. But if he wants to, could it be his last move at 29? Your last big move? Talk about Liverpool could do with a player like Bowen. A lot of teams could. I think it's hard to decide yet. I would swipe left on that. I'd say you should move.
Okay.
And go and play at a top club.
All right, swipe left. I'll agree with Gab.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stoke. What about Stoke?
No.
Jared Bowen to Stoke.
I swipe right.
Yeah.
We've got to let you go. Are you done now for the day?
I am.
Go on.
For the day,
Predict the
that's all
score tonight, England.
I honestly think it's going to be a really tough watch, 1-0. But I don't care.
You take it, yeah.
You take it. You take
Okay.
it.
Good luck with that sleep later on. That was all thanks to Costa Express. A reminder that if you're just waking up, Messi scored a hat-trick and a 3-0 win against Algeria. Haaland scored 2 for Norway. They tongued Iraq. And only moments ago, Austria beat Jordan 3-1. Next up on The Breakfast Show, we'll head to Dallas. Here's some very excited England fans. 7:28, everyone.